Your lights.
All right. A very good morning. Welcome to the 2021 Global Finance Conclave hosted by the Jindal School of Banking and Finance at OP Jindal Global University. My name is Ashish Bhardwaj. I'm Dean of the Banking and Finance School, and I'll be chairing this inaugural session. I'd like to thank the speakers for joining. Dr. Shankaracharya, eminent economist and former Chief Economic Advisor, Dr. K.V. Subramaniam, distinguished professor and the current Chief Economic Advisor, Professor Raj Kumar, founding Vice Chancellor of the university. I welcome everyone from our university, from all the partner institutions around the world who've joined this conclave. We are streaming live on YouTube right now. So thanks everyone for being here today. In the next 3 days, 60 speakers in about 24 sessions will reflect on the different strands of India's growth story from 1991 to 2001 and beyond, which is the theme of this year's Global Finance Conclave. The speakers in the inaugural session will share how they interpret the transformation of India in the last 30 years, given their vast experience in policymaking and what's coming next for India. In my opening remarks, I will, for a couple of minutes, take students in particular who are watching us back in time and our viewers down the memory lane, because what happened 30 years ago was nothing less than a dramatic, nail-biting blockbuster, really. So picture India at the start of 1990s. In the background, a turbulent Gulf War, a global oil shock, a balance of payment crisis, massive fiscal imbalances in the country, excessive debt, savage license permit raj system, and backbreaking double-digit inflation. The external debt is so high that we owe almost a third of what we're making in our GDP. Moody's downgrade makes it almost impossible for India to take short-term loans. Our foreign exchange reserves can buy imports to feed the 850 million Indians for barely 15 days. India enters the year 1991 with a terribly choked economy that's on the verge of collapse. At this stage, Finance Ministry and RBI officials, and Dr. Acharya will correct me here, they approach the IMF for a loan. There's a story on this, possibly unverified, that in the middle of a very important meeting on the loan in Washington, D.C., news breaks that back home, Congress has withdrawn support to the incumbent government. This made an IMF official ask the visiting delegates, who are you really representing in this loan request? Amidst a deep economic turmoil and now political uncertainty, general elections are announced and they are held in early 1991 in India. Just a day after the first phase of voting began, in the world's largest democracy, the front runner to become India's next prime minister is assassinated. India loses Rajiv Gandhi and Indians lose hope for an economic miracle. By June 1991, India has a new prime minister, but there is no celebration. A new government, but there are no resources. Despite a vision and the ambition, the Indian economy continues to be on a ventilator. There's another unverified story on this, that the newly elected Prime Minister Narasimha Rao, immediately called for a meeting with the cabinet secretary and he asked him, is the economic situation really that bad? The response was, no, sir, it is certainly much worse. The same month, a mild-mannered economist and future Prime Minister of the country, Dr. Manmohan Singh, is promoted from Finance Secretary to Finance Minister. True to his style, he does what we don't see much these days. He holds a press conference to share a battle plan with the nation on how India will fight the grave crisis. By June 1991, I think it was mid-July 1991, in fact, 47 tons of gold is flown to the vaults of Bank of England so that the Indian economy can get a temporary lease of life worth about $500 million. The same month, economic reforms are unleashed, starting with a painful two-part devaluation of the Indian rupee. For the first time in our history, a completely new trade policy is unveiled. Head-turning public sector reforms are initiated and a radically new industrial policy reforms are finally announced, officially bringing an end to the infamous license Raj era. Shutters are now up and India is, it seems, open for business. There's a deluge of foreign goods and investments in the country coming in like drops of rain over parched land. The 1990s are now seeing ambassadors and Padminis zipping alongside Fords and Toyotas. Gold Spot and Citra are now refrigerated next to Coca-Cola. The name Nokia for the first time enters conversations involving MTNL and BSNL. Ye Akashvani Hai is streaming alongside Radio Mirchi. Cable TV allows kids finally change the channel from Doordarshan to New Age Star and Z. Shopping lists are now featuring Sony and Samsung alongside BPL and Onidas. Maharaja is for the first time sharing the Indian skies with East West Airlines and Jet Airways. With this background, Dr. Singh presents a massively delayed union budget. I quote from his famous speech in the parliament on the landmark day of 24th July 1991, where he quotes Victor Hugo. No power on earth can stop an idea whose time has come. I suggest to this august house that the emergence of India as a major economic power in the world happens to be one such idea. Let the whole world hear it loud and clear. India is now awake. We shall prevail. We shall overcome. End quote. The reforms of the 90s continued. They changed the grammar of the country and the confidence of the people forever. After exactly 30 years and 3 months of that historic speech today, we reflect on the range of after effects that happened in the subsequent parts of this dramatic blockbuster called India's Growth Story. With these opening remarks, I'm very happy to invite our first speaker, Professor Rajkumar, the founding Vice Chancellor of Jindal Global University and the of Jindal Global Law School. It's Raj's passion and vision that saw the dramatic evolution and rise of JGU, an entirely social sciences, arts and humanities-oriented university, to now be awarded the status of eminence by the government. JGU is now in the top tiers of Indian and global universities within a decade. I invite Professor Rajkumar for his inaugural address.
Thank you very much, Ashish, and I would like to extend a warm welcome to all of you to the third Global Finance Conclave on behalf of the Jindal School of Banking and Finance and OP Jindal Global University. I would like to extend a warm welcome to our guest of honor, Dr. Krishnamurthy V. Subramanian, the Chief Economic Advisor to the Government of India, Dr. Shankaracharya, former Chief Economic Advisor and the author of An Economist Home and Abroad, and also other distinguished speakers who are part of the session. My heartiest welcome to all our students, faculty members, and others who are going to be part of this fascinating finance conclave. We couldn't have had a more opportune time to do this. The various thematic sessions that are being formulated and are have attracted a phenomenally interesting group of people, augurs well for the kind of conversation that we wanted to have. I know that we have two distinguished speakers who will be interested to hear. What I thought, and Ashish gave a beautiful introduction, took us all back in memory lane when many of us are much younger to appreciate what was happening in the country. But what we can definitely take you is that it not only created a new vision for the future of India, but that vision not only impacted the economic sector and the society at large, but also it created new opportunities for institution building. I do believe that the idea of private higher education institutions created through philanthropic initiatives with a view to improve the quality of education and promoting excellence is an outcome of an idea, the time of which has come. OP Jindal Global University was created through a philanthropic initiative of our founding chancellor and benefactor, Mr. Naveen Jindal, and from its early origins in the year 2009, it was entirely conceived to be a university that will make a substantial impact in the world of higher education. It has been lamented for many, many years by both prime ministers and education ministers of India that not a single Indian university is among the top 100, or for that matter, sometimes in some of the rankings, even in the top 200 in the world. And the reality is, while India has historically, and Indian civilization has historically contributed to the development of a knowledge society globally, we could trace the history all the way from Nalanda, Takshashila, Vallabhi, and Vikramshila type institutions. both the contemporary evolution of Indian education at the dawn of independence, when we had 20 universities, and today when we have over 1,000 universities and 50,000 colleges, the reality is we have not paid enough attention to the need for promoting quality, let alone excellence. Yesterday, we celebrated the National Education Day, marking the 134th birth anniversary of Maulana Abul Kalam Azad, who was India's first education minister. And his own vision for promoting excellence and the quality of education still augurs well and is important for us to look at when we think about the future. Our university is part of the vision, and we strongly believe that there are critical elements towards improving the quality of governance in any country through attempts to improve the quality of education, especially higher education in universities. OP Jindal Global University is deeply committed to that idea. There are 5 important aspects of institution building that OP Jindal Global University has promoted since its founding. First, we are a global university. To be a global university means to have a global curriculum, a global course structure, a global faculty, global research agenda, all of which promoting global interaction. We have over 100 full-time faculty members from 42 different countries in the world teaching and researching at Jindal. We have established substantive international collaborations with over 350 universities spread across 65 countries in the world, in which we have implemented 10 different forms of collaborations, which includes faculty exchange, student exchange, joint teaching, joint research, joint conferences, joint publications, dual degree programs, short-term study abroad programs, inward mobility immersion programs, and joint executive education programs. The second aspect of our university is our strong commitment to research. We have established over 50 research centers and 3 research and capacity building institutes within the university. Being an entirely liberal arts, law, management, humanities, and social sciences university with no STEM or medicine disciplines offered, we are conscious of our commitment towards advancing research. In the last, say, 10 years, our faculty members have produced over 4,000 publications, and our citation indexes are among the best universities in the world. They have published over 100 books, and these publications have shaped the research agenda of the university, including having substantial impact in the field of research that our faculty members are advancing. The third aspect of our university is our strong commitment to interdisciplinarity, an aspect the national education policy has given significant importance. We strongly believe that the discipline boundaries that have been created has undermined the ability of Indian higher education institutions to match with its global counterparts. Interdisciplinarity is deeply woven in our institutional culture, and that has also enabled our students and faculty members to experience and break those disciplinary boundaries, which has adversely impacted the creation of knowledge and, of course, contribution to research. The fourth aspect of our university is our strong commitment to attracting high quality faculty members from India and around the world. We pride in the fact that academia is not an opportunity that one ends up having because you didn't get anything better. I must confess that the larger part of Indian higher education, imagination has been to a large extent in the form of institutionalizing mediocrity across academic institutions. The best and the brightest of high school students across India, unfortunately, don't consider academia as an option when they think about their future. They look at all kinds of options and opportunities excepting academia, and this has been one of the major challenges for Indian higher education to match with its global counterparts. We took enormous efforts to attract the best and the brightest young people, particularly from India and around the world, and the 1,000 full-time faculty members that OP Jindal Global University has are an example of the kind of quality and excellence that institutions should foster, with the bedrock of having outstanding faculty members as a part of the effort to create institutions. And the last aspect of any good university is its broader impact with regard to providing access to education. As a private university, we are conscious of the fact that privatization of Indian higher education has unfortunately led to different forms of mediocrity. Private universities have been historically seen to be pejorative, and the idea that private universities need to be contributing to public good is being deeply embedded in our institutional vision since our founding. We spend significant resources to provide access in the form of scholarships and fellowship for those who can't afford to study at Jindal, and that has been part of our mission from our early origins. So, in some ways, the outcome of the last 12 years has been truly satisfying. The QS World University Rankings has ranked OP Jindal Global University as India's #1 private university. We are ranked among the top 700 in the world. There are nearly 40,000 universities in the world, and only 22 Indian universities among the 1,000 universities are ranked among the 1,000 in the world, and we are one among them. But more importantly, we are the only non-STEM, non-medicine university that found its place in that list. We're also very delighted to share with you that the QS also published another rankings known as the QS Young University Rankings, those universities which are 50 years or less, and we are ranked among the top 150 in the world. Essentially, they just removed Oxford and Cambridge and Harvard and Yale and Stanford, which are 800 years to 400 years old. Even Delhi University and other such institutions are not ranked, which are 100 years old. They only look at universities with 50 years or less, and we have been ranked among the top 150 in the world. Of course, the crowning glory of all of this is indeed the law school being ranked as India's #1 law school and among the top 76 law schools in the world, and the institution of eminent status given by the government of India. So in some ways, in conclusion, I want to say that the economic reforms that 1991 ushered in the country led to other forms of reforms that I believe is shaping and has shaped the future. I strongly believe that the vision that the National Education Policy 2020 has promoted has enormous implications for the future. We have an extraordinary opportunity to reimagine the future of Indian universities and Indian higher education. The NEP has, for the first time in a long time, created collective political and social and intellectual consciousness among Indians when it comes to what we can and probably should do with our higher education sector. I sincerely hope that public policy impetus in implementing these reforms will ensure that the vision that the NEP has provided is able to be executed. We are very delighted at OP Jindal Global University to be hosting this very special third Global Finance Conclave. It has brought together an amazing group of individuals, starting with this session, the theme of India's growth story from 1991 to 2021 and beyond. Thank you very much for all of you for joining us, and I look forward to the deliberations of this conclave. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chancellor Kumar. Indeed, an important part of the developments post 1991 is the evolution of our higher education system. So thank you for sharing those thoughts. Before I invite Dr. Subramaniam, I'd like to very quickly introduce him. He has a very long, illustrious career, so let me summarize some of the key aspects. He's an alumnus of the IIT-IIM Chicago Trinity. He's credited among many ideas with introducing the concept of ethical wealth creation in the economics surveys by integrating India's rich economic and spiritual heritage with modern economic ideas. An academic at heart, he has put the nudge theory in practice in India's welfare schemes. His idea of thalinomics, which is what a common person would pay for a vegetarian or a non-vegetarian thali, has been acclaimed as the Indian variant of the Big Mac Index. An award-winning teacher, the youngest chief economic advisor, and astute policy planner who's going to be returning to academia very soon. I'd like to mention that one of his co-authors, colleagues, Dr. Arkaja Chakravarti, is with us in the Banking and Finance School. So I hope we can further work on some of these ideas that you have shared with all of us. With that, let me invite Dr. Subramaniam to deliver his address.
Thank you very much. A very good morning, Dr. Shankaracharya, Professor Rajkumar, Professor Ashish Bharadwaj, esteemed faculty and students. Let me first acknowledge my gratitude for to you all for inviting me to share my thoughts at the Global Finance Conclave. I was particularly heartened to hear about some of the very nice aspects that Professor Kumar spoke about OP Jindal University. Indeed, research and teaching and contribution to public good is something that is very, very important. And you were mentioning about the norm that most youngsters typically do not think about academia. I'm reminded of a particular conversation at one of the, maybe this was about 6 or 7, possibly a decade back, when I was there at one of these conferences, and after the dinner, the drinks that followed, so a person came up and asked me, what do I do? I said, I'm a professor. So the person blurted out, maybe it was the impact of a few drinks, saying, oh, I'm so sorry, things did not work out for you in life. So that's oftentimes how we are perceived, and I think role of universities like yours in conveying that it is indeed a noble profession, research and teaching, and the field of thinking about ideas, crafting ideas, as Arkaja would mention. I think it's a genuine privilege to be able to be in that field. Because not only today, but across history, if there is one field where your ideas can live long after your bones have been interred to the earth, it is academia. And I think, and that aspect must be recognized. And I think the role of universities like yours in furthering that is something that I, definitely comment. Thank you very much for contributing to the profession. I'm going to share some thoughts on on reforms. A very esteemed contributor to reforms, Dr. Shankaracharya, is here. He has been one of the architects of the 1991 reform, and so I think there can't be a better person to share, on the 1991 reforms. The reforms that we've done, this time are factor market reforms. And today there is an op-ed piece in the Times of India where I actually, postulate the political economy of reforms in a country like ours and why factor market reforms are oftentimes quite difficult from a democratic, perspective, and that's something that has been done, and I think very important. If you, just sort of put an umbrella around the reforms that have been done, it is about, bringing in competition in the factor markets, whether it's labor, whether it's capital, whether it's in terms of power, logistics, the nature of production, so if you take production function as basically just being, labor, capital, and total factor productivity, those are three factors. So each of these reforms are really intended to benefit that, especially focused on manufacturing sector, because jobs in the organized sector are incredibly important if India has to really benefit from the very large consumer base that it has by putting disposable income in the hands of people. And something that I firmly believe, if we take Milton Friedman's permanent income hypothesis, the change in consumption happens only when there's a change, a permanent change in expected consumption or expected change in permanent consumption, and that a job delivers. Those that are temporary do not deliver that change in consumption because the consumer knows that those may possibly get withdrawn. And therefore, in order to generate aggregate demand, in the economy, I think jobs are extremely important, even from the perspective of equity or inequity in society. I think they're all again very important. So the policy push has been really towards equitable growth by encouraging the manufacturing sector, which has the potential to deliver deliver jobs for our youth. But I spoke about this at multiple junctures, so I don't want to get into that. But let me, illustrate something which I think, India now in COVID stands out for its macro policy, both vis-a-vis the rest of the world and vis-a-vis our policy response following the previous crisis, which was the global financial crisis. And I want to, share my thoughts on, how we went about, about this aspect. That's what I'm going to focus on. In some sense, what I want to recommend for a lot of the faculty and the students that are there, a country like ours, there can oftentimes be this tendency to say that everything that an advanced economy does must be good, and let's just copy paste that. And what I strongly recommend to, and something that I genuinely believe myself, is that we have to think from first principles, for the particular situation that we have to handle. Thinking from first principles, I guess, never ever goes out of fashion, and that is something that is incredibly important, because boundary conditions, oftentimes are different, while the trade-offs, economic trade-offs remain very similar across countries, and economic phenomena are similar. The boundary conditions are different, and therefore, we have to think for ourselves from first principles rather than just cut paste whatever advanced economies do. And I think it is time now that Indians have the confidence to say that we can think for ourselves. We've actually been studied at the best universities and can rub shoulders with the best in the world, and therefore there is no need for any difference on this part, and we can be confident to actually say we can think for ourselves. So I will try and use the policy that macroeconomic policy that we've adopted during the COVID crisis as an illustration of this broader theme, a broader thought that I want to share with faculty and students. Let me start out so I'm going to use two benchmarks for comparison. One, as I said, the policy response following the global financial crisis in India, and secondly, if you look at the current COVID response, a couple of issues back, The Economist had a cover story, the cover story was titled "The Shortage Economy." It was called the shortage economy. Clearly, talking about the supply side problems that global economy is facing. So, consistent with using first principles, I guess supply and demand never ever go out of fashion, for an economist. And at the macroeconomic level, aggregate supply and aggregate demand, and I think are tools that can help even thinking through the most devastating crisis in a century. If you look at the global economy, fears of inflation that are rising, shortages, especially on commodities, export containers, shipment containers not being available for exports, all these are manifestations of these supply side shortages. And I think, the way I look at it, it is actually, if you look at the Indian policy response following the global financial crisis, as well as the response in other countries, during COVID, it has been basically the Keynesian prescription. There is of course this sort of parodied story that is, mentioned that during a crisis, even if you have to, make people dig holes and fill it back, that's fine. Let them do it. I think that what that characterizes is revenue expenditure, and I'm going to distinguish between revenue expenditure versus capital expenditure by the sovereign, and differ from the Keynesian prescription vis-a-vis the Hicks-Samuelson work on the accelerator multiplier model, which I have been a bigger fan of, especially for a country like India. But let me first share an aspect that I have genuinely believed is really important for a country like India. The decade that I spent in the United States, because I knew very well I would come back to India, oftentimes I was actually, in a comparative mode. Whenever I would look at any phenomena in the US, I would say, what is different in India? Why is it different? And one thing that struck me actually, especially in the food economy, but overall, is the supply side frictions that our economy is infested with. A simple example is, for instance, storage, in the food economy. We don't have adequate storage. The kind of regulations, starting from the Essential Commodities Act and other regulations have actually really not only dulled, but provided a sort of adversely impacted incentives for private sector to come up with, storage and aspects like that. So overall, because of our socialist past, we have not done enough on the supply side. Lots of supply side frictions. And in a economy and in a political economy where campaigns like Garibi Hatao and all actually have gained traction, oftentimes the important point that in order for Garibi Hatao to really happen, you need jobs, and jobs never ever get created without adequate production, without the supply side functioning well. That layered argument has oftentimes been missed. I'll give you an example from, and this was something I credit it to our current chief statistician, Dr. Bimal Roy. He was mentioning that when he was young, the elders in his village used to say, "Oh, these rich people are bad," and stuff. So he used to wonder that the rich person in his town was someone who actually employed a chauffeur, had a few servants to actually take care of his kids, had somebody help to actually for his wife. And if he collected the number of jobs that person was providing, it was easily 10 to 12 jobs that rich person was providing. In contrast, he said that if he looked at the jobs that we were providing, we were using a maid, 5 families, maybe 10 families using one maid. That maid would go into, so 1/10 or 1/5 of a job was what was being provided by those that were not richer. And there has been this this narrative that has prevailed with the none other than the first Prime Minister of this country saying that profit is a dirty word, never ever utter that in front of me. And I think which has led to a policy making that departed from our DNA. And I've written about this in the 2020 economic survey. If you go and read Angus Madison's work, refer to Arthashastra by Kautilya or other writings in India, our own literature. Note, I'm not calling it scriptures, I'm calling it literature, irrespective of what language it is in. If anything in the printed word is literature, if we go and refer to that literature, we would actually clearly come around agreeing that it is trade which is in some sense the actions of the invisible hand of markets, together with the hand of dharma or ethics. Ethics is, I think, a limiting word to actually capture something as profound as dharma. That marriage is what led to prosperity up until 1750-80. India accounted for more than 1/3 of world's GDP. So I think it is really important, therefore, to acknowledge the role of supply side, production side of the economy, which we've not done adequately because of the socialist era. And I think that the 1991 reforms that Dr. Shankaracharya was involved in and others, I think, heralded a change. But up until now, reforms have basically been mostly by stealth. I think now, for the first time, possibly reforms being done with conviction. But given the importance of supply side, what is it that India did differently during this crisis? Recognizing that the COVID pandemic required social distancing and therefore will require lockdowns, night curfews, etc. One of the first thing that was very, very obvious was that not only will there be demand side impact, there will be demand side impact, but the bigger impact will be on disruptions of supply chains. And I think that is something that is incredibly important because, while demand can actually be pushed up very, much faster than supply usually takes longer. For increasing production, ramping up production, it does not happen overnight. It takes, at least 8 to 10 months or maybe a year for supply to increase, and therefore it requires foresight as well. So what India has done during this crisis, and I think this is, I will hope, will become an important macroeconomic template that countries and policymakers should study, in terms of the policy response, is that India actually focused on the supply side, whether it is through the reforms or through the capital expenditure, because do understand the difference between revenue expenditure and capital expenditure. Revenue expenditure does not create much assets. Capital expenditure, on the other hand, creates assets in the economy and thereby increases supply. So the basic conceptual point, let me lay out, is that when you do only revenue expenditure, fiscal policy increases demand, And I think, all students, actually, we all can work with demand curves and supply curves. If you have aggregate supply not changing, you have only aggregate demand increasing, then I think it is obvious that yes, quantity does rise, but price goes up as well. Translated into macroeconomic terms, this means that there will be a bump to growth. There will be actually, but inflation will go up as well. Now, when inflation goes up, and this is where we have to think not in a static manner, but in a dynamic manner. When inflation goes up, monetary policy has to actually try and unwind that demand. So what you have then is the increase in demand that fiscal policy did, monetary policy tries to unwind it. And so what you have is you come back to square one, so that push to growth that you got is a temporary one, because monetary policy and fiscal policy work at cross purposes. Fiscal policy tries to expand demand through those revenue expenditures. Monetary policy tries to unwind that. And so monetary policy and fiscal policy work at cross purposes. In contrast, if you actually increase aggregate demand and you increase aggregate supply, and I leave this to you to actually draw these curves and see, you will get a even greater push on growth on quantity, but price does not go up, and that is why the importance of aggregate supply. So when you do not have inflation going up in the macroeconomic, then monetary policy can be supportive. So fiscal policy and monetary policy can support each other, work in tandem rather than opposing each other, which is what you actually, if you see what happened after the global financial crisis, what is happening now in the rest of the world, that this is textbook illustration of just the simple concept of aggregate supply, aggregate demand, but thought in a dynamic manner, not in a static manner, that fiscal policy moves first, monetary policy moves next, and will you have fiscal policy and monetary policy working in tandem or in opposition to each other? The other important point to understand is that especially when the economy is slowing down or in a recession, fiscal multipliers are actually much higher, and this is just economists speak for 1 rupee invested by the sovereign, how much does the economy how much is added to the economy, and I think there is very good work in the Indian context by in IPFP scholars showing that revenue expenditure, if you invest 1 rupee, between 92 to 98 paise is what the economy adds, which means there are deadweight costs, and I think students and faculty here will understand that jargon of deadweight costs. Deadweight costs anywhere between 2 rupee to 2 paisa to 8 paisa is what is lost. In contrast, when you do capital expenditure, that 1 rupee that the fisc invests, in the same year, there is increase of about 2.2 rupees, the adds to the economy. But over the period of that capital expenditure, anywhere between 4.5 to 6.5, depending on which study that you actually look at. There's also a study by IGIDR scholars as well. Depending on that, actually, the multiplier is greater. So the multiplier with capital expenditure is much higher. And especially during a recession or in a slowdown, therefore capital expenditure effectively pays for itself over a 3 to 5 year horizon. And this is another very important aspect that we have to keep in mind. So now let me just end with this. Having laid out the conceptual framework, let me illustrate the data. Let me point out the data, why this is actually a textbook illustration of what we actually should expect, and that is what the data tells us. And I'm going to contrast with the GFC in India and the rest of the economy. I already spoke about the global economy, the shortage economy, commodity prices rising, fact that central banks across the world now are basically looking to actually bring down demand, through monetary policy, actually rate hikes, etc. Let me now focus on GFC. Let me give you some data. First up, inflation. During the GFC, without any lockdown, mark that out, without any lockdown, without any night curfew, and the supply side disruptions that is done. Because why? Because they have fruits, vegetables, etc. Not flying in the night. Trucks waiting, and there is going to be wastage, which then affects how much of supply reaches the mandis. So reduction in supply because of these lockdowns and night curfews. So without any night curfew, without any lockdown, we had double-digit inflation for close to 1.5 years, every month double-digit inflation. That's a counterfactual what could have been if the policy response did not have the clarity and the foresight that actually there was displayed in the current instance. In fact, the inflation would have been greater because, as I said, no supply side disruptions in terms of like lockdowns, night curfew. So if you take that double-digit inflation, add the impact of supply side problems, that is the counterfactual for what could have been if we did not do. That's point number one. Second point, current account deficit that was close to 6%. Why? Because during the GFC, it was only revenue expenditure, and that revenue expenditure also primarily focused on the more privileged section. So two seminal changes. One was the farm loan waiver. 85,000 crores close to farm loan waiver, and I have actually research published in the Journal of Law and Economics showing that almost all of it was cornered by the rich farmers. So went to the privileged, and pay commission recommendations being implemented. And I think everybody will accept that people like us actually are the privileged in a country like India. So you had revenue expenditure money being put in the hands of people who actually were richer. And as a result, what happened? Supply got changed, so imports had to go up, trade deficit widened, and current account deficit went to an alarming 5.8%. Second fact, second important macro. Third, fiscal deficit. Where peer economies were at 2.5% of GDP fiscal deficit, India was at 6.5% of fiscal deficit because of the profligate spending that was done at that time. Again, following the Keynesian prescription, 2.5 times that of the peer economies. What happened? India became part of the fragile five, and it was actually policy, that was responsible for India actually suffering so much on the macro fundamentals and thereby becoming part of the fragile five. Also, if you look at it in terms of FDI and FPI, I'll give you the about 10 billion outflow of FPI during the GFC, and the FDI about 8 billion came in. In contrast, and now let me contrast with the current period. Inflation, despite the severe disruptions to supply chains, last year inflation was 6.1% on average. After going up a little bit about 6%, again due to supply side aspects during the second wave, inflation come down to about 4.5%. So inflation much more benign compared to the GFC, despite the severe supply side frictions. What about the current account? Current account, we have a surplus, 0.9%, very quite comfortable. What about the fiscal deficit? In the COVID crisis, every country has used the fiscal policy, and therefore every country fiscal numbers are actually greater. So if you go by the data provided by IMF Fiscal Monitor, our peer economies are at 10.2%. We had 9.2%. So, less than that of where 2.5 times actually during the GFC versus, 85 to 90% of peer economies. And then, look at the, FDI and FPI. While there was an outflow of $10 billion FPI, which reflected basically investors' lack of confidence and bad policy during the GFC, now there has been almost 36 billion inflow, of FPI. 8 billion inflow of FDI during the GFC, 80 billion FDI inflow during this year. And I think that illustrates actually the numbers speak for themselves, the data speaks for themselves. I think this is just a textbook illustration of basically how macroeconomic policy must be thought about by thinking from first principles rather than just cutting paste what other countries do. In sum, therefore, I would say I think there is too much of the Keynesian prescription. That's what actually happened during the GFC and other countries, including the advanced economies like the US, during the crisis, and less so for other theories. And I think India has actually benefited through this clarity and going by the Higgs-Samuelson framework. And I think both the conceptual thinking and the evidence are actually testimony to this clarity and the foresight. So I'll stop there. Thank you very much to all the organizers for inviting me, allowing me to share my thoughts. I'd be happy to take questions if there are any.
Thank you very much, Dr. Subramaniam, for that impassioned explanation and defense of what we did, why we did, and how we did in the last few months. There are, of course, you would understand that based on what you said, there are a lot of comments and questions coming in. But before we dive into that, I want to move on to the next segment. We have a very special speaker for the next address. It's our privilege to have Dr. Shankar Acharya with us today, a product of the Oxford Harvard tradition. He's one of India's leading policy economists. He has served as a senior economic advisor at the Finance Ministry for a number of years in the run-up to 1991, and he was deeply involved in the reforms of the 1990s as the longest-serving chief economic advisor to three successive governments, Congress, United Front, and the NDA. His latest book, which I believe is his 11th, came out earlier this year. It is titled An Economist at Home and Abroad. I have a copy, and I recommend it to everyone who's listening. With that, let me invite Dr. Acharya for his special address on the pandemic and the Indian economy. Dr. Acharya, you may start while we upload your slides.
Well, thank you very much indeed, Professor Bharadwaj, for that very kind invitation. Since you may have left your copy at home, I have taken the privilege of using this opportunity to be entrepreneurial and showing my recent book, which you said nice things about. I very much would like to thank Vice Chancellor Professor Raj Kumar, yourself, Professor Bharadwaj, and of course Professor Dasgupta for your very kind invitation to be associated with this conference, this very important conference. And I must confess, this is my first significant interaction with Jindal University Global, and it is something I've been looking forward to. And I hope that at the end of my talk, and I'll try and keep it as short as possible, of course, that you will not feel that it had better be the last interaction, but that I shall leave to you to make a judgment on. And with that, and without further ado, I know that you have a very rich program in the next 2-3 days, and I don't want to take time on pleasantries and so on. So let me just dive straight in. I must first start by thanking Professor Amlan Dasgupta for helping me with putting up a sort of slide-based presentation on the subject, not of all that's happened in the last 30 years, but the more limited, my perspective on COVID-19 and the Indian economy. That's what I have focus on in the sort of 25 minutes or so that I have. And so because there's a lot to cover, I will be, if you forgive me, a little staccato in my presentation, aided by these slides, which I have no problem if the organizers would like to make available online later to anybody who's interested. So if I may request the first slide, please. I think we have to remember that when COVID struck India, which was really in January, February, March, and of course since then of 2020, before that we had a very substantial weakening of the Indian economy going on. I mean, it's another story as to why and wherefore. I don't want to get into that, but just look at the facts. Growth in GDP had declined steadily from 2016-17 at about over 8%, down to 7% next year, and by 2018-19 to 6%. And as you know, in 2019-20, it was down to 4%. And indeed, in the final quarter of that year, it was down year on year to 3%. Most importantly, very importantly, official employment, unemployment data showed us it to be a very poor situation. Dr. Subramanian has talked about the very great importance of jobs. I completely agree. But that was in the worst situation since probably 40 years at least. If you to sort of just go over the basic facts, the PLFS, that is the Periodic Labor Force Survey for that year, and comparing it to the earlier similar survey of 2011-12, I'm talking now about 2017-18, unemployment had tripled to about 6%. This is just open unemployment. Youth unemployment, which is a certain age group, of course, had tripled also to about 18%. I'm comparing 17-18 to 11-12. 6-year period covers two governments. Most importantly, in my view, female participation in the labor force had absolutely collapsed to something like 23% from 43% 6 years previously. So the employment situation in those 6 years had deteriorated very dramatically. Again, I don't want to get into the causes right now. We don't have the time. Secondly, we know that the investment share in the economy, the investment to GDP ratio, was declining. Thirdly, the export share in the GDP, merchandise export share, had fallen steadily for 8 years, essentially because dollar values had remained more or less stagnant. The fiscal deficit of the center plus states, once you take account of various sort of off-budget items and so on, was as high as 8% of GDP, which is a high number by any international comparison, center plus states. Government debt to GDP was at about 70% and rising. As you know, for quite a few years, the banking sector had been under serious stress. Therefore, the bottom line, I could give you other data, but this, I think, tells us a pretty strong story, which is that even before COVID struck, the economy was in somewhat bad shape from a local peak of around 2016. And therefore, the economy's capacity for coping with the once-in-a-century pandemic was very low. May I request next slide, please? Now, as you know, lockdowns became quite a common policy tool in those early months of 2020, not just in India, but across the globe. However, right around then, in one of my early articles in perhaps April of 2020, in Business Standard, where I write a monthly piece, I was very concerned that while the government was getting a lot of good medical advice, I wasn't sure that they were getting enough of good economic advice from different quarters of the society. And what I was worried about was that, again, in order not to get into the kind of copy-paste syndrome that Dr. Subramanian referred to, that we recognize that India, in many important respects, is in a very different situation than some of the advanced countries from which information comes much more frequently in the COVID context. First, of course, obviously, we are much poorer than these countries, average income of about 1/5 of China's and 1/20 of US, Europe, if you take market exchange rate conversions. Something like, at that time, perhaps 20% of people below the poverty line, and another 22%, and poverty line is very minimalist in our calculations, as you know, the so-called Tendulkar poverty line, and another 20 to 30% only a little bit higher than the poverty line. So nearly half the population close to subsistence living standard. What that means is, in that context, any lockdown which reduces income, because you can't go to work, reduces consumption. It's almost 1-to-1. Thirdly, we have to, I think, continually remind ourselves that something like 85% of India's 450 million plus labor force informal or is in the informal and unorganized sector with very low earnings. And we do have some welfare programs, of course, and they have been added to by this government, which is good. But nevertheless, the patchwork system is really very weak if you look at it from a universalistic vantage point, compared to, say, the European-style national welfare systems that they tend to have. And of course, because of our underlying poverty for many years, the health infrastructure system, particularly in the poorer states, is much weaker. So when you do have a lockdown, you get, well, what we saw. You get a migrant crisis, which was totally unexpected to be of that order, or what's called reverse migration, really. You get significant income consumption losses, and this leads to high vulnerability amongst very poor people to all the forms of disease, not just COVID, but also, malnutrition and associated vulnerability that comes to any kind of disease. So when you look at the costs and benefits of lockdown in terms of, COVID deaths saved, that's not enough. You must also look at the potential for non-COVID deaths. Now, this research has not yet been done, so I can't produce numbers, but that was my intuition, and I was very concerned that that initial lockdown from March to June should be as short as possible. because my perspective, next slide, please. From my vantage point, I thought that we were ignoring the non-COVID related economic costs, not just in economic terms, but possibly on mortality and health terms. Now, as we know, the impact of the March-June 2020 lockdown, which was a national lockdown, was really a huge hammer blow to the Indian economy. Industrial production fell by 50% in April, exports and imports crashed by 60%, government revenues, depending on center and which state you talk about, crashed by 50 to 70%. And based on CMIE data, Center for Monitoring the Indian Economy, something like 110 to 120 million of informal workers mainly lost their jobs, and unemployed soared, I think, at its peak to 23% in a certain month, April, which meant that, if you look at those numbers, 110 to 120 million people, probably nearly every household in the bottom half of the income pyramid of India was somehow affected. And that's important. GDP, as we know, fell by about 24% in April-June quarter on a year-to-year basis. And if you take quarter-to-quarter, on a quarter-on-quarter basis, it fell 30% in that April-June 2020 quarter. I claim to some, notoriety or fame for being one of the first to predict that this would happen before it had happened. The overall, of course, after mid-May that year, the FY 2021 GDP forecasts were quickly revised by all the banks, investment banks, and I think even the government to something like minus 10% for the full year. Well, the government, I don't think, did that, but credit rating agencies and other institutions did. So this fairly long national lockdown, and it was regarded by most independent scholars in Oxford and so on as one of the strictest lockdowns when you compare to other lockdowns elsewhere, was, I think, very damaging and left deep scars. Now, it clearly had benefits, so I'm not saying that it had no benefits. But I think the question remains live if you want to explain the past and not just about the present and the future. A valid question, which I hope researchers will go into in a proper research way, was that strong and reasonably prolonged national lockdown desirable for so long? But I leave that for future scholars, or current scholars, of which there are probably many in this august audience. Next slide, please. Let's look at it in terms of actual data that we have from official sources as to what was happening to the trajectory of not growth, but the level of quarterly GDP since 2019-20 and up to the most recent times that we have data on. And you can see that the pattern it's right there, that it had the usual kind of slightly flattish, but growing in the first year, that is 2019-20, which is sort of close to a normal year, except that growth had been slow. And then you have the effect of the COVID and lockdown, and you get a collapse in quarterly GDP by 30% if you take the peak of 3833 and the trough of 2695. The units are 1,000 crores at 2011-12 prices. So these are real GDP, not nominal GDP. And then, of course, you get the recovery, which is pretty smart, which I think Dr. Subramaniam has often described as a V-shaped recovery, right up to the end of 2021, Q4, where it basically is at or slightly above what it was a year ago. Except, of course, that the recovery is slower than the steep plunge that we saw. But it still looks more like a V than any other letter of the alphabet. However, then we had the second wave, which was basically March to June of this year. And there were associated lockdowns. Now the lockdowns were not national, but done by states and so forth. And you had a substantial drop in GDP as a result of that too, once again. Not as deep as a year previously, but still substantial. And We don't have actual official data after Q1 of this current year, that is 2021-22, but everybody expects, and all the high-frequency data show, that it's going to rebound fairly smartly, as it had done a year ago. And I've just put a number there, as a guesstimate, just to get a pattern. And if you look at the pattern, including the final guest point, I think what you see is less V than a somewhat straggling W. And of course, the right-hand thing is going to keep on rising, one hopes, so the W will become more apparent. So that's to give you a sense of what has been the shape of GDP as this COVID and associated lockdown has hit the economy. Next slide, please. Now here, and I don't want to spend time on this, but this is in terms of looking briefly at winners and losers from the international dimension. And these are based on IMF data, basically. The most recent, I should add, I haven't sort of had the time to update, but based on whatever was the World Economic Outlook forecast of the IMF and the detailed country-by-country forecast that they give you in April of this year. So it's a few months behind times, and I suspect there are minor changes in all the numbers. And really what I was trying to focus on is how deep was the effect of the lockdown. Well, I shouldn't keep saying lockdown because some countries didn't do much of a lockdown, but how deep was the effect of COVID plus lockdown on, say, a score of countries or regions of the world in 2020, which was, as we know, the trough in terms of impact. And then what was the kind of recovery that one saw or forecasted to see for the subsequent 2 years, which is these are calendar years, 2021 and 2022. And then basically using an index of 2019 equals 100, you again get something of a pattern. And so if you look at the last two columns, especially if you look at the penultimate column, you get an idea of, who were the winners and losers in the first instance. And remember, these are IMF numbers, except for India, where for 2021, I've thought of fiscal 21-22, and since these are IMF forecasts, I have used a forecast of 7.5% growth. I believe it will now be higher than that, more like 8.5% perhaps, but that's marginal, so let's not waste time on that. But what you see is that some of the biggest losers in terms of where they are compared to 100 as the benchmark were UK, to some extent the European Union, but the UK in particular. You see also Mexico, and you see, I think, South Africa, and these were deeply hurt in terms of what COVID and lockdown did to them, and to some extent these damages are continuing, and there are one or two others. And who were the sort of so-called winners? Well, as you know from reading the newspaper, if nothing else, that the big winner in these relative stakes, so to speak, was China, where you can see from that they were by 2021 expected to be somewhere near 111. Might get shaded down a bit because we know that this hasn't been a great year for them, and you can go down, and another sort of reasonable performer was what's called the ASEAN five countries in ASEAN, and the US didn't do too badly either. And this pattern broadly continues in the forecast for 2022. This is just to give you a flavor. We in India are right in the middle of the pack, around about, if we were at 100 in 2019, we are at 100 in 2020, more or less. Might be a bit higher, but let's see. Next slide, please. Okay, now I think what's now important not just to look at what's happened so far, but to think about the future. That is, what will happen after we bounce back, which I'm confident we will do, to earlier levels of GDP this year. But what happens in, say, the medium term, the next 5 years? And I tried to think through from first principles and knowing the recent history, what are the main factors to be worried about? And in my view, of course, and these are just a few, and you can probably think of others, that, well, of course, we have a very high uncertainty in both India and abroad about the progress of COVID pandemic. It's still an ongoing pandemic, though things look like getting better, but still we should not discount further setbacks. The issue of efficacy of vaccines and so on. And of course, the uncertainty about the pattern of global economic recovery. That still remains. Second, I think, is that, as I've pointed out in a number of writings, that the COVID has probably left lasting damage to our non-agricultural informal sector and employment therein. And this is a big source of worry because that sector is very, very large in the Indian economy. Third, the biggest component of our aggregate demand, as everybody knows, is private consumption, which has hovered between 55 to 60% of total GDP. And that, I fear, because of the earlier factor, is likely to be on a somewhat reduced path compared to the pre-COVID years. Fourth, I think our performance will be weighed down by record high levels of government debt, 90% of GDP, and the fiscal deficit center and states are very high, uncharted, unrecorded before, of 14% in FY21 and around about 11% in the year that we are in, FY22, though there are signs that it may be a little bit less. And of the associated risks of inflation, which go with these very high levels of deficit, because deficits have to be financed. And as has been done already, much of the financing has been done by the Reserve Bank of India in an indirect sort of way through repurchase of old government bonds. We know that the banking system continues to be severely stressed with high levels, both revealed and potential of non-performing assets and so forth. And so it's a continuing story, but I don't think COVID and lockdown have improved it. And of course, we have long-standing problems of weak infrastructure, the issue of factor markets that Dr. Subramaniam mentioned, very important. Our markets are fairly distorted and opaque for both land and labor. And we have a long legacy problem of weak education and skilling. I'm focusing here more on primary and secondary levels, but in his opening remarks, the Vice Chancellor also pointed to the problems of quality in our higher education. The quantity has increased over the last decades. And the last point I am personally very worried about is, in terms of our future performance, is the unfortunate tilt towards protectionism, as I see it in our country, since approximately 2017, making for a less competitive economy and, in the medium term, a weaker export capacity and performance. So taking all this together, and this is merely a kind of guesstimate, I think we will find it difficult on average to record GDP growth above 5% in the 5 years ahead of us. But that's just a thought. Now, next slide, please. I do want to say that, that I've left in the previous slide gives a somewhat pessimistic picture, but I want to now turn to a more optimistic outlook and saying, surely that's not the end of the story, and of course it isn't. Policy can make a difference, and I believe in the last 2 years, a number of significant policy measures have been taken by the government, which could make for a more positive story in the years ahead. However, I should also add that many of these important policy initiatives have some qualifications attached. For example, as we know, there was a major restructuring, and a very important one, restructuring and reform of corporate taxation done in September 2019, just 3-4 months before COVID struck. And perhaps because of COVID, the result has not been the kind of investment boom that one would have hoped for, but rather that company profits swelled without spurring much fresh investment. Second, of course, there were the major reforms of agricultural marketing and distribution. Laws were passed. And here again, as we know, the political reaction has been very adverse and uncooperative, shall we say. And these are, for those reasons, in abeyance at the moment. Third, we have this restructuring of 30 labor laws into 4 codes, which passed Parliament a few months ago, but their implementation still awaits promulgation of the rules, which have to be agreed between the state and central governments, and that hasn't yet occurred. The movement is occurring, I think. And we have to also remember that certain key elements, like the level of the minimum national wage, remain to be specified and could be really quite a serious, potentially adverse effect on particularly employment prospects in the poorer states. Then there's been this year, the recent budget commitment to privatize non-strategic public sector enterprises, which is a very welcome thing. However, progress has not been very strong despite a buoyant capital market, with the big exception, of course, the Air India sale to Tata's, which has gone through and which is, I think, a hugely creditable achievement of the government, which previous governments completely failed to do. And there is a very recent establishment of a bad bank, the National Asset Reconstruction Company Limited, to solve or at least reduce the pervasive problem of legacy problem of bad loans in the banking system. But this is, again, it's a promising initiative, but it's just got started or getting started. And then there's the launch in April 2020 of the government financed production-linked incentives, or the PLI scheme, to accelerate growth of key manufacturing sectors and their exports. But as I've written in one of my articles in Business Standard, that this could turn out to be a double-edged sword. I don't have them to go into the reasons. Do have a look at the article if you have the time. It's in the November 26th issue 2020 of the Business Standard. Then there is, of course, the recently announced 6 trillion national monetization pipeline for public sector assets. Here, it's a well-intentioned program and a reform, but I think the success of this program depends critically on effective partnerships between public and private sectors, which is an arena, at least if past is any guide, has not seen great success in our country, and it's going to be very challenging. So I put all this to you because I do to be balanced, and I think point out that, there have been promoting policy initiatives of the last 2 years. I think they're in the right direction. I think they're a little late sometimes, but let's see what happens. It all depends on as they say, the devil is in the detail and the implementation. And with luck, perhaps it will bring about a better outcome than the previous slide suggested. Last slide, please.
Dr. Acharya, if you could.
Yes, this is my last slide. And in case, what I had expressed in the last 2 slides, to summarize it, if the effects of COVID and other constraints on our medium-term growth performance outweigh the reform intentions and actions, then it's possible that we'll have a period of modest growth in the next 5 years. On average, year to year will change. We need to think about what are some of the consequences of such modest growth. Well, one is continuing tragedy of very weak employment situation and poor job prospects. Second, the problem of greater poverty post-COVID and lockdown impact, which we all know about, that this will persist perhaps. Third, this in turn will bring about sharpening of existing social and political stresses across religions, castes, classes, states, and even genders. These are all possibilities, dark ones, but possibilities we should be aware of, which might give us more courage and vigor to pursue reform. Fourth, the increased tensions between central and state governments in the sharing of resources. And finally, of course, if we have slower growth in the next 5 years, it's likely to reduce India's global profile and clout, including weaker strategic and defense capabilities and rising vulnerabilities. So with that, let me bring this to an end, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Acharya, for that comprehensive overview of how we have come to this point, how we performed in the last few months, and where we are headed. We have about 10 minutes left for questions. I have a lot of comments coming in. Let me take the first one to Dr. Subramaniam. It's actually a comment which is about your point in the first few minutes of your address about factor market reforms. And the comment is that most discussions in economic growth literature are really Kuhnian puzzles that only make sense within the neoclassical growth model paradigm. So let me quickly, if you allow me, contextualize that comment and maybe change it into a question for our audience. See, the growth models and the holy grail of total factor productivity in economics have been subject to criticisms both from within the discipline and outside the discipline. One of them is that output, land, labor, capital used are definitionally pure accounting identities and exercises that some say lack multidimensionality that exists in India quite a bit. So now the question is, while the growth models and production functions that you talked about may not really be tautologies as some claim, do you think we know substantially less than we think about growth?
Thank you very much. Let me first, use this opportunity to critique Dr. Acharya's assessment. Let me state right away, I do not agree with it. I think it is maybe the difference between the optimist in me versus possibly the pessimists that economists typically tend to be. But more substantively, and I've written on each one of these, everything that I've spoken, even in my, my remarks and my response now, I will give you, it's all based on very carefully crafted evidence. First, I think it is not okay for us to just say, let's look at the facts and not interpret why, it is what it is. The slowing down of the economy, and I've actually written about this in the 2020 economic survey, volume 2, first chapter, it was because of financial sector problems only. And I think I've clearly, delineated that. It is important because when we make assessments about the future, it is important to basically unravel and see what is that cost. It is not structural problems with the economy. Let's be very clear on that. Second, on the employment, and actually here again, I've written both in the economic survey and, a piece in the business newspapers as well, that when, and I think all economists agree that every policy has trade-offs. When you actually implement a measure that has short-term pains and long-term gains, that's better than one that actually has short-term gains and long-term pain. And I'm talking about the formalization of the economy, and I've focused on I've talked about the quality of employment. Yes, what the data on employment that he talked about, is quite right. But when you think from a distributional sense, you have distribution of firms along the productivity dimension. Formalization does impact the least productive, and thereby there is an impact. So I think whenever we talk about employment, it is incredibly important to think about not only the quantity but also the quality. There again, I differ. As for the national lockdown itself, and I think the first chapter of this year's economic survey was devoted to providing rigorous evidence, not only cross-country but across states in India, accounting for all confounding factors that lockdown actually had played a very important role in India actually suffering much less deaths. So I think, we have to be careful to include all kinds of evidence actually when we provide narratives and not just selective pieces of evidence. As for the informal sector, I think this is a very important point. Again, let's think from first principles. I've heard this comment that the informal sector, a lot of international commentary also, that there will be actually, overhang of the problems, which is the concept of macroeconomic hysteresis. But let's understand, how does hysteresis, come about? Hysteresis happens when you have actually, a firm that suffers, decline in earnings. It has to possibly sell some productive assets because it has to take care of its obligations. Because of that, the assets go down. And as a result of reduction in either assets or its productive capacity, there is a long-term impact. I think that's the essence of macroeconomic hysteresis. And here what is important is to understand the nature of production that happens in the formal sector versus the informal sector. This for the advanced economies and for the formal sector in India, this is absolutely correct, because if they suffer very large declines in, and I will finish this, Dr. Bharadwaj. It is important for me to actually respond because it has very important policy implications. I will really appreciate if you give me the time to respond here. The hysteresis depends on the nature of production. Formal sector firms, they depend both on labor and capital, and when they have to actually take care of their obligations, have to, let's say, sell assets to take care of those obligations, then there is an impact definitely. Similarly, if skills of labor basically in an economy, if skills atrophy, and which takes much longer than just a quarter or 2 quarters, then again there is impact on there is hysteresis. In other words, hysteresis requires that either capital or labor and thereby productive capacity actually has to be permanently impacted, or at least impacted in the medium term. Here, I think this is something that can happen for the formal sector, but has not happened in India precisely because of the cushion that was provided. They actually were, because they were profitable, they did not have to go and sell assets, and therefore the formal sector has actually emerged without any hysteresis. The informal sector depends far more on labor for production, less on capital, and therefore, and if you see as well, take for instance the Q1, the Q4 numbers that came. When the economy recovered, you had clearly, the construction sector activity picking up. So, when people work on the informal sector, it is their labor. So, when the economy, then there are restrictions, they obviously cannot earn. But as soon as those restrictions are removed, they actually come back and earn. I think this again is very important. Oftentimes, they actually scratch the surface and do not think deeply about, enough about the nature of production and the phenomenon of macroeconomic hysteresis. And therefore, it is important. I do not think that the hysteresis in the informal sector will be as high as it could have been in the formal sector because of the nature of production and understanding what hysteresis really is. I think as for the inflation part, and I think this is also important, even if we basically take the, and I've written about the debt to GDP, I think it is important to understand that it's not just higher fiscal deficit that necessarily creates inflation. It is the nature of that fiscal deficit. If the investment that is done creates assets in the economy, increases supply, then it's not obvious that there will be an increase in inflation. I think that again get back to supply and demand. If that fiscal deficit is only spent on revenue expenditure, clearly there will be inflation. But if it is spent on, optimally on capital expenditure, infrastructure that creates assets in the economy, aggregate supply increases as well. So again, I disagree that it's not obvious that there will be inflation because the nature of spending, has been different. So I think it is important to think deeply about many of these aspects, when we actually, and also take into account the plethora of evidence that have been provided, in the economic surveys when we talk about actually, as for the reforms, and I think some of those caution is definitely warranted, but I would also, end by saying that there is a difference between necessary and sufficient. Doing the reform is necessary, dotting the I's and crossing the T's is a necessary condition. But the fact that the necessary has been done, does not take away from the fact that it is not yet sufficient. There are steps that are being taken along that direction. And bottom line, let me mention that 5% in the next year, no way. It will be at least 6% plus. And let's when time passes, let time reveal it. My contention, it will actually be 7% on average, certainly not 5%. And I think, even I will say last year after the Q1 numbers had come, almost every commentator in India and abroad spelled economic doom. And now many of them are saying, oh, the V-shaped recovery actually is obviously from a base effect. But at the time when I made that prediction about the V-shaped recovery, people did not agree. I was the only one who actually said that. So it is not as obvious today as it is being made out to be just because it has manifested. So I think, I will thereby go by my conviction and say that the growth will actually be much higher than what a lot of commentators, actually pessimistic as they are projecting.
Thank you. I have to give Raj some time for his question. Thank you, Dr. Subramaniam, for that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Acharya and Dr. Subramaniam. I'll keep it very short. I am not an economist. I am a lawyer and a law professor. So, Dr. Subramaniam, this question is to you. To what extent you believe that having a strong adherence to the rule of law and protection of various rights, including property rights and contractual rights, is a precondition to achieving economic growth. And I say this because of the fact that the unpredictability of people who end up investing in India when it comes to be it retrospective taxation or for that matter courts intervening on matters that might have already taken effect but that was not predicted when companies and corporations invest in India, or something that ordinary people like us even today face, which is that the ability for investing in properties is hugely dependent upon what you pay outside the framework of law. Even today, across the country, the reality is nobody wants to enter into sort of a property-based transaction on the basis of the amount you pay for a property being registered, as opposed to a large amount of money being transferred in the form of cash, and government, of course, suffers due to that as well. So, in a way, my question is, how much does rule of law matter to economists like you?
We have, sorry to interrupt, we have exactly 1 minute, Dr. Subramaniam, if you could give a response in that time. Thank you.
No, I think rule of law absolutely matters. I will refer you, Professor Kumar, to the chapter that we wrote in the Economic Survey 2018-19 on the need for judicial reforms, because that is a very important, critical element of rule of law. I am glad you mentioned retrospective taxation, we have basically undone the severe damage that was done, through that move in 2012. I think that is clear evidence of us walking the talk, that we want to actually reduce the uncertainty, and we want to do what is on the government side to really enable rule of law. And similarly, actually, there is a lot of focus on ease of doing business. Look at the changes that have happened now on the L1, and that is, many of those recommendations were made in the economic survey. And so clearly, I will mention and actually say from personal experience, possibly in the last 18-20 months, I think what is economically optimal, what has been recommended in the economic surveys, possibly in India's independent history, the maximum number of those have been implemented, which actually tells you that this is a government that actually does listen to good economics, and not a government that basically just, despite having, I think, different kinds of people, but actually does not implement good economics. I think the reforms, measures over the last 20 months are testimony to, and a lot of these suggestions having already been made, being implemented, So I think we should draw confidence from that rather than always looking at the glass half full, or even when it is 10%, always looking at the glass half empty. It's become now. I think last year possibly it made sense. Many people, were not agreeing, made sense. But today, I think with having the recovery, maybe 25% empty. Again, just parroting about the 25% empty is not something that I agree with.
Thank you, Dr.
Thank you very much for that comment. Dr. Subramaniam, I'm going to email you the comment and the question, which we didn't have time for. I have to give, although we are running out of time, I have to give, Dr. Acharya, do you want to quickly respond to that?
Sorry.
Very briefly, please.
To what? To what? What do you want?
To any of the comments that were shared in the last few minutes.
No, I think at my advanced age, my approach is to let time tell who is right.
All right, that's a wonderful note to end this session. Thank you so much, Dr. Subramaniam, Dr. Shankar Acharya, Professor Rajkumar. We have two fantastic pieces of readings to kind of take a look at. One is, of course, the economic surveys, very comprehensive document with a lot of information and data. And the other one is, of course, Dr. Acharya's book, An Economist at Home and Abroad. Please grab your copy. Thank you very much. This session is now has now come to an end. Thanks.
Thank you.
think I can get the slides probably here. I have got it too.
Let us begin. A very good morning to everyone and welcome to the second session of the Global Finance Conclave 2021. In this session, we have with us distinguished speaker, Dr. Amar Patnaik, Member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha. I will not take too much time. I'll just ask Dr. Ashish Bharadwaj, Dean of JSBF, to please begin the session by introducing and welcoming Dr. Patnaik.
Thank you very much, Amlan. Welcome everyone to the second session or the first keynote of the Global Finance Conclave 2021. We have this keynote address which is very strategically placed, continuing from where we left in the previous session. This address will contextualize the next several sessions of this conference, including the one immediately after this on Indian labor market. It's my pleasure to have Dr. Amar Patnaik deliver this keynote address on inequities and growth in India. Dr. Patnaik is, of course, a member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha from Odisha. He is a former career bureaucrat and he represents the Biju Janata Dal party. With a PhD in institutional economics, he's a member of the very crucial Joint Parliamentary Committee on Personal Data Protection. A lot of us in the university are following the proceedings, discussions of this committee. He's also a part of the Finance Committee. His writings are on a fascinating range of very contemporary issues. Some of the recent ones that I have personally read and my colleagues have read are on blockchain, cryptocurrencies, data protection, and even around climate change and international trade. He was recently in Geneva doing very important conversations and meetings with thinkers and representatives in Brussels, in Geneva, discussing all kinds of issues around sustainability, climate change, international trade, and so on. So with that, without any delay, I invite Dr. Amar Patnaik to deliver his keynote address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bharadwaj, and thank you, Amlan. Thank you to the Vice Chancellor. Thank you to the entire team who's managing this conclave at the JGU. It's a pleasure to be here, pleasure to be speaking to the students and those who are interested in finance and things beyond finance as well. When this topic was initially brought to, when we discussed on finalizing this topic, I thought I would speak directly on finance, which is what I have been doing as a career bureaucrat in the CAG's organization for about 28 years before I quit and joined politics. And as I was just sharing with Dr. Bharadwaj, I thought I'll use the PowerPoint presentations, which one is used to as a bureaucrat or as a professor, than be unguided, which I'm learning to be as a politician. So I'll get into the deliberations straight away. And I'm mindful of the fact that there are 40 minutes for covering a wide range of things. I have also, written extensively in my book, Institutional Change and Power Asymmetry, on some of these topics. So the details of some of those deliberations that I touch upon today could actually be found in that book, which has a lot of research and identifies a number of variables across disciplines and not just from economics, as we know, it's beyond institutions. When one is talking about the asymmetric effects of growth in India, 1991-2021, I think it requires no brainer as to why 1991 has been chosen as the inflection point in Indian economy. And so I'll start with that what was India before 1991? Just know about it. I'll quickly go through them. It was heavily regulated, it was protected, it was nationalized. Next slide, please. The nationalized, had slowdowns in the industry, faced a severe deficit in its balance of payments, only had enough for about 2 weeks imports, faced inflation up to 17%. GDP growth rate was one of the lowest at that point of time, below 1%. unequal societal conditions, poverty, access to health and education was severely asymmetric even at that point of time. No money for government investments in physical and social infrastructure. Government investments itself were not available. No incentive there was there for private investment because of the heavy regulations and laws and protectionism that one followed. Next slide, please. Then came 91, and broadly I have categorized it as liberalization, privatization, and globalization. And this LPG model, as one loves to call it, and in no way connected to the LPG gas hike that one is talking about in the current political sphere as much. But it is something that fueled growth of India's economy and improved its social context to a great extent. The size of the cake kept on increasing. And when I say size of the cake kept increasing, it's basically I'm referring to the gross domestic product, which is the GDP. The per capita increased through, the PPP improved substantially, consumption increased, rise of consumerism, people started spending more, millions were pulled out of poverty, impetus to private investment, more elbow room for governments because private investment came in. Therefore, governments could actually spend money on health, on education, on access to primary services, similar such thing. But this success in controlling India's public accounts, debt, and the currency also happened, as I said in the previous slide, that we just had 2 weeks, we could be 2 weeks imports. That's position substantially improved in just about 4 years' time. The current account deficit was 3.3% of total GDP in 91, and in just about 4 years, it was less than 1%. India's trade and current account has grown significantly since 1991. Current account is a relative surplus standing at 6.5 billion now. The country has come out of the balance of payment crisis. In fact, we have one of the highest levels of forex reserves that independent India has ever seen. However, the trade deficit has soared to a 14-year high of $22.6 billion. We'll be discussing about this in subsequent slides. Next slide, please. So this is the GDP, how it grew in between 1960 to 2020. Just wanted to give you a flavor, not really going to delve deep into it, but you can see how after the 1991, the GDP has behaved. There, of course, have been dips due to the global crisis, 2008, and then before that, initial part of 2000. Then, of course, the massive drop that is because of the pandemic. Next slide, please. But despite this entire growth, despite the size of the cake increasing, despite we achieving a GDP of about $2.7 trillion and aspiring to have $5 trillion by 2025, and if not 2025, maybe a few years later. But the economic liberalization, the LPG model has led to certain deficiencies, and these continue to rise in some cases. These asymmetric effects that were spurred due to LPG in 1991 has given rise to a number of inequities that we witness in 2021. It's not just a matter of declining growth rate and consumption, as we see over a period of last 7 to 8 years, but even declining private investment, and therefore declining private investment in basic services like health and education as well. Social sectors, health and education, they have been starved of both government and private investment commensurate with the increase in population. That is, the increase in population has taken place, and the growth in these areas of social infrastructure has not kept pace. Next slide. There have been rising deficits. The biggest concern to my mind, which we keep discussing in the Parliament, in the Standing Committee on Finance, is the growing public debt of both centre and the states. And this has been exacerbated by the current pandemic. 90% currently of the GDP is debt, central government debt, and it has been forecast that this will increase to, this will be hovering around 85.2% of GDP by 2026. Mind you, we have something called as the FRBM Act, Fiscal Responsibility and Budget Management Act, that puts the debt stock, the ideal debt stock, to be somewhere around 25% of the GDP, which basically means that we are way above it. Some people may argue that this is necessary for a growing economy to meet the credit gap, and some may say that this is becoming disproportionately creating disproportionate amount of intergenerational inequity, about which I'll be talking later. It certainly doesn't help when exchange rate also continues to fall. Job creation and employment growth also not commensurate. Reforms in agriculture, manufacturing sector, and education has not happened the way we had envisaged in 1991. And all these has resulted in asymmetries and inequities. Asymmetries is a continuing process. Inequities at points of time have actually, if you plot it on a graph, it has actually increased. Not just economic inequity, it is opportunities inequity, it is social inequity, it is inequity in skill levels, inequity in the labor market, several such inequities. I have dealt about some of these in my book. Here I will be just speaking about a few of these crucial inequities that is probably going to create a problem for the society as a whole, because I think social stability is dependent on how we handle these inequities, and for that the asymmetric growth in various areas have to be addressed. Next slide, please. Yeah, so this is the graphical representation of what I mentioned. We can go to the next slide. A key area that has been hurt by this LPG model has been the distribution of income and wealth. Before 1991, India's per capita income stood at rupees 6,270, and in 2021, it stands at about 1 lakh at constant price. Very good. But the income inequality was initially declining between 1961 and 1991. That has now risen after 1991. This is a shocking admission of fact that while we have increased the size of the cake, the distribution, the trickle down has not happened the way probably we wanted, and that's what we talk about, inclusive growth. In 1991, the top 1% possessed 10.4% of total income. And in the middle 40% had 44.9%. And 2019, without taking into consideration the effect of the pandemic and unemployment, the top 1% now controls 21.7%, and the middle 50%, middle 40% control only 29.7%. This will be very stark when I bring you the graphs in the next slide. The top 10%, now this is, I was talking about top 1%, now I'm talking about the top 10%. The top 10% has also had its control of income from 34.1%, it has increased to 56.1%, and the bottom 50%, which are the poorest, had the sharpest fall, a drop from 22.2% to 14.7% in this time frame. So you can see that the gap between the rich and the poor, the slabs who control, whose income levels have increased between 1991, 2020, 21, you see the gap is increasing. And the gap has increased substantially now to create a very high level of what we call as Gini coefficient. As far as wealth, this was the income that I was talking about. Now, if I talk about wealth, the possession of wealth by the top 1% only rose from 11.9% in 1961 to 16.1% before the absolute liberalization took place. But from 1991, when the liberalization took place, the same 1% owned 42% of the wealth in 2020. On the other hand, the proportion of wealth of the bottom 50% fell from 12.3% in 61 to 2.8% in 2020. Can I have the next slide, please? So you can see in these bar charts that the gap between the gray colored bars are 1991 positions and the green color shoots are 2019. You can see that the gap between the percentage of share between the bottom has decreased. You look at the position on the first portion of the graph, and the last bars, we can see that this income inequality has actually widened substantially. Next, we go to the next charts give me about wealth inequality. You can see a similar position here. In fact, it is probably much more starker here. Next slide, please. Now, if you look at the consumption, the purchasing power of the Indians, it has rose drastically from the end of the 20th century as a result of the LPG. The objective became more geared towards economic participation and consumption. In 1991, per capita PPP stood at $1,173. By 2019, it had become approximately 7,000. Indians had far more capability in their power to spend. The limit how much they could spend also closely followed. The cost of living, however, had been rising over a period of time, symbolized by the rate of inflation. But overall, I would say that the consumption had increased, except for the last, as I said, 7 years, where we reached I think one of the lowest consumption figures in about 45 years. Some people do question the data, but I think the consumption has decreased. Next slide. The CPI, which quantifies the cost in a particular basket of goods for households over time, has also risen on year since 2012, as recent as September 21, when the pandemic took its toll. The index to 163.20. It's not as drastic it was in 1991 following the economic crisis, but its steady rise means that the actual extent to which Indians can spend and not regard job stability as a main priority is not as large as other developing countries, or by comparison to the developed economies of the world. So we are doing good, but we are not doing something very good in terms of being an emerging economy compared to the rest of the world. Next slide. This is how we have done so far. Next slide, please. Now, then the question of opportunities, the asymmetry in opportunities, that is access to employment and to access to jobs. Here we see between 1983 to 94, when reforms had just come through, the annual growth rate of employment was 2.04%. Whereas following the reforms from 94 to 2004, it was 0.98%. That means the growth of jobs is not taking place to the desired extent. And if we do granulate this particular data, desegregate, then we find that the jobs were created mostly in construction, finance, transport, storage, and communication. And that has actually increased the size of the cake. That has created jobs. That has given jobs to few people, but that's not enough. The primary sectors which employed and continue to employ the largest number, agriculture, handloom, textiles, mostly in the informal sector, they still languish. Many of these sectors which have grown are capital intensive. They have been capital intensive and skill intensive as well, both which were lacking. We have addressed these concerns much later, and therefore there is this lag that has happened between jobs requiring certain skills and educational level, and the education not really supplying those skills and supplying that level of competence. Next. The growth from 91 had pushed for greater employment, but was not able to create advanced jobs that I talked about. And the pandemic has only worsened this situation, because the informal workers now have rushed to the rural areas. You find increasing demand for allocation in the NREGS, the rural job guarantee scheme, which is a self-selection scheme. It's a self-employment. It is not a employment which even the higher levels of informal sector were providing before the pandemic. So as far as employment is concerned, asymmetries in employment are concerned, it is huge and stark as of now compared to what it was in 1991. Next. So you can see if you leave aside the pandemic period, but you can see that the employment rate has not been increasing as much as to match with the growth of the economy, the size of the cake, and therefore it's the allegation of a jobless growth that has often been spoken about in the Indian context. Next. Now, if we talk about investment, in investments, the opportunity that was available, the private investment has risen significantly from around 10% to nearly 25% by 2009, and total investment rate had also risen. However, the LPG model's effect had worn off by this time. The total rate of investment as well as private investment began to decline by the turn of the next decade. So 2020-21, during the pandemic, the investment rates fell to one of the lowest level to 29.3%. And the private investment having been largely crowded out, both factors owe to both the factors are responsible for the drop in public sector investment, which has also declined to nearly 5%. So without strong, next slide please, without strong public spending or investment, the growing middle class of the country, which dependent on it, they have struggled. And they have struggled due to its lack of efficiency in development, ultimately causing private investors to avoid investment due to a lack of confidence and uncertainty, and hence the decline of foreign investment in the country in the recent times as well. This therefore hinders investment in the economy as a whole. Actual opportunity to participate in the economy becomes difficult and doubtful. The middle class, which is supposed to participate for in a much larger way, in much larger share, haven't had this opportunity so far, and this has actually dwindled to a great deal after the pandemic. Therefore, the inequity in opportunities in access to various kinds of avenues has also been affected greatly, despite the fact that we have had the kind of growth that we have been talking about, that is, the size of the cake has increased. Next slide, please. On governance asymmetry, I will just, it will be suffice to say, even have a look at the slide. The overall governance is a huge, it's a huge discipline to talk about, but I've just picked up the aspect of corruption because that's what affects the country the most. While we have opened up, while the size of the cake has increased, the efficiency and the effectiveness of distribution of this cake by a trickle-down process depends on how good the governance is. And here, I think corruption plays a very important role. We have seen that India still ranks 86 out of 180 countries by the Transparency International Corruption Perception Index. And therefore, I think this is something which is a huge cause for concern. Next slide. This is the graphical representation, how it has moved over a period of time. Can we go to the next, please? Now, this is where the asymmetries have been most stark, despite the size of the cake increasing over the last 30 years. Before 91, the government spent no more than 4% of GDP as expenditure on education. By 2011, it had only increased to 4.05%, which basically means that the fruits of growth, the fruits of increasing the size of the cake has not really, helped in improving access to education, quality of education. I'm not getting into all those details. All I can say is that if the percentage of expenditure, the expenditure on education as a percentage of GDP is an indicator, then we haven't done too well. And therefore, the existing or pre-existing asymmetries in education that existed prior to 1991 somehow continue even now. Despite the new National Education Policy 2020, there is an unmanageable ratio of teachers to students. We haven't been even able to do 1:40. The pupils teacher ratio is 30:1, and upper primary level it is 35. We have improved a little bit, but we haven't reached anywhere near the level of a developed country. And it is definitely not commensurate with the growth that we have seen in economic terms. The economic liberalization for education has failed to see substantial improvement towards educational infrastructure in the country. Now, this is where a big cause of concern comes in, because it is not just higher education, it is also the more important thing is primary and secondary education. We have the Right to Information, the Right to Education Act. We have made changes in improving infrastructure, but definitely that has not been sufficient. It is only of late that a huge push is being given to education by transforming the education sector by bringing in huge investments. What is, however, lacking is the private investment in primary and secondary education by some kind of a cross-subsidy effort. That has not really worked. Next. As far as health is concerned, the healthcare saw same rates of GDP as expenditure, never crossing 5% from 1991 to 2021. In fact, it was 0.6% in 1991, and it is just 1.1% in 2021, the last budget. So health is, despite the pandemic, despite the actually seeing the impact the pandemic had, and the way our primary health services, or even to some extent the tertiary health services, were overwhelmed by the pandemic, and the number of cases that came in cities like Delhi, the expenditure on health has been severely lacking despite our growth in economy. In the 1980s, the infant mortality rate since 1980s it has declined by 30%. The rate has only declined by 12.5% in 1990. It has declined, but it is nowhere near the best. In fact, the latest report, in one of the reports, it says that while the asymmetries are so huge between geographies, between the states, that Kerala currently matches some of the best figures in the United States, and Madhya Pradesh some of the states in some of the countries in Sub-Saharan Africa. So the asymmetries in health, access to health, as well as quality of health has been enormous. Despite the national health policies of 2017, the pandemic often saw hospitals with unbearable loads of patients to fewer doctors, and I spoke about this, and this has to change. The health infrastructure at all levels, both for primary care, for tertiary care, for super specialty care, in every aspect, the health infrastructure has suffered. The people who are rich, the richer, they are able to afford a better healthcare services, and people who are poorer are not able to afford the kind of health services that should be available to them because of the growth. In fact, the out-of-pocket expenses that most Indians have to spend, that is 2/3 of India and rural India, is close to 60%. Despite, again, the Prime Minister's, the overall health insurance scheme, the matter hasn't really improved, because whatever said and done, the insurance or an assurance scheme doesn't guarantee improvement in the health infrastructure per se. And that health infrastructure has to increase both through public investment as well as private investment. And I think the best model for that would have been a PPP model. Next. This is the health spending in graphical terms. I've spoken about it. Can you go to the next slide, please? As far as agriculture is concerned, the actual export of agricultural products has increased from 3.3% in the 80s to 8.1% in the 90s. Agro-processing has increased. The export basket actually had a major diversification. It stands 17.3%. We have had all those revolutions, so it has brought in food security. There is no doubt about it since 1991. But the asymmetries, the next slide, is that the next slide, please. The constant focus on industrialization and urbanization economy has seen a dip in agricultural sector. The essence of this particular slide is the fact that we have seen agricultural growth, but the contribution of agriculture to the GDP, the contribution of agriculture to the economy has been dwindling. That is because of a lack of reforms. The reforms are not really only in terms of changing the laws and changing the regulations, but it is actually increasing making agriculture a profitable proposition. And making agriculture a profitable proposition by subsidies alone cannot be the mode. And that is what we have not changed in the last 30 years. If we have to get private investment into the agricultural sector, then we have to think something different. And that is where the agriculturist feels that there is no point investing or no point investing in agriculture, no point being in the business of agriculture, and the migration to low-skilled jobs in urban areas has increased. Now, this is one asymmetric growth that one has to contend with very quickly. Attempts are being made, but these attempts have to be taking the farmers into confidence, farmers into a role where they feel that it is actually a profitable proposition, like industry or like any other business. Next.
Sorry to interrupt. We have exactly 8 minutes left. Thank you.
Yes, sure. Next. Next, please. Yeah. Now, as far as we had these huge issues relating to food. Now, food is not a problem in terms of destitution. The people who access to food has improved remarkably well. The distribution networks have worked very well. The use of technology to a limited extent has also improved. The irrigation has actually added the impetus that was required to produce food. Productivity has increased, but nowhere near some of the better countries in Southeast Asia itself. What has, however, continued is undernourishment. Despite the food, we still continue to have undernourishment within our population, and that's something which is an impact, which is the asymmetric impact of the growth. The distribution which has been done amongst the people, somehow it doesn't reach the people who it is actually supposed to be targeted to. There are areas where undernourishment is as high as sub-Saharan Africa. And there are areas, there are geographies where there is, of course, very low level of undernourishment. Now, these are some of these asymmetries which one has to contend with despite the economic growth that one has seen. Next. So the undernourished population between 2002 to 2018 has decreased substantially as the percentage of population who are undernourished, but it is still very high, compared to some of the other countries. In fact, it is very high compared to countries like Pakistan itself and Bangladesh, Indonesia, Malaysia. Next slide. So the food asymmetry has resulted in something that we score very low in the global hunger index, and it has been going down. Some people question the veracity of these figures, but we commensurate with the economic growth that has taken place, we shouldn't have been having this figure. We should have been, we can say that we shouldn't have been our scores should have been 40 or 45 or 50 and shouldn't have been as low as 27.5 because we have all these schemes available. But the problem is that the stunting, that is children who are low in weight or height, they continue because of food shortages. I talked about the undernourishment. The pandemic has actually opened up this can quite largely, and it is suspected that this is going to increase much more post-pandemic.
If we interrupt again, Dr. Patnaik, we have 5 minutes left.
Yes, and then the last thing that I wanted to talk about is the gender asymmetry. Now, while the growth has impacted the population, PPP has increased, per capita has increased, it has not evenly spread between the genders. The statistics is here, but I'll go straight to the labor market to say, can I have to go to the next slides, please? I'll spend this little more time on that. Next, please. Next. Yeah. So the labor force participation took off, but it was a relative national statistics. the International Labour Organization has predicted by the time in 2020, the total labor force participation rate was 46.29%. The labor force participation amongst the male and the female, which is also reflective of the gender asymmetry, is also quite stark. In fact, India's female force labor participation is one of the lowest amongst the Southeast Asian countries. So despite the economic growth, this is something which has remained, and this asymmetry seems to be increasing. And therefore, the inequity, the gender inequity is increasing. Next. So can I come to the conclusion? So so as we can see that while can you go to the slide? Next slide. Next slide. Next, please. Next, please. Next, please. Yeah. So despite the remarkable progress that we have done using the LPG model, the economic regression we have taken care of economic regression, but the regression that has happened in several other fronts, which affect society, which affect the way the society develops and the way the wealth is distributed, the way the cake gets distributed has been very uneven, and that continues to be a cause of concern. Many governance policies, many public policies designed to address this seem to have not been implemented to the extent possible, because even after 30 years, we are grappling with some of those issues. So where is the problem? The problem could be in the next slide, which the solution could be in the next slide. Can I have the next slide? I have spoken about this in Parliament all the time, that it is time to kill the GDP. And that's what Stiglitz says. The world is facing three existential crises. One is, of course, the crisis of inequality crisis, the climate crisis. I didn't talk about sustainability. I didn't talk about this thing. We are doing quite well, I can say in one sentence, but the world is not doing, and this impact will also be faced by countries like India. And then the most important thing is the crisis of democracy. It has been proven beyond doubt that democracies have done much better in economic growth compared to autocracies or despots, statistically as well. However, these are three concerns which Stiglitz says, and therefore he says that let us kill GDP and look at a new metric. And that metric could be, someone can argue that it could be the SDG, it could be the gross national happiness that Bhutan does, it could be something else. But these fault lines of inequality are going to create a problem despite economic growth or growth in the GDP. And the time is now to reset our economy, given the fact that the pandemic has really brought open some of those fault lines wide open, and therefore we could actually move ahead, reforming and looking at these issues much more closely. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Patnaik. Amlan, over to you.
Thank you. So that was a fascinating talk. I think we have time for just about one question. So there are so many things to ask, basically, because the presentation was covered so many aspects and it was extremely thought-provoking. One of the things that I wanted to ask you, and you highlighted this towards the end, the three different crises that you talked about. One is climate, the next one is inequality. So all these crises are also interrelated. So I just wanted to have your opinion about India today seems to be taking climate seriously, at least that's what we hear from the Prime Minister as well. So, but in any sort of change, there are always winners and losers. And as you have pointed out, things have gone really bad in terms of inequality. So what can we expect in terms of if we are able to make this transition? Is the blow going to fall disproportionately on the sections that have already suffered a lot? And how can we, or what would be your take on this basically?
Very good question, and in fact, this is something which is very thought-provoking. Because you see, climate is one such thing where the poor, the people who are mostly living in the rural areas, are probably going to have the least impact because culturally, traditionally, historically, it is these people who have had a kind of symbiotic relationship with nature and environment, and they survived in this manner. So when we are moving towards a net zero, and we're saying that we will have to bring in non-fossil based systems into place and have systems which do not generate the kind of carbon emissions and whatever these aspects. It is actually, I think, that's my opinion, that it is the best model for growth because it is not net zero now. It will be net positive. Because the rural areas, the people who have been living with nature, they would be actually having no difference in their life if the education, health, and the basic services are provided to them in a manner in which emission is less. So the adjustment with this particular regime of a net zero would be actually less problematic for rural areas. It will be the most problematic for people who are in the urban areas, who are spending more, who are the rich. So I have a feeling that if India adopts this model, it will be actually net positive. Net zero would be net positive.
Thank you so much, Dr. Patnaik. Unfortunately, we have completely run out of time. Otherwise, we could have had a much more engaging discussion here. So let me end by thanking you once again. I think Professor Bharaj, did you have something to add?
No, the same thing. Thank you so much. It was enlightening. It is actually a slide set which can be shared with so many students to give them an overview of.
This is such a broad spectrum to squeeze it within 30 minutes.
Thank you very much for your time and thank you very much for your thoughts.
Thank you so much. Pleasure.
All right. Good morning, everyone. This is the third session of the Global Finance Conclave. Welcome, everybody, to this session. My name is Shomodip. I'm an associate professor here at the Jindal School of Banking and Finance. We have a panel discussion for this session where the topic is on the Indian labor market, the energy for growth. We have had two thought-provoking sessions in the morning, which have laid the foundation for this particular session. So let me tell you a little bit about the conclave, and then I'm going to come to the topic of our session. As the previous speakers mentioned, we have come a long way from the 1991 crisis, but the role of labor markets is still as key as it ever was. Right? So even today, governments get elected in and out of power on issues such as unemployment, availability of good quality jobs, so on and so forth. The market for labor or the labor market is a little bit different than any other market, like the market for potatoes, the market for smartphones. The labor market is different because it actually deals with the lives of people, right? And this is why economists and intellectuals have paid a lot of attention to this particular market for decades. In fact, when we teach economics, in college level, one of the first things we teach students is the production function, right? And if you remember, the production function is two inputs, labor and capital. And then we'll say that let's hold capital constant in the short run, because the factory size cannot change in the short run, it only changes in the long run. And then we explain these key concepts such as marginal productivity and average productivity through labor. Right. So what happens when one more unit of labor is employed, and how does output change? So it's absolutely central to the study of economics. In India, the labor market obviously is as important as any other market, and it has been central to India's growth trajectory in the last 30 years. It is truly one of the main engines of growth. However, the benefits of economic growth have not been distributed evenly, and the labor market plays a central role in that. So, the inequalities in the labor market play a key role in explaining the social disparity. So let me explain the format. So this is the first panel discussion we have for the final conference. We have three distinguished speakers. The speakers will speak for 15 to 20 minutes for the initial remarks, and then we will do Q&A at the end of this session. Okay. So let me introduce our first speaker for today. We are very happy to have Professor Ashwini Deshpande, who's a professor of economics at Ashoka University. Professor Deshpande is also the founding director of the Center for Economic Data and Analysis at Ashoka. Her PhD and early publications had been on the international debt crisis of the 1980s. And after that, she has been working on the economics of discrimination, affirmative action, with a focus on caste and gender in India. She has published extensively in many journals. She's written many books, two of which are The Grammar of Caste and Affirmative Action in India. She's also the editor of several volumes and is currently editing the Handbook of Economics of Discrimination and Affirmative Action, to be published as part of the Springer series. She's also received many awards, including the 2007 VKR Era Award for Indian Economists under the age of 45. So, Professor Ashwini, we are very happy to have you. Over to you.
Thank you so much for this kind introduction, and also for inviting me to this conclave. I'm not typically never invited to finance conclave, so I guess there's always a first time for everything. I just have a few slides because it just makes the presentation easier. So I'm going to start by sharing my screen. So, in the introduction, you spoke about the labor market as the energy for growth, right? That's what you said, and so and that's also the theme of this panel. And I just want to spend a little time in looking at just the broad contours of how the labor market has evolved over the last close to 3 decades now, ever since we started the process of liberalization. So this graph goes back even before that. So there's some work that I'm doing with my PhD student, Dr. Shobka Jitendra Singh. And this particular graph was something we generated as a part of our work on female labor force participation. And this is a simple plot of increase in employment, plotted along with the increase in working age population. So the red line is the total increase in the working age population, and the blue line is the increase in employment. Right. And one of the things we see is that first point is that ever since 1980, and perhaps even earlier, the increase in employment, the level of employment has been lower than the total number of people looking for jobs. So that's just a mismatch between demand and supply all the while. But from 2004 onwards, what you see is a divergence between an increase, the rate of growth of employment and the rate of growth of the population that needs jobs. So jobs have always been fewer than the number of people who could be working potentially. I'm not saying that all of these are actively looking for. This is just the population in the working age group. And so some of these would not be working. I understand that. But this is a very rough cut to tell us that really the problem is that perhaps the labor market is not providing the energy for growth. It's a crisis of jobs overall. And you see the curve after 2004 flattening. And I think that's really the one line answer to the theme of this panel, which is that I don't think the labor market is currently providing the energy for growth, which it could, because just see the number of the increase in the population in the working age group. And this is the dividend of human capital as well as skills that Indian economy could utilize but is not utilized. So that's the sort of a broad picture. We can now look at people who are working, who are in the labor force, and just look at some aspects of returns to their productivity or their wage earning characteristics, basically wages. Now, how much do they earn? And we can look at that juxtaposing it against the structural transformation of the Indian economy. So from 1991, after liberalization, the structure of the economy underwent a big change. So what happened to the labor market? In particular, what happened to earnings in the labor market to different segments of the workforce? This is joint work with Nirali Jhaus at Azim Premji University, and it's very much work in progress. So I look forward to your questions and comments because it will help us advance this work. So, of course, we know this fact, which is from 1950, soon after independence, towards the mid-1980s, the rate of growth of the Indian economy was very low. It used to be called the infamous Hindu rate of growth of 3.5% per annum, and it seemed like a trap from which the Indian economy was not going to emerge. Around the mid-1980s, you start seeing an increase, slight increase in this Hindu rate of growth. And from 1991, after the liberalization of the economy, there has been a period of high growth, more or less. There have been fluctuations, but there's been a period of high growth until 2016. And from 2016 onwards, basically growth rate has again decelerated. Of course, there's been demonetization, there's been the GST regime change. Then, of course, there was the COVID. So there have been three large shocks to the Indian economy. But even before demonetization, you start seeing a deceleration in the rate of growth. And so that's an issue separately. Okay, but let's focus on the period when more or less the growth was high. And what you see during this period is a noticeable structural transformation of the Indian economy. So share of agriculture in the GDP went down, as would be expected, from about 29% in 93-94 to about 11% in 2017-18. Industry increased slightly, but the real driver of change of the structural transformation has been a share of services in GDP that's really shot up. And so that's really been the sort of engine of growth in India, not so much manufacturing, but really services. And one of the things that we see is the rapid decline in poverty that count ratios. Of course, we have data only till 2011, because after that there hasn't been a consumer expenditure survey, or if there has been, then we don't have the results of that. And so we don't really have up-to-date data on the poverty scenario. But certainly, the first 2 decades of high growth of the Indian economy drastically brought down the poverty incidence in the country. So, these are some sort of broad facts that we need to be aware of. So the question is then, so obviously there were benefits that growth brought to the Indian population. The question that we are interested in examining in this work that we are currently doing is, did all sections of the workers benefit from this transformation? And so what we do is we look at data from the National Sample Survey, in their employment and unemployment survey rounds, as well as their periodic labor force survey. And so we have data from 1993-94 to about 2017-18, which gives us the period of more or less sustained growth, except the last PLFS, which is being done when the growth rate already started to decelerate. And we look at individuals in the working age group. And obviously these are individuals that report any wage earnings at all. So, we assume that in some sort of work, if not only regular wage salaried work, but they are working. And one of the questions that what we are examining is, how did the skill composition of workers change by the sector of production over time? And here we are not using education as a proxy for skill. We are literally mapping occupations by skill level, right? So we take the national classification of occupations and we map them by the skill level using established methodologies. And so one is the skill composition of workers changing. The other is, how did the wages, which is sort of returns to skills or education, etc., how did the wages change by social identity, interactive skill level? So one is wages change because of skills change. The other is wages are different across social identity groups, male, female, rural, urban workers. So we look at different aspects of these social identities, rural, urban, residents, male, female, and these broad social identity groups. And then we interact them with skill level. So did the change in skill result in equivalent changes in wages for all social identities or not? Right? And so the paper has tons and tons of graphs, and unfortunately cannot bombard you with so much, but I'm just going to show you a few snapshots. And we do this analysis at looking at average wages of these groups, so average male wages, average female wages, etc. But we also look at the whole wage distribution. So certainly not my purpose to bombard you with too many graphs, but let me just show you some pictures with average wages only. And first, before I go into that, of course, I have to tell you what the skill levels are. So we basically have 4 skill levels, classify workers into 4 skill levels. So these are sort of skill buckets, rather than literally, a skill level associated with every occupation. And so, sorry, there's a bracket missing. So there should not have been a bracket. Managerial, technical, professional jobs as high skill, sales, clerical, production, operative jobs as semi-skilled, service and associate professional as low skilled, and manual labor, elementary occupation as the least skilled jobs, including what are classified as unskilled jobs. And so we get 4 skill levels, where skill level 1 is the lowest skilled occupations, and skill level 4 are the highest skilled occupations. So just to pause here and to remind ourselves that one is the issue of entering the labor force, which was the first graph that I showed, which is that there aren't enough jobs for people who want jobs. The second part that I'm showing now is people who already are working in something, whether they have regular jobs or whether they're just doing some work in order to earn a living, but they report some wage. And so very broad summary of the changes in skill composition is that in all the four sectors, agriculture, manufacturing, construction, and services, you find the proportion of skilled one workers going up over the period. So these are the least skilled workers. Right? So in some sense, least skilled workers, their representation across in all the four is increasing. Uh, if you look at the top end of the skill spectrum, which is skill 4, then it's only in services that you find an increase in the highly skilled workers. In manufacturing, actually, the proportion of highly skilled workers has gone down, right? And so is the case in construction. In agriculture, in any case, the proportion of highly skilled workers is minuscule, right? And so, where are the highly skilled workers working? They are working in services. That's the share of highly skilled workers in services is going up. So one is a broad change in skill composition. Here's just one graph of the hundreds that we have with us, and this is just looking at rural males, and this is skill premium, right? So what is the extra earning that skill 2 workers will get relative to skill 1? What's the extra earning that skill 3 workers will get relative to skill 1? And similarly, skill 4 versus skill 1. Okay? And we have it, this particular graph is showing it for rural males separately for the forecasters. So the graphs are a little bit compressed. But the story here for all the forecasters is that there's a compression in 2017, which is the skill premium that you should expect from skill 4 or skill 3. You don't really see that. You see that decline, right, over time. And that's not good news. Which means even if you put in the effort to get highly skilled in rural India, there are the opportunities that will give the right premium to being more skilled. You really don't see that for men in rural areas. So this is the rural picture. For urban pictures, I have a graph with skills. That doesn't show. That shows a basically flat curves across skill levels. So in rural area, you see a decline in the skill premium for skill 4 and skill 3. In urban India, it's more or less the same. So I didn't repeat that graph because of lack of time. But I'm showing another graph for urban males, which is the caste premium. And so focus on the red curve, which is the earnings of SC urban males relative to upper caste urban males. And so from 1999 to about 2011-12, you see a more or less monotonic decline. And then you see a slight improvement between 11-12 and 17-18, which statistically is not even an improvement, it's basically just stagnation. So basically you see the story of these 2-3 decades has been a story of, in urban India, of the caste gaps between SC males, Dalit males, and upper caste males increasing, right? And so the gaps are increasing. So that's the caste story. Just one picture. For women, we don't do separately by urban because for those of you who know this sort of technical literature, for women, the prior issue is female labor force participation. So the probability of women to be in the labor force is low, right? As we all know. And so what we do in the paper is what is called the selection. So first we estimate the probability of selection, getting into the labor force first, and then conditional on getting into the labor force, then we estimate these things. So the sample size will become small for women, and so we don't have graphs separate for rural and urban. But again, you'll find here that there's a sharp decline in the skill premium for female workers between skill 4 and skill 1. And this is occurring in the last period between 2011-12 to 2017-18. So for women now, you see one is a problem of getting into the workforce. And those women who are in the workforce, if you are highly educated relative to being, to being very low skilled, so if you have skills that are appropriate for the highest paid jobs, you really see a decline in that skill premium for women, and that's another aspect of concern about and which again sort of suggests that the labor market is not really giving us the energy for growth as we would expect. And so just the key takeaways from what I've shown you is that for rural wage workers, skill 3 workers saw no growth in traditional predicted average wages. These are all real wages, by the way. The skill gap between skills and skilled foreign workers fell over time. What I showed you was the average wage gap, but as I said, we have results also for the wage distribution, and we find the same thing. For a real daily wages, skills workers stagnated for SC, ST, and OBC between 1999 and 2018. And really, it's the skill premium that's the issue here. So basically, the flattening of the skill premium. You do see a flattening of skill 4 between skill 1 as well, but it's really the middle skill, the intermediate skilled workers. Their premium, their earnings, their premium relative to being less skilled. That's the ones that flatten. So you share also, you see increase in the share of skill 1, and some cases in services, you see an increase in the share of skill 4. So the two ends of the labor market, you at least see some increase. But in terms of the what you get by acquiring those skills, that premium is really not increasing. That's a matter of great worry, because people do put in a lot of effort and cost in acquiring skills. And the whole point is that when you do that, in the labor market rewarded that skills. The urban we talked about that story. For women, again, for skill 1 and skill 2. In any case, for the case of women, you have this famous, infamous U-shaped curve with education, which is you have higher labor force participation rates of the least skilled, least educated women and highly educated women, but a decline in the middle part. And here you see that those women who are in the labor force, if you look at the skill premium, you see that there is it doesn't pay really to be a skill 3 worker for women, because you might as well not have the skill, because your premium relative to being unskilled or very low skilled is actually declined over time. And of course, a larger question is stepping back from inside the labor market now to outside of the labor market. The big question is the decline in female labor force participation rate, and that's my work with Jitendra Singh. So just a one-line summary of our paper. We don't find the standard supply side explanations to be valid. In other words, there's a lot of focus on conservative social norms, rise in conservative values, etc. And the mainstream argument is that Indian women are either reluctant to join the labor force, or they are not being allowed to join the labor force by their families, communities, etc., because of conservatism. We don't find that. We find, in fact, using a high frequency panel data is that with the same level of conservative values, etc., sexual violence, etc., women enter and exit the labor market several times during short periods. And we have ruled out all explanations, motherhood, marriage, change in sexual violence, etc. And what really seems to explain this frequent entry and exit is the fact that there isn't enough work, there isn't enough demand for female work, female labor. And so they join the labor force when they can join it, and when they can't, they can't. And this is not seasonal. It's not as though they're going in for certain agricultural seasons and then exiting. So it's really what our paper points out is really this frequent entry and exits that cannot be explained by labor supply factors. And so the only explanation that's left, we think, is labor demand, but we are working to get a better handle on empirically proving that. But it's really, demand for female labor, as the first graph showed. Demand for all labor is in crisis, but certainly the demand for female labor is in crisis. So these were the few points I wanted to make. I think that's my last slide. Yes, and just pointing out that really the energy is missing in the labor market. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ashwini. So that is really interesting and thought-provoking, which lays the foundation for our second speaker. So let me welcome Dr. Radhika Kapoor, who's a senior visiting fellow at the Indian Council for Research on International Economic Relations, known as ICRIER. Before joining ICRIER, she worked at the Planning Commission and at the ILO. Her broad areas of research include poverty and inequality, labor economics, and industrial performance. She's also worked extensively on various facets of India's labor market, in particular the informal sector, and how technology affects work. She has an undergraduate degree in economics from Delhi University and holds a master's and PhD from the University of Cambridge and the London School of Economics, respectively. So over to you, Radhika.
Thank you. Thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of this conference. And I'm particularly delighted to be a part of this session because, we have these conversations very rarely, especially when we talk about 3 decades of economic reform. What we normally reflect on is what the growth performance of India has been, and that's the standard metric to look at what we have done over the last 3 decades. And very rarely do we ask questions about what has happened to conditions of employment during the last 3 decades. So it's great that we're having this conversation where we are focusing entirely on what's happened in the labor market and particularly to employment conditions. Now, you asked this question in your in the agenda that you gave for the conference, that how has the robust growth that India witnessed over the last 3 decades actually translated into development for the Indian population. And the link between growth and development, that link essentially translates to what's happening in the labor market. Now, the widespread view in India is that, when there's going to be faster and higher growth, that's going to translate into better paying, more productive jobs. So even now, when we're having these conversations about where jobs are going to come from, invariably people are saying, all we need is faster and higher growth and the jobs will come. But actually, that's not necessarily the case. Economic growth does not always bring about with it an improvement in employment conditions. And that is why economic growth is not the same thing as economic development. Now, economic development basically means sustained improvement in the material conditions of large masses of the population. And an improvement in the material conditions of the population will require expanding the production of goods and services on the one hand, and simultaneously increasing access of the population to those goods and services on the other. The latter can be realized only if there is increasing remunerative engagement of the population in bringing about expansion of production. So in other words, improvement in material condition occurs when people are engaged both as producers and as consumers in a process of economic expansion. And economic development, therefore, is basically economic growth with an improvement in employment conditions. And if we reflect on the 3 decades of economic reform, like you've noted, we've witnessed robust growth for most of the last 3 decades. But that economic growth has not really translated into commensurate improvements in the conditions of the labor market. And I'm basically going to show you a few statistics to highlight that. I mean, what this really tells us is that even though we have witnessed this rapid growth, we are not seeing an improvement, be it in terms of the nature of contracts people are involved in. We are not seeing an improvement in the structural transformation of the economy, be it in terms of the sectoral transformation or the transition that happens from the informal to the formal sector. So let me start with the first key stylized fact that I have, and this kind of mirrors what Professor Deshpande also showed in her first slide, which is that let's start by looking at unemployment rates. Now, if you look at the unemployment rates here, which are shown from 93 onwards up until 2019-20, so the last 3 data points are from the PLFS, and the ones before that are from the NSS's Employment Unemployment Survey. What you basically see is that if you look at the numbers, at least up till 17-18, the unemployment rate has fluctuated in the range of 1 to 2%. And so you might be, lulled into believing that unemployment is not really a problem, and there is no problem really in the labor market. But the fact is that this unemployment rate, this low open unemployment rate in India, at least up to 11-12, essentially conceals a lot of distress. It conceals a lot of underemployment and engagement in low productivity work in the Indian economy. It's only after 11-12 that you actually saw a big jump in the open unemployment rate. The 17-18 data was, of course, a huge inflection point here when actually the issue of jobs and unemployment became captured the imagination of the popular discourse in India. But if you look before that, the open unemployment rate has been very low. The numbers, of course, for the 15 plus, that's the the entire working age group are pretty low. But if you look, the problem of youth unemployment has actually been festering in India for a while. And that number, even back in 93, 94, was close to 5%, and that's steadily been increasing. And while I don't show it in this graph, even underlying within the category of youth, it is the youth, the educated youth, which actually have the highest unemployment rate. So what ends up happening is that, basically, because people cannot afford to remain unemployed in India, many of them will find themselves compelled to engage in low productivity work, create work for themselves, either by being self-employed or engaging in casual intermittent work. So that translates into a low open unemployment rate. It's the educated and the relatively better off who cannot, in fact, afford to remain unemployed. They have the high unemployment rate. And that's what is reflected in these statistics. And in fact, to a large extent, the big jump that you see in the open unemployment rate in India after 11-12 is essentially a function, one, of larger new entrants in the workforce, and also the fact that they are more educated. And these people will wait it out in the labor force till they actually find these better paying jobs that they feel are commensurate with their educational qualifications and skill levels. So while that doesn't entirely explain the jump after 11-12, but this is part of the reason for that jump. Now, like I said, if you look at the numbers from 93, 94 to at least 11-12, the open unemployment rate, because it's low, you might think that there isn't much of a problem. But actually, looking at this metric is inadequate to understand the distress that is there in the labor market. One needs to dig a bit deeper to understand what the conditions of the employed are. Now, when we want to look at what the conditions of the employed are, what the NSS and PLFS do is that they allow us to study what the decomposition of the employed is by their employment status. And they basically provide us broadly with three categories: the self-employed, the regular salaried work, and the casual. Now, like I said before, the self-employed and the casual work, to a large extent, reflect a lot of underemployment, because when people are not able to find regular salaried jobs, they either quit work for themselves or they go into this casual intermittent work. Now, if you just look at the first table on the top, at first glance, what you're really seeing is that even 3 decades after liberalization, large part of the workforce is still engaged either in self-employment or casual work. In fact, in the period between 93, 94 and 4-5, you hardly see any increase in the share of regular salaried work, which is really the best kind of work if you were to do order the various types of work arrangements that are there in hierarchical order. And both self-employment and casual employment remain predominant. It's only after 2004-5 that you start seeing some improvement in this distribution of workers by their employment status. So you're seeing some small increase happen from 4-5 to 11-12 in the regular salaried work. And of course, between 11-12 and 17-18, we saw a big jump in the share of regular salaried work, which was the only positive development that was there in the 17-18 data amidst the background of that high open unemployment rate, which we had seen after 45 years. So there has been some improvement when you look at this first table on top vis-a-vis the composition of the workforce, which tells us that the share of regular salaried work has increased. But actually, if you dig a little bit deeper now into what's happened into this category of regular salaried work, which is the best kind of work that is pretty much out there, you see that actually things have not been that great. So what the NSS and the PLFS allow us to do is also they provide us with details on access to social security of these regular salaried workers. And what we compute is what is the share of regular salaried workers who have access to at least one social security benefit. And these workers, it's either called protected employment or it's called regular formal work. And if we look at that share, that despite the fact that we've seen this big increase in regular salaried work after 11-12, you're actually not seeing a very big increase in the share of regular protected employment. So though people are getting regular salaried work, this work is increasingly not one which is providing them with social security. The share of regular protected work, protected employment has not increased very much. If you then dig deeper into this category of regular protected employment or regular formal work, and you try to see what has happened to the quality of employment or the conditions of work, and you basically look at it in the context of decent work or good jobs that the ILO talks about, Here too, what you find is that there's actually, forget improvement, it's actually a deterioration which is happening. So if you look what is the percentage of regular protected employment that has access to social security benefits that are captured in the NSS and the PLFS, so BPF, pension, gratuity, healthcare and maternity benefits, you see that that share has actually declined quite sharply. So these are the best contracts within the category of regular protected employment. So that share has been declining. If you see at the bottom right corner tells you what has been the duration of the contract. So that tells you something about the security of your job. What you find again here, I don't know if this is visible, but this is basically the share of contract types by contract duration, once again within regular protected employment. And what you're seeing is that there is a very sharp decline in the share of written job contracts which have a duration of more than 3 years. And concomitantly, you've seen a big increase in the share of those contracts, those regular protected employment jobs which have no written job contract. So what this is basically telling you, and this is also something which is mirrored in the ASI data, which I'm not showing here because it's just information overload, is that although the category of regular salaried work in India has increased after 4-5, and bulk of that improvement happened after 11-12, within the category of regular salaried work, there's been a hollowing of contracts. The kind of jobs that have been created are not stable, secure, good jobs. They're just jobs which basically provide you a steady income flow as opposed to those where you have to go and you get your wages on a daily or an infrequent basis. So, the bottom line really is again here that despite witnessing these 3 decades of robust economic growth, you don't see an improvement in the conditions of employment vis-a-vis the kind of contract, a commensurate increase in the conditions of employment. The other thing which is really of interest is, and this is of particular interest because when we talk about economic growth, what Lewis tells us is that when we have this process of economic growth, you will see people moving from the traditional to the modern sector. And you will also see movement which will be happening from the informal to the formal sector. And clearly, after witnessing the kind of growth we did, we've expected a lot of transition to happen from the informal to the formal sector. Here, first to explain what informal employment really means. Informal employment is basically broken down into 2 components. One is the employment that is there in the informal sector, and the second is the informal employment that you have in the formal sector. And this basically derives from the International Conference on Labour Statistics definition of informal employment and informal sector, where they say that it's not just enough to look at the employment which is in the informal sector, that's an enterprise-based definition of informality, but we also have to look at a job-based definition of informality, which is whether somebody has access to social security benefit or not. Now here, what the graph on the left-hand side is telling you is that it's looking at what has happened to the share of employment in the informal sector. And if you look at this graph, you are seeing a decline in the share of employment in the informal sector. And it's gone down from about 89.8% in 1999 to 81% in 2018-19. 2019-20 is a bit alarming because we're actually seeing an increase in the share of employment in the informal sector. But of course, that's part of it is capturing the effect of COVID because the LFS data did cover the period of the first lockdown in 2019-20. So but even before COVID struck, decline has been very, very, very sluggish and not at par with the kind of economic growth we've witnessed. The other phenomena which is actually very disturbing is that if you look at the period between 1999-2000 and 2011-12, although the blue graph is telling you, the blue bars are telling you that the share of the formal sector is expanding, the share of employment in the formal sector is expanding, what the orange bars are telling you is that within this formal sector, the share of informal employment is increasing. And that actually is what I also showed you in the previous graph when I talked about regular protected employment and regular formal employment. So that has actually increased quite sharply till about 11-12. And of course, in the period after that, that has started declining. But what the blue and the orange sort of graph merge in, they're telling you is that overall, when you look at the share of informal employment in total employment in India, that proportion hasn't changed very much. I mean, way back in 2000, that number was 92%, and even today it is 90%. So when you ask the question in the agenda of this session, that has economic growth translated into economic development, has the labor market been the engine for the growth? I think the fact that despite witnessing growth rates of 89%, 90% of the workforce continues to be informally employed, either in the informal sector or informally employed in the formal sector, tells us that the labor market has actually not been that engine for growth. And I'll reflect a bit on this in the end. So when I talk about structural transformation within economic growth, one is the transition that happens from informality to formality. And the second, of course, and Professor Deshpande also spoke about this, is that you look at the sectoral breakdown of employment, because you would expect people to move from the traditional sector to the modern sector. Now, the fact remains that though the share of agriculture in employment has declined over the years, and of course, again, 1920 is an aberration over here because we were seeing a reversal of that decline in the share of agricultural employment. The decline has actually not been as rapid as we would have wanted it to be for the labor market to actually emerge as that engine of growth. And principally, the reason for this has been the fact that when people have exited agriculture, the sectors that should have done well, in particular manufacturing, that had the ability to absorb people who were exiting agriculture, and these are people with certain low skills or medium skills. The manufacturing sector there has not performed well enough to actually absorb these people. And that in large part is the whole story on the demand, the mismatch between the demand and the supply side. The one sector which has actually done well, and it performed stupendously in the period between 2004, 5 and 11, 12 is the construction sector. And 2005 and 11, 12 was a time when you're seeing a huge percentage decline in the share of employment in agriculture. You also, for the first time, saw a decline in absolute numbers engaged in agriculture. And these people basically ended up in the construction sector, where construction sees a doubling in its share from 5.6 to 10.6%. But in the period after that, again, the construction boom was also fizzled out for about a variety of reasons. So principally, the growth, when we look at the growth in GVA, that growth has come from high-end services. But these high-end services are not the ones that have the ability to absorb people who have low to medium skills. The high-end services are the ones which will create jobs for high-skilled workers. But for large masses of those who are low-skilled and unskilled, which should have ideally been absorbed in labor-intensive manufacturing. And that's what we've seen world over. I mean, we pride ourselves on our idiosyncratic pattern of structural transformation, where we have leapfrogged the phase of manufacturing-led growth. And that is actually a big cause of concern. It is why India has not been able to generate well-paying jobs for much of its workforce, because there's really no developed country, be it an early or late developing country, where economic growth has not been led by manufacturing in its early stages of development. And of course, I know that every time one says this, people will say, no, we can manage without the manufacturing sector. But I can't think of an alternative, given the educational qualifications of much of the population, of much of the working population, and also given the fact that at such low levels of income, we still have high income elasticity demand for manufactured goods. And also, unlike services, while low-end services can create jobs for some time, that we can't sustain our growth model or employment generation through that, because it's manufacturing which has far stronger backward and forward linkages with the rest of the economy. Now, before I don't have any more graphs, but I want to reflect a little bit on this issue of manufacturing and the deterioration in the contract that I showed in these statistics. Very often when we reflect on the performance of manufacturing in the last few decades, we always hear that it's because of labor laws. Labor laws in India are too rigid, and the reforms actually didn't tackle that enough, because the economic reforms of 1991, could principally tackle issues which were in the domain of the central government. Labor laws being on the concurrent list, the states had to come forward, and that's why we say that the next generation of reforms, the impetus has to come from the state governments, because that's where you will see things like labor uh, labor laws and so on, becoming more flexible. Now, it's really quite interesting here because while we do blame labor regulations for the dismal performance in the manufacturing sector, and there is a really large body of literature starting from the famous paper by Besley and Burgess, which has empirically established this. I think that the labor regulation argument is a bit of a red herring, especially in the post-reform period. Because if you actually look, in the neoliberal growth path of the Indian economy for the last 30 years, if you look at the balance between labor and capital, it's apparent that that balance is tilted towards capital. And that is reflected in the statistics I showed you, the fact that there's been very sluggish growth of regular collective employment, the fact that there's been expansion of subcontracting, there's been outsourcing to contract labor, there's been decreasing influence of organized labor. And what's the precarity of these contracts? The fact that the labor market has become more insecure in this period of neoliberal growth obviously has an impact on the productivity of labor. Because, just to one statistic, if I look at the PLFS data, and for the last 3 years, if you calculate what is the share of workers who have access to all available social security benefits and have a written job contract for 3 or more years, that number is a little over 2% of the total workforce. Now, if most of your workforce is going to be engaged in such precarious and vulnerable contracts, where will there be an incentive for either the firm or the worker to actually invest in each other, in particular firm-specific human capital? So that obviously has implications on worker productivity. So the discussion on labor regulations, which has kind of attracted so much attention in this reform period, I think we need to rethink that. We do have the 4 codes on labor. They don't actually address this problem adequately to my mind. Of course, they're not even in effect yet. But apart from the introduction of fixed-term contracts, it doesn't appear that they do much to tackle any of these problems. The other issue I think is that, it is also sort of the undertone of Professor Deshpande's talks. One big failing visibility of the labor market and combination of growth in the post-reform period is that we have not invested enough in education. Because though we see, whenever you talk to chambers of commerce or you're talking to employers, they always say that labor is not skilled, that they are not employable. So there is a problem of education and skilling there. As well, we haven't invested in it adequately. Even if you want to do labor-intensive manufacturing, your workforce has to have some basic level of industry literacy. So we need to invest. So, let me rephrase it. Labor is India's comparative advantage. We should have well on things like labor-intensive industrialization in this period. But we haven't, because we actually haven't invested adequately in our labor such that our comparative advantage became a competitive advantage. Be it in terms of investment in education and skilling, and here also the design of skilling programs becomes important, but also in terms of providing them stable and secure contracts. Labor has largely been treated as a commodity or a mere factor of action, and the idea is that how do you squeeze labor? How do you lower labor costs? The fact is that depressing their wages, reducing their incomes, deteriorating their conditions of employment doesn't help very much, either in terms of increasing their productivity or in terms of creating demand for the Indian economy. And that domestic demand is very important in the Indian economy, given that our growth model has actually never been exporting. So labor, particularly those at the bottom of the income distribution, do need to be that engine of growth. And I don't think there's a quick fix to that. But I think we have to stop believing that the top 10% in the formal sector can alone generate, sustained growth for the Indian economy. We'll stop with that.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kapoor. So that was thought-provoking. In addition to what Professor Ashwin said, so in the interest of time, let me keep the introduction of the last speaker to a minimum. So last speaker, and by no means the least, is Professor Deepanshu Mohan, who is an associate professor of economics and is the director of the Center for New Economics at the Jindal School of Liberal Arts and Management. So over to you, Deepanshu.
All right, can you hear me? All right. Thank you so much, Shomadeep, Ashish, and Amlan for having me to be part of this fascinating discussion. I think a lot has been said. What I want to do is start by just very briefly bringing out some reflections from two studies that recently a few of us were engaged in as part of a collective within the center. Of course, the rest of the team members can't be here, so I'm presenting on behalf of them. One is a more of a field study based on looking more specifically at industrial corridors within the NCR region. The area we were looking at was Wazirpur and Summit and Vadli. These are the two areas which were developed in the early 90s as industrial corridors to allow more industries to set up factory units and workshops, mostly in areas around steel and plastic, and in other medium scale enterprises. And these areas have now sort of seen a huge change, of course, from early 90s in terms of mobility of workers to the way in which the landscape of work has evolved. So the first, instead of going about two or three, but I just saw a couple of clippings from the video essays we have sort of compiled archiving our work. And the other study I'll sort of introduce as I move to the presentation. Somebody just confirm if you can hear the video once it's on.
मेरे पिताजी मतलब आज से लगभग 34 साल पहले यहाँ पे आए थे और उन्होंने पहले स्टार्टिंग में आके यहाँ पे काफ़ी रेलवे स्टेशन पे जैसे जैसे नॉर्मली माइग्रेंट्स आते हैं अपने रेलवे स्टेशन पे मतलब इधर उधर गुजारा किया रेलवे टाइम फिर वहाँ पर सोचते हैं कि जब नहीं सरकार पूरी तरह से कर पाई तो उन्होंने अपने रहने के लिए कुछ ऐसी व्यवस्था की कुछ जो कॉलोनीज थी अनऑर्गेनाइज थी पर वो जंगे होगा उन्होंने रहना स्टार्ट किया। गवर्नमेंट ने सारी उनको जो जितनी फैसिलिटीज दे सकते थे वो कर देगा डिवाइड में बाकी कर देगा। और अब हम यहाँ पर मैं मेरा यहीं बॉर्न हुआ है जैसे कि हम बांग्ली दिल्ली में क्षेत्र लगता है हमारा और काफी टाइम से रह रहे हैं और ये सब से मतलब इसमें हमको अब मतलब आती है बहुत सारी डिफिकल्टीज पर हम उसको एजुकेशन लेवल पे अपना हैंडल कर रहे हैं इसको कोई वो नहीं है। पर हाँ बहुत सारी डिफिकल्टीज भी आती है जिसमें पॉलिटिकल चीजों को वहाँ पर देखना चाहिए कि हमको और चीजें मुहैया कराई जाए कि जो हमें प्रॉब्लम आ रही है वो चीजें अब रेक्टिफाई करो उनको रेक्टिफाई हो नहीं रही है। हम ताकि एजुकेटेड हो चुके हैं पर अगर हम चाहें जो अपनी मर्जी से करना चाहते हैं तो वो मिल नहीं रहा है। ये जी बाद में जब को 30 साल से ऊपर हो गए बसे हुए और यहाँ पे ज्यादातर लोग हमारे पूर्वांचल के लोग रहते हैं मोस्टली लोग रहते हैं जो कि यहाँ पे मजदूरी करते हैं फैक्ट्री में वर्क करते हैं और अपना रोजी रोटी चलाते हैं। यहाँ पे कैसे भी सारे बहुत ऐसे लोग भी हैं जो कि फैक्ट्री में काम करने के बाद भी अपना घर का खर्चा नहीं चला पाते, उसे भी मंगवाना पड़ता है पढ़ाइयों के लिए बच्चों के लिए और अपने उसके लिए। इस तरह के लोग पुअर क्लास के लोग क्लास तो अभी जो यंग जनरेशन है मैं उसको 3 कैटेगरी में ठीक है जो जस्ट 12th पास करती है और वो जॉब के लिए इच्छुक होते हैं क्योंकि फाइनेंशियल कंडीशन ठीक नहीं होती। और एक वो है जो जॉब के साथ साथ अपने गोल्स को अचीव करने के लिए बहुत डिफरेंट इंडस्ट्री है। कोई स्पोर्ट्स में जाना चाहता है क्योंकि सपने तो सबके हैं चाहे वो सॉल्व कर रहे हैं उसके उनके सपने अपने अलग अलग हैं। कोई स्पोर्ट्स में जाने की कोशिश कर रहा है, कोई हायर सर्विसेज सिविल सर्विसेज उनमें जाने की कोशिश कर रहा है, कोई फैशन की और आजकल यूट्यूब ट्रेंड में वो उसमें जाने की कोशिश कर रहा है पर उनको नहीं मिल रहा। और एक जनरेशन वो है जो एक मैरिज के मतलब टाइम पे है वो है तो यंग बट वो इतना इतनी क्लोज है कि आजकल तो सेटल होने की तैयारी है, वो सेटल होने की तैयारी में है, तो उसको वो जॉब जॉब मिल रही है उसको, वो चाहना चाहता है कि जो भी कैसी भी जॉब हो वो मिल जाए, क्योंकि जो प्रेशर प्रेशर इतना क्रिएट हो रहा है ना, फाइनेंशियली बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम आ रही है। आदमी में यहाँ पूरा बगल में सिटी कॉलोनी है, वहाँ के लड़के यहाँ के बहुत गंदगी फैलाते हैं। यहाँ पर हमारे यहाँ कहीं अवैध कार्य चल रहे हैं, यहाँ पर जैसे कि सट्टा हो गया, ये दारू बेचना, ये सब काफी चीज हमारे एरिया में है। और इसके कारण यहाँ के जो यूथ है नशे में ज्यादा दौड़ रहा है उधर की तरफ, पढ़ाई की तरफ एजुकेशन की तरफ कम जा रही है। उनमें सबसे ज्यादा यूपी बिहार के सबसे ज्यादा वर्ग।
Okay. I'll move on to the other one. So the first video which I showed was talking about the young new migrant workers that are getting based in Wazirpur, Badli. This one will talk a little bit about the women workers who stay.
पहले कोठी में काम करती थी, अभी भी कर रहे हैं कोठी में काम। मैं मेरी मजबूरी था, बहुत परेशानी थी मैं हर चीज से नहीं, तो आदमी अभी हमारा ऐसा है कि मेरे को एक पैसा नहीं दे रहा था, तो मैं छोटे छोटे से लेके मैं कोठियों में काम करने लगे। फिर उसके बाद करते करते मेरे पास जिस समय मैं ससुर से निकाल दिया घर से बाहर, तो सिर्फ मेरे बदन पे एक कपड़ा था, मेरे एक बर्तन था, बर्तन तक नहीं मिला मुझे। ऐसी मजबूरी से निकले कि मैं किराया पर लगे। उस समय किराया पे तब 1000 रुपये 500 रुपये में किराया चलता था। रात रात जब किराया से बढ़ा गया तो मेरी मजबूरी था, तो उस समय मेरे आदमी ने मेरे से पुलिस वाले से घूस लिया, घूस लेके मुझे गाँव छोड़ा। गाँव छोड़ने के बाद तब फिर हम आए 2 साल 6 साल पे आए मैंने, 6 साल पे आए हैं, फिर अपना छोटे बच्चे लेके कोठी में करने लगी काम। हाँ, गोदी में दोनों बच्चे लेके जाती थी, कोठिया में सुला दे, सुला के बाद काम करती रही। कोठी वाली 4 बातें सुनाती थी, आपके बच्चे सुते नहीं रहे हैं, ये कर रहे हैं, मैंने अपनी मजबूरी परेशानी अपना सुना के कोठी वाले से तब हम करने लगे, तो करने दिया मुझे काम। तो मैंने 800 रुपये में काम करने लगी, 800 रुपये में करते 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 1000 रुपया हो गया। हाँ, ऐसे 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 अपन गृहस्थी बनाए मैंने, और तन बर्तन सब ऐसे मैंने लिया। फैक्ट्री में काम करना, पावर मशीन चला के सब करता है, 7 घंटे देते आप अपना रात दिन 12 घंटे लगा के मेरे पैसे मिलते हैं। काम काफी है हमारे एरिया में, पैकिंग का है, सर्कल काम है, चार चक्की काम है, काफी बहुत सारे काम है। गैस वगैरह का पाइप वगैरह बनता है, तेल वगैरह तोड़ते हैं, काफी सारे काम है। हमें ठेकेदार से मतलब होता है, ठेकेदार मालिक ठेकेदार पैसे कब दे रहा हो हमें कुछ पता नहीं होता। हम जाते हैं तो हमें ठेकेदार से बात करते हैं, वो हमें बताते हैं कि आपका इतना इतना पैसा होगा, इतना को करना है। यहाँ पे आए कैसे कि गाँव से मैं, जब मेरी शादी हुई थी मैं गाँव से आए, गाँव से मेरा ससुर यहाँ लेके आया, यहाँ लेके आया तभी एक मकान आए, 2 मंजिल बनी थी, यहाँ आने लगी। तभी वहीं से बता रहे थे कि मेरे ससुर यहाँ से भगा दिए मुझे। हाँ, यहाँ से भगा दिया, अब तुझसे यहाँ से भागे तब से मैं झटके खाई जाएगी। यहाँ मेरा नंद लाई, मेरा प्रसाद देके मैंने इसके बाद में अभी भी वही कोठी में काम कर रहे थे, इसके बाद फैक्ट्री में करने लगे, गैस के पाइप वाला काम कर रहे हैं, 6500 रुपये मिल रहा है। हाँ 6,500 मिल रहा है और छुट्टी के पैसे जो होते हैं उसके पैसे काट लेते हैं। लड़की भी काफी ऑटो काम करेंगे, लड़कियां भी होती हैं तो लड़की को तो कुछ नहीं करना होता है, अपने बैठ पे चेयर पे और स्टील होती है जिससे हाथ वगैरह भी काफी बनते हैं, ले आते हैं स्टील वगैरह वो काट के हमें दे देते हैं और नीचे बैठ के बस काटते हैं। हाँ उसमें हमारा खतरा भी होता है कहीं हम करंट मार दे या हाथ लग जाए तो रिस्क लेने के ऊपर होता है। ऐसे किसी को तनख्वाह में रखते हैं, तनख्वाह मतलब होता है कि तुम्हारा सैलरी आप घंटे का रहेगा और जो टारगेट का होता है वो चाहेंगे 1 घंटे का कितना को दे रहे हो उसके ऊपर होता है। 1 घंटे के हिसाब से पैसे देते हैं और माल काटने के हिसाब से भी देते हैं। अगर 1 किलो का जितना उनका 1 किलो में दार आओ तो इस तरह से करते हैं, इस तरह से काम होता है। बोले हम लोग लेडीज है तो हम इतना तो कर नहीं पाएंगे इसलिए हम लोग पहले कोचिंग में कर रहे थे मेरे साथ साथ तो अब प्रैक्टिकल लग गया। पढ़ना तो मैं बहुत चाहती थी लेकिन वैसे आठवीं क्लास ही पढ़ी थी, मंझी मंझी क्लास से पढ़ाई छोड़नी पड़ गई। पापा शराब वगैरह पीते हैं, मम्मी काम करती रहती है, मम्मी को देख के पढ़ाई छोड़ के और काम में लग गई, हाथ में जाने लगी। तो फैक्ट्री में काम पड़े हटके करना पड़ा सबसे ज़्यादा, जैसे कि वीकेंड्स पे करना पड़ेगा तो उसके लिए सब पैसा चाहिए होता है, उसके लिए इतना पैसा है नहीं हमारे पास, तो इसी वजह से हम अभी यही काम कर रहे हैं। सब स्टील लाइन में सब चलाते हो सेट पर काटते हो।
Okay. I'll maybe just pause the video in here and just bring a few of the reflections from what we have done in one of our other studies, which is more of a macro reflection on trying to understand how access to basic services, particularly in case of social and economic security for workers, have been affected. A lot has been said already in terms of giving a macro snapshot on the structural orientation of India's complex and but stratified worker scenario. What I wanted to bring in through these videos and also, express was that the scenario as you go on the field brings out layers of complexities and interconnections that are very important, more for a pedagogical and methodological understanding. And my reflections in the next, 8 to 10 minutes is more about how, as scholars, somewhere we also need to take a good hard look whether in the larger space of labor studies or looking at understanding worker issues, are we sort of doing justice in expanding the line of our inquiry beyond certain binaries of looking at conceptual categories. So before I get into the specifics of the form and design and the content of the methodological or pedagogical insight, in one of the studies we recently did, we tried to create an index which sort of takes the conversation away from looking at growth centric or a distributive set of looking at growth to development, discourse, whether additional growth is sort of translating into economic well-being or social well-being. Here we were looking at trying to understand access as a key measure in four terms: approachability, availability, appropriateness, and affordability, where we look at access as a broader conceptual category and try to look at various pillars within that. So within different pillars of health, education, socioeconomic security, and legal recourse, we looked at within one of the pillars, which I think might be relevant for the conversation we are having, is to look at socioeconomic security, where we had 3 subcategories within this pillar of financial security, and there was different indicators within this chosen from different sources and available from public accessible databases of financial security, economic security, and social security. These are the three we feel are in most discussions also most relevant for workers and also determining the degree of their economic and social vulnerability. And The purpose of looking at some of these was to then get a better sense of how states across India and union territories are performing on each of these pillars. So within the socio-economic security pillar, we observed that states like Goa, so the northeastern states, were doing relatively better, but states with better governance standards, which were doing better on other areas around access to housing, sanitation services, drinking water. Most of those states were doing reasonably well on socio-economic security pillar as well. States which were sort of geographically smaller, of course, were showing better results based on the way we were sort of constructing the data. But if you look at many states like Uttar Pradesh, Bihar, from where most workers are sort of moving into these states are largely doing far worse off. One of the such indicators that we sort of looked at was seeing financial penetration of services. I think recently the State Bank paper, which has been much critiqued, has tried to sort of use data on banking as a way to understand how quote unquote formalization is taking place. But the amount of presence of formal banking did have a role to play in which workers felt more secured or unsecured in the way they manage their consumption preferences, savings, and other parts of household requirements. So this was just one of those things. I mean, the studies are out in the public domain for anyone to sort of look into the data and its sources. So I don't want to spend too much of time talking about that. But as I said, for a pedagogical and methodological scrutiny, I feel that sometimes in our discourse and conversations, our focus is too much vested on structural transformation being one of the sort of cornerstones of our thinking in economic policy, particularly when it comes to not just the labor market, but generally seeing transformation of workers from one sector to other sector of the economy. Now, 30 years ago, most reforms of the early 90s or late 80s were largely urban centric. They were sector specific, but more importantly, they were capital centric. They weren't agency specific, they weren't worker centric in largely any terms. So naturally, the consequences of that is well explained and lucidly brought out in Professor Deshpande and Dr. Kapoor's work, as they've already highlighted, the nature of work contracts, the nature of skill composition, the sort of dilution of skill premium that we are seeing over the last few years. A lot of that is a consequence of the way in which our sort of thinking paradigm has been so much centered around looking at certain specific sectors that we want to boost, develop, given the fact that the bulk of the population stays in rural areas, they are engaged in agriculture, they are interested in exploring manufacturing industry, but these spaces haven't really got the space to grow. What we definitely need is a better focus on structural understanding, as I would argue, than structural transformation. Without structural understanding, talking about transformation is a far sort of a step forward. So embracing complexities and exploring interconnections, I feel, is sort of the first way to think about form, content, and design of labor markets, particularly talking about labor markets in specific. And the design element, and this is where I think it's important to talk about, there is progressive realization made in terms of understanding the binaries that are affecting the worker landscape. The unorganized, organized, secured, unsecured work, formal, informal dichotomy, gender-based divisions, rural-urban divide. A lot of literature is available on this. I think there's a lot of work, even as a graduate student, when I was explored to a lot of the literature in context to not just India, but generally developing countries. There were many studies. A lot of us, we keep going back to these studies time and again when we sort of sharing papers for journal publications in review stages. What we get to get a less perspective on in this regard is the visibility of the presence of the state and its invisibility in the way in which workers are working. So Wazirpur and Bhatti, the National Capital Region, right to the north of Delhi, well connected in fact in terms of metro and other sort of areas in terms of public transport as well. You can leave aside other areas where you might have other situations to be far more bearing. Bahama and Narela, for example, are far worse connected. But there's less sort of a geographic understanding of what we're talking about, because the nature of work and its location is very central to understanding how the work is shaped, and the preferences of work is shaped, and how the conditions of work are also moving. So, looking at just talking about gender or categorizations of our formal and unsecured category sometimes leads us to be focused a lot on the macro sort of context, missing out on the micro reality. So you saw in the video essays that I was just showing in the Philippines, how in conditions of slums, like settlements, within industrial corridors, the requirements of expenses for communities living there, the nature of role of debt payments, healthcare requirements, facing abuse and addiction, all of that is significantly affecting the population which is based out there. Now, this is largely the population which is migrated from one space in different rural sectors to the city in search for better jobs. So the aspirational class and its aspirational structures are also changing and very rapidly. And these meta intersectionalities in the argument in the work that we sort of also documented are very, very integral. And I think they should be far more prominent in the way that we move around with our sort of design, in the way we model methodologically and institutionalize. And this is just, again, as a conversation, I'm saying this is a larger conversation for scholars interested in working, not just in labor economics per se, but in the field of development studies, where the focus on workers need to be at the center. In terms of policy application.
Sorry to interrupt. We have exactly 2 minutes left. Maybe we can push it.
Okay, all right. No, 2 minutes is fine, Ashish.
Thank you.
So, policy application, we see that, as I said earlier, nature and location of work and wages and the wage composition is very integral in looking at how access is not so just defined but also measured. And the way we are seeing it, at least from most of our field work, that when we're talking about respondents, so for this particular study, our sample size over ethnographically over 100 in terms of workers from different areas. Wazirpur itself, we spoke around 100 workers, Badli around I think 60 workers there. So even if we get like a common talking point, access to basic amenities and socioeconomic stability is central to the way a community is not just willing to migrate, but also settle down in a particular settlement and move forward. On the content part, and this is more important in micro, analytical frameworks and studies, I feel that a lot of a discussion is going on too much in terms of looking at jobs per se, but the quality of jobs, the composition of wages in those jobs tend to be sometimes not focused extensively. And one of the reasons for that is that maybe the compliance with minimum wage laws is still well established in India as it is in sort of much of an advanced and developed world. It's very difficult when you want to see the essence in specific ranges in organized wage work. And that's more than 81% of the working population. So we do need an idea, right, on what is the range in which the unorganized work is coming. What do wages represent or mean to workers is something which one of the videos talked about, how consumption preferences are very different. Savings are no longer the main focus of families who are migrating into settlements. They're also into other areas like the YouTuber generation or the role of smartphones, where most young workers are spending extensively on these units. So somewhere, I think on nature of work contracts, this has been already highlighted, so I don't want to spend too much of time. But on the last point is on the sociological assessment of union, deunionized and community-enabled scenarios for workers. I think we do need a community-based understanding of how certain communities, whether it's daily wage workers of Lucknow or Pune's auto rickshaw or steel workers of Wazirpur, where we've engaged,
it's very important to see how the presence of union, the limited presence of unions, and the more extensive presence of community support have supported, better conditions of work. I'll stop here, and of course, we'll sort of take the conversation forward.
Thank you very much, Dipanshu. That was very, very interesting. The interviews that you showed are really thought-provoking. So it wraps up this wonderful session. I want to ask the organizers, do we have any time for any questions?
We have run out of time, but because I think this session deserves some questions from audience and from you, let's push it by 4 minutes. Because I can see the speakers of the next session already in the call.
Okay, so I'll ask one question I have here. This is for Professor Deshpande from Ruchira, which asks, quantitatively, what are the demand side factors that could reduce female labor force participation in India?
So there are several. One is the belief by employers that if you have female workers, you need to provide for more facilities. You might have to accommodate maternity leave, etc. So there is a reluctance to enter into that discussion. The other is that workplaces are not female friendly, and employers are not willing to make any changes in their workplaces to accommodate the space. The main thing we also have to remember is that the division of labor that exists inside the household, where women are seen as primarily responsible for domestic chores, in some sense that can't be completely divorced from the workplace. So the fact that women have to come back and do all the domestic chores or get it done, depending on which income bracket they belong to, means that affects their ability and their that introduces special needs for women at the workplace. So you can't be working in the workplace for 12 to 14 hours if you're married, for example, or if you have a family, because who's going to take care of the family, right? And so in some sense, these two aspects are related. And when we push for changes, we have to push for changes at both levels. But my argument is that I'm not blind to the supply side constraints. Obviously, this is a major supply side constraint, but I think the break will come at the point of the demand side. So as more and more women get into regular paid employment, that will push for changes in norms as far as the domestic chores are concerned. So these are not separate things. They have to be linked together. There's many more. I mean, there's transportation, there is toilets, there is space for women to even eat lunch, for example, canteens where food might be available, where they don't have to cook and bring from their homes, etc., etc. So there's a whole range of issues that are important, but more of all, the domestic division of labor and the workplace division is not. These are two sides of the same coin.
All right, Dipanshu.
Yeah, very quickly. No, I absolutely agree with Professor Deshpande. And in fact, one of the things that you will observe is that the reasons why, for example, Asta and others were saying that they can only find salaried wage work and they can continue is because they cannot be engaged in daily wage work and finding daily wage work the way a lot of the male counterparts have that's time to spend because they're engaged in domestic household work from morning. So they would prefer going into regular paid work at a certain time in the day, which is in the morning. So their expectations are also very organized, even though they might be engaged in work which may have weak contracts. So there's a way in which a lot of this is coming in tandem with domestic and also sort of the extra household requirements of being seen as both women and I think male workers.
Right. So unfortunately, we've completely run out of time. So I want to thank the speakers for coming and speaking. I have many more questions, but in the end, I just want to say one thing. You said that the theme of the session is the Indian labor market, the energy for growth. Maybe there should be like a question mark in the end with the answer being no, right? So that's the evidence. So thank you very much, and back to you, online.
So we are at the end of the session. We are going to have the next session starting at 1.
Okay. Thanks very much, Shaumadeep. Thanks very much, Ashwini, Radhika, Dipanshu. You've shared some wonderful insights. I wish we had more time. I see we are still waiting for one more speaker for the next session, which will start in about 9 minutes, which is why I'm speaking right now. Otherwise, I would have just shut up and let things continue. I just want to make a quick comment. Radhika, thanks very much for bringing out the anomalies in the data. You ruffled a lot of feathers earlier this summer. A lot of us read your pieces in the newspaper. I think I have it right here. And then your conversation with Karan, quite telling, quite revealing. We were speaking with KV Subramanian, the Chief Economic Advisor, earlier today. And he's also written about something which is relevant to this session. It's quite interesting. He said he was citing one of the things he wrote in his economic survey. He says that he gives an example, very interesting one, that by the time an American firm grows to the age of 30 from 5, it has already created 7 times as many jobs. In India, the same firm, by the time it reaches 30, would create only 40% or 1.4 times. So according to KV, that's really the crux of the problem, the inability, the structural problem, inability of these small firms to create jobs, and he doesn't see a short-term fix there. So I just wanted to leave.
Well, yeah, he's done this analysis in the economic survey where he looks at the age and the employment relationship, and that basically draws from a famous paper in AER. And I think, that principally is a very important question to understand, that why is it that the small firms are not growing and expanding? And you actually see that if you look at the entire firm landscape, if you were to say in the manufacturing sector, you merge the organized and the unorganized sector, you see that there is a proliferation of large, of small and old firms, which means that over time, firms are not growing. But the reason for that, people like him argue that it's labor regulations. And in fact, in the same economic survey, he did an analysis on the impact of the labor reform in Rajasthan, which I think was very flawed. And I'm, writing a paper on that. But there's a whole gamut of factors. Because the firm landscape is so dominated by these small and micro enterprises, not even medium sized, for us to do well in manufacturing, yes, we should try and bring in more large enterprises, but you need a comprehensive cluster development policy. It has to be kind of the Japanese model as opposed to the Chinese model. Because it's not overnight these firms are going to formalize. It's not overnight they're going to become large. You need that cluster development model. And that then allows, collective efficiency in the firm size distribution to be collected in the cluster. It's not labor laws as he might have argued in his argument. That's...
Well, next time we'll try to bring you in the same session as him. He's going to be returning to academia very soon, as you probably know by now.
Yes.
But thank you very much.
Thank you.
We are closely reading your work, and it's just fascinating. Thank you.
Thank you,
everyone.
Thank you. Lovely being here. Thank you. Bye-bye. Bye, Samiti.
A very good afternoon to everybody. I hope you can hear me. I'm the session chair for the fourth session that is titled Laws, Policies and Regulations, International Tax Treaties. The title may suggest that we're looking at international tax treaties, but I shall already tell you that the panel discussion here involves not just discussion of international tax treaties, but also a very closely linked issue of investment and trade law. It is my pleasure to introduce our panel today. We have an esteemed guest speaker list here because I have a mix of practitioners and academicians from tax law, but also from investment and trade law. What is it we are seeking to do in this session? The session is for a total of 75 minutes from 1 p.m. to 15 p.m. Indian Standard Time. And what we have thought about is to structure this as a free-flowing discussion. We start with certain general questions so that our specialist and non-specialist audience can both find interest and access to the subject matter being spoken about. We then move to a very interesting, controversial issue that has been written about in the media for several years now. So even if you are a non-specialist, you've heard about the phrases tax terrorism, you've heard about retrospective or retroactive taxation, or as media would call it, Vodafone saga. So what are these issues? Why are they relevant? And of course, what we are doing today in the theme of the entire conclave itself is to look at the reforms since 1991. So the focus of this session is to look at reforms and to look specifically at tax law, but of course to also look at investment and trade law nexus to tax law. So without much more ado, I would like to introduce our speakers. We have three speakers and it's a pleasure to introduce them. The first speaker is Dr. Suranjali Tandon. She's an assistant professor at National Institute of Public Finance and Policy, New Delhi. She writes extensively on international tax law. Her specific areas of interest are international taxation, Pillar 1 and Pillar 2 proposals that are being debated at a global level. She's really involved in talking about these issues. You see her writings popular media, but also in academic journals. She's also looking at green finance and financial markets. Welcome, Dr. Tandon. I will then move to the second speaker, Ms. Pratibha Jain. Pratibha Jain is Group General Counsel and a member of the Management Committee at Everstone. She also oversees public policy and corporate affairs of the group, apart from handling the legal matters. Before joining Everstone, Pratibha was a partner at Nisha Desai Associates, which is a boutique popular tax law firm in India and abroad. She has led their M&A and private equity practice. So we have a very interesting lens coming from her decades of experience in international and Indian work that she's been involved with, not just with Nisha Desai and Epstone, but also with firms abroad, Sullivan and Cromwell, and also Goldman Sachs. Pratibha is in fact a Master's of Law graduate from University of Harvard, a Bachelor of Civil Laws graduate from University of Oxford, and a Bachelor of Laws graduate from University of Delhi. So we have someone who has world-class experience, and we are very grateful to have you as well. Our third speaker is Dr. Prabhash Ranjan, Professor Dr. Prabhash Ranjan. Is a prolific writer again on international investment law and trade law. He is working currently as professor at the Jindal Global Law School. Prior to this, he has held academic positions at South Asian University, which is an international university established by SAARC countries. He's also worked as associate professor at different national law schools prior to this, National Law University, Jodhpur, and National University of Juridical Sciences, Calcutta. He has been a visiting scholar at Brookings, India, and a visiting fellow at the Lotte Pact Center for International Law at University of Cambridge. He's been closely involved with also working for the government and advising the government, including in relation to the drafting of the 260th Commission, Law Commission report on the bilateral investment treaty model. He's now recently also been invited on the Parliamentary Committee on External Affairs to depose as an expert witness on India and its bilateral investment treaties. So I would like to kick off the discussion with, as I said, a more general question for our speakers. The first thing I want us to tell our audience is about what are the various international agreements that touch upon tax and that India has entered into, particularly since 1991. What is that they achieve for the Indian economy? Would you attribute some of the role of the expansion of the Indian economy in the last 3 decades to these treaties? So I would like to begin by talking about the tax treaties and then move to the investment treaties. So for this reason, it would be nice if Pratibha starts and then Saranjali follows up on this question. You may have to unmute yourselves.
Yes, hi Ashashita. Thank you. Thanks for the introduction and thanks for having me here today. So I think from a tax treaty perspective, we've always had the global trade agreements, we've had the bilateral investment treaties. And we've been very actively, as everyone knows, negotiating with the international community, especially the developed countries, on OECD, which is going to be very, very important for how global tax pans out, especially in respect to developing countries. I think India has taken a lead in terms of negotiations at the OECD, which we all should be proud of. But I think importantly to the question on what tax treaties we have is what has been our approach towards international tax and tax treaties. I think the lens has always been on getting more revenues and more tax revenues rather than the overall investment environment that creates. Especially for attracting investments into India. And there's been many number of times where India could have been at the forefront of getting foreign investment compared to economies we get compared to China, Korea, other developing Asian economies. And sometimes we miss the bigger picture when we are doing these negotiations and even reworking of the BITs, which I assume that Professor Arjun will talk about. If from the private investment point of view, and whenever I talk to investors globally, the tax uncertainty that India brings to the discussion and a very hard stance sometimes, and unilateral measures like equalization levy, which makes India stand out, have hampered the view that investors take of the economy. And in any deal negotiations, tax becomes the key issue for negotiations because the tax uncertainty, whether with respect to enforcement, the tax treaties, even the double taxation avoidance treaties, and the amendments that we made there, and it took a number of years of pain. Now, thankfully, they're very settled. But during that period when the double taxation treaties, avoidance tax treaties, were being opened up and amounts were being negotiated with Mauritius, Singapore, the effect, the chilling effect on investment was very evident to us because we are at the forefront of these investments, and then the government will see it after a year or two, and then thankfully we now gotten to a more stable regime there. So important thing in all these negotiations and entering into these global treaties is keeping the overall investment environment in mind.
Saranjali, if you can also add to that, do you also think that the driver for these agreements is investment? Because there is academic literature that says both arguments, that we believe that it is investment, but it may not really be. So what is your take as an economist working in international tax law?
Thanks, Ashita. I think you hit the nail on the head because this is the question that experts keep asking each other on, what a particular treaty is supposed to do for an economy. And I want to break it down into two parts, and I know that Prakash will talk about bilateral investment treaties, and I don't want to take more on that. But just to clarify that, the bilateral investment treaties were being signed to promote investments in developing countries. And the tax treaties were signed to allocate taxing rights between countries. And in a sense, that purpose has gotten reduced over time. We begin to think as if tax treaties were supposed to bring in investment. Even if at the moment we see that there are preferential rates and there's certainty to be given to the taxpayer through the tax treaty, does it really impact investments? It's a big question mark regulatory. In fact, today there is no consensus. The IMF and the World Bank cannot tell you, this is the hard line, it has a positive impact on investments. Interestingly, I had some thought experimentation in numbers with tax, with investment inflows and changes in tax treaties and bilateral investments. And I actually found that after the Vodafone and Cambridge dispute, foreign direct investment was not adversely affected. I'm willing to stick my head out on that one. But if you look at macro numbers, it wasn't really adversely affected. So in a sense, it's all about how much a country is willing to forego in terms of what it hands out to foreign investments and how it perceives its own domestic investors. And I think India is trying to strike that balance. There are approaches which also look like exceptions to the rule, for example, the equalization levy, which are looked at adversely, and there are economic reasons for that as well. For example, double taxation. But the question is that tax is not third world. So if you not use an approach which is, for the lack of words novel, you do not catch the gist. And I think where we are going today on the inclusive framework, where market jurisdictions now have agreed to regulate tax, is actually a function of us pushing ahead our proposals to say we're adding it more revenues and maybe countries will fall in line. So if we go back to Adam Smith's way of thinking, establishing neutrality in taxation between your domestic tax bills and foreign tax bills requires some tiptoeing around the international agreements and fixing the inequalities, I would say, in the legal framework to restore the level playing field. I'm just going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you. If time permits, maybe I come back to the equalization levy issue. But I would like to now ask Prabhash for his views on, so where do you see the link between tax and investment? As Suranjali says, bilateral investment treaties are premised on bringing in more investment. So if that is your view, then what do you say about the tax investment link? Why is that so important? Is it something that we have observed more recently after the Vodafone came kind of disputes going into investment treaty arbitration, or is it something that may have already been there? That's something I think our audience find interesting. Over to you, Prabhash.
Yeah, thank you, Ashrita. I'm extremely grateful to the organizers for giving me this opportunity, and it's wonderful to be part of this panel. I think the link between tax and investment arises because of bilateral investment treaties, which give investors the power to challenge sovereign regulatory measures of states before investment treaty arbitration tribunals. So, because of the ISDS provision, the investor state dispute settlement provision, which is undoubtedly the most unique aspect of international investment law, and since foreign investors have this ability to directly challenge sovereign regulatory measures, if there is a taxation measure which hurts their interest, right, and even if this taxation measure has been adopted or implemented by the relevant host state following its general regulatory measures, even then the foreign investor can challenge it as a potential breach of its investment treaty rights. And this gives an opportunity to the investor state dispute settlement tribunal to then adjudicate upon the taxation measures. So the link between tax and investment, in my view, comes in because of this feature of investment treaties. It is also true that at least the first generation investment treaties, that is the treaties that were signed in 1990s or early 2000s or even in 1980s, did not exclude taxation measures from the purview of investment treaties. So as a result, if you have not excluded taxation measures, then taxation measures are just like any other regulatory measure which can be challenged, and this is precisely what foreign investors have done. In context of India, this started with Vodafone, but if we look at it globally, it has been happening for quite some time. I mean, if we go back to the days of Occidental exploration versus Ecuador and several other cases that American and European investors have brought, and even if we look at cases under the Energy Charter Treaty, for example, there are several cases which foreign investors have brought where they have challenged the taxation measures of the state as a breach of either the Energy Charter Treaty or the relevant bilateral investment treaty. So it is because of this that there is a what scholars call as a normative dialogue between international tax law on the one hand and international investment law on the other. And this is only going to increase in my view in the future, unless or until the treaty negotiators or the countries who are negotiating these treaties want to keep tax and investment completely sort of separate from each other. We see trends towards this, and maybe we can talk about this, later in the panel. But if there is no such demarcation, then there's nothing that stops a foreign investor from drawing the link between investment and taxation. And it's a fact that the taxation policies or the taxation stand of the country is obviously a very important factor that foreign investors take into account before they decide to invest or not invest. I agree with Suranjali that whether there is a link between investment treaties and foreign investment inflows, well, that jury is still out. Perhaps we will require a separate panel to discuss or debate on that. In India, there is some evidence to suggest that yes, there is a link between the two. But yeah, one can always argue that, as she rightly said, that despite the Vodafone and T cases, foreign investment in India hasn't stopped or hasn't been adversely impacted. Yeah, so I'll stop here and then we can take this conversation forward.
Thank you very much. And I think one question to kind of retrace back for our audience would be that if we think about Vodafone and Kane, there is a refuge, as we say, to the bilateral investment treaties. So why is it that there is refuge to the bilateral investment treaties, but not to the tax treaties? Our speaker already first told us about the fact that we have an extensive network of tax treaties. We have India with 94 tax treaties. So was it that they did not have a tax treaty, or what was the disadvantage under the tax treaty? Either of Pratibha and Suranjali, if you'd like to just deconstruct that so that our audience sees what the comparative value of the investment treaty versus the tax treaty dispute resolution opportunities are like. Maybe Suranjali will start and then Pratibha can come in.
Happy to let Pratibha start. I mean, go ahead, Pratibha.
Okay, sure. So the bilateral tax treaties, really the double tax avoidance tax treaties, which were not suitable for or did not have the provisions that BIT, as Professor Ranjan mentioned, the bilateral investment treaties that we have with most of the investments had come either through Mauritius or Singapore, mostly through Mauritius at that time. And the Mauritius-India tax treaty is very robust in terms of dispute resolution mechanisms. And the interpretation of State Act included in international jurisprudence, which is well developed compared to your double tax avoidance treaties. So for including your tax authorities, including your courts, right? So in one case it was it was the tax department, in the other case it was Supreme Court for non-tax matters like coal. But that just the international jurisprudence on BITs really helped the companies that went against the Indian government. And I think that is why the trigger to renegotiate the bilateral investment treaties, which the government now has which seems like Dr. Ranjan was part of the committee to renege the existing contracts, and when they come up for renewal, have a more limited bilateral investment treaty, which does not cover some of the issues where India is getting hit. And India got hit really bad. I think at some point we had like 17 BITs against India, and the amounts have been huge. And we don't have a mechanism necessarily to settle these disputes. Our system is set up and gives incentive for the bureaucrats to keep fighting rather than settle these disputes, which is even got 80% of the cases India would lose these BITs, and yet we are not settling. It's a combination of all of this that gives an incentive to the companies to go under BIT rather than, any other mechanism.
Thank you, Pratibha. Suranjali, what would you add?
Yeah, so Ashita, you asked a very fundamental question. Now, if there are two different treaties which are sort of have an overlap, why is it the BIT was removed? And I think anyone new to the subject should understand that in the particular case, let's say King, the UK-India tax treaty allowed capital gains to be taxed as per India's law. And that basically means that it was not a violation of the India-UK double tax treaty. Now, had it been when first, there would have been another process of dispute resolution, which means from ITAT perhaps would have moved on into the MAP process, with very, very few competent authorities which are government officials sit on the table and negotiate juncture. But on the other hand, what would happen is that since it was applicable, the domestic law was applicable, the taxpayer figured out that there is another way to bring direct action against state. And this is something which is being talked about greatly by experts on how BITs, in fact, have a superior method, if you want to call it superior, method of dispute resolution where a taxpayer can bring a claim against the state directly. And it makes me wonder if this would become a preferred method, as Julian Chase also points out that this would become a preferred method of dispute resolution, because you do not have to go through the process of dealing with competent authorities and have to wait for one of the decisions to win. So I think that's the broad structure of why BITs are, or in this particular case, why BIT was invoked, and in the future, maybe invoked rather than the double tax avoidance agreement.
Thank you, Suranjali. And I think we may circle back to generally dispute resolution in the future for it, and also investment treaty and the future for it towards the end of the session. But I would just like to bring Pratibha and you back for one specific question before we delve deeper into Vodafone and Kane, which is, of course, we've seen a rapid expansion of the Indian economy. And as we've already established to some extent, taxation is not devoid of the politics. Investment, politics, trade, tax, these all somehow kind of come together, especially when we talk about global negotiations. And global negotiations are particularly underway today about what we are talking about, which is the digital economy conundrum. How to tax these digital economy companies that really don't need a physical place of business, and that in fact benefit to a great extent because of the market jurisdiction that countries like India supply. So just quick thoughts on the rise of India within the global tax negotiation table, right? We have been but just an outsider for several years, if you look at the beginning of the 90s. But now we are somehow driving this quite at the helm of certain global discussion forums. So what is your take on that? Do you think India is doing well enough? Do you think we could have done better? Both unilateral measures as well as global multilateral discussions. Just few short comments on this, then we go back into the Vodafone and Kane dispute.
Sorry, I was muted.
Yeah.
I think the fact that India was leading 132 other countries in terms of the discussions at OECD for how, especially the digital economy taxation, is definitely a matter of certain degree of pride. And the solution that is emerging in terms of amending profit allocation and nexus rules and expanding the taxation rates of countries where businesses operate. That I think will provide countries like India a much wider tax net than what is happening today, because most of these companies, global MNCs, especially the digital ones, are based in countries like Ireland, which may not even have a corporate tax. And India doesn't get to tax them. And I think there's also a global minimum rate of 15% that's proposed. So all of that is great if you can have a speedy consensus and put it in place. So in the meantime, like I had briefly touched on equalization levy, that's a unilateral measure that, others are now also looking to emulate. What that does is create the tax uncertainty that spooks businesses. In fact, the Revenue Secretary, Mr. Varun Bajaj himself had said that, in a country which has a budget of more than 30 lakh crore, an amount of 5,000 to 10,000 crore is not that important. And India's collected about 2,000 crores in the last financial year through equalization levy. So if you then, and to the point that Ranjani made earlier, that FDIs have not been impacted, I don't agree. You might not see a decrease in FDI, but that does not mean that India has reached its potential. In fact, far from it. From where we see as India's potential, from where we see the talent in India, the startup talent in India, and we see them struggling to get the kind of funding. Right now, markets are hot, but talk about the last 3 years. It really impacts global investment climate in terms of, especially for venture capital money to come in. Venture capital money is very fickle compared to private equity, and where we've seen maximum investment is in the infrastructure sector. So, when you start breaking that analysis down to potential versus, okay, the number is positive or, 10% or 20% higher compared to China's growth in the same period where they liberalized and where we liberalized, and our potential, I think it definitely has a chilling effect. And we should really think about these unilateral measures and think about our global negotiations from an overall investment climate perspective. Very quickly, I was looking at the US state government website, and it actually mentions all these issues. India reneging on its broader BITs covering tax, the equalization levy, all of this has been mentioned. So something to really think about.
So Ranjali, so what would you say? The revenue gain from equalization levy, it has been put out, even I saw that it may be around 2,000 crores per year. So would you say that maybe the revenue gain is or is not too much, but it is more about the posturing and the win we've had to some extent at pushing the agenda for market jurisdictions at a global level? What would your take be?
Yeah, in fact, Ashita, I have sort of a contrarian view, and maybe it's wrong, but what I generally believe is that the 2,000 crore that you look at is just an optic in terms of equalization levy itself. Now, equalization levy is not a tax which is just supposed to get revenue. It also changes corporate tax behavior. So if a company today were to restructure, those gains you will see in corporate tax collections, but you won't see that in equalization levy. And which is in part, some companies have done this. They've done the reorganization to sort of suit so that they don't have to pay these two taxes in two jurisdictions. So I'd say that it's very important, and countries like France, for example, or Italy have also sort of said that they want to apply these taxes to be able to talk to US on an even even keel, because so far we've heard about inclusive framework and the word of equal footing, but it was really norms, or this was just sort of hinting to countries that we sit equally on the table. But it doesn't happen until you nudge them enough with measures such as India has taken. want to step back and also say that, I am aware that my claim that FDI flows were not affected at all brings a lot of anger, because it's contrary to practitioners, what they've seen on the ground. But I want to just clarify, when I say that from potential. I don't say that from just the rate of growth. So, for example, if you look at global growth and predict backwards, and I don't want to go into the econometrics of it because the listeners will sort of zone out. But looking at the potential global growth and India's growth, and then if you predict backwards FDI, the forecasts are actually in line with what we received actually. So that speaks a lot volumes on what these policies or what India can do in terms of policy. And just quickly to say that India did gain its importance in the inclusive framework, not because it had a lot to disagree on, but because it's one of the most important market jurisdictions. It accounts for 12% of global buyers. It accounts for 12% of global digital users. It's 3% of global consumption. So if technology companies want to make their way into India, then they have to at least listen to what India has to say on tax policy. So I would say it's economics which has sort of played into the political power as well when they talk within the inclusive framework. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think these are oft-debated topics and we may not really find answers in this panel. But I want to now bring in Prabhash for his expertise on investment and trade law. So, Prabhash, my question to you is, when we think and hear about these Vodafone and Kane disputes, even if we are non-specialists in the audience, we've definitely heard the phrases Vodafone saga and tax terrorism. We've heard retrospective as well as retroactive taxation. So maybe if you can get us started by telling us what this is all about, and in your view, is it really retrospective or retroactive taxation? Are these terms that can be used interchangeably, or are they really different terms with a completely different scope? Over to you, Prabhash.
Yeah, Ashweta, that's a very good question, because at least in the discourse that we have in India, the words retroactive and retrospective are often used interchangeably. But legally speaking, both these terms have a different meaning. So when we say a retroactive legal provision, it basically means a provision that changes the past legal consequences of facts that occurred before the provision was officially enacted or published or announced. Whereas when we talk of a retrospective statute, it operates forward, but it looks backwards. In that, what I mean by this is that it attaches new consequences for the future to an event that took place before the statute was enacted. Now, if you convert this understanding or apply this understanding in context of tax legislation, and if you look at the work of tax lawyers like Philip Baker, for example, he argues that a retroactive tax legislation refers to a legislation whereby a tax burden or a higher tax burden is imposed on income which has already been earned. So in other words, it covers those situations where the law imposed no or lower tax burden when the income was earned, and the retroactive legislation has then changed this to impose a new or a higher tax burden. Now, this can be contrasted with retrospective tax legislation, whereby a tax burden, including a higher burden, is imposed on future income arising from a transaction that has already been completed. So if we look at this difference between retroactive and retrospective, and where do we categorize the Indian tax amendment or the tax amendment that was brought in 2012, it was a case of retroactive tax legislation, not retrospective tax legislation, because when the Vodafone transaction took place, or when the Kane transaction took place in 2006, the law, at least it was settled by the Supreme Court in the Vodafone case, that such offshore transactions are not taxable in India. So there was no tax burden on such offshore transactions. Now, whether the Supreme Court was right in interpreting the law or wrong in interpreting the law, that's a matter of debate. But the Supreme Court interpreted the law in one way, and as per that interpretation, such offshore transactions were not taxable. Now, what India did in 2012 was to bring a law saying that such offshore transactions on which there was no tax to be imposed are taxable, right? So it in a way created a retroactive tax obligation on the claimants. I mean, Vodafone and Kane in this case. So it's important. The reason I'm making this point is because it's important to understand that retroactive and retrospective tax measures have different meanings, and we can deconstruct or we can understand where India went wrong vis-a-vis its investment treaty obligations only when we first understand what was the nature of the measure. And the Kane Energy Tribunal actually went into detail into this, and it sort of clarified this issue that the Indian tax measure was a retroactive tax measure, which created a fresh obligation on a transaction which was not taxed earlier, on which there was a zero tax earlier. And this, as we know, was challenged by foreign investors, resulting into two adverse arbitral awards.
Thank you very much, Prakash. I think this brings the topic quite close to even a non-specialist. What we gather, therefore, is that there was a lot of back and forth. We see that the Supreme Court decided one way, but the government went the other way with its amendments through the legislative process. But a short question before we kind of recap what this did for us again is, what is the current status now? Because as you said, there were adverse, vis-a-vis the investors, they won at the tribunals abroad through the investment treaty arbitrations, but there were also news reports about the government now backing off or seeking to withdraw these retroactive amendments. So where are we standing right now before we kind of take a reflection of the last few decades of disputes?
Yeah, so the government, the law has now been changed. An amendment was brought a few months back. This should have been done long back. I expected this to happen as soon as the new government came to office in 2014, but it didn't happen. But it has happened now. And now the law, as it states, is that for all the transactions that took place before 2012, the retroactive provision will not apply. So the provision, the law which will tax offshore transactions, that remains on the statute book, but it will apply prospectively. It will not apply retroactively. And this is precisely what India should have done, in my view, even after losing the Vodafone case. In 2012 itself, it could have said that, okay, fine, in our belief, such transactions should be taxed in India. If the law was not clear, then we will clarify it and we will say that such transactions will be taxed henceforth. Interestingly, I don't know if people know about this, but before the Kane Energy Tribunal, India kept on arguing that this is not a retroactive tax legislation. It is a clarificatory measure, which obviously the tribunal did not accept. It said that you may give it any label or any name. The fact of the matter is that you have imposed a tax obligation retroactively. So it is not merely clarificatory in nature. So the law as it stands today, it is prospective in nature. We can also debate on why India brought this change. If everything was going on fine, then maybe there was no need for India to make this change. But I guess, I'm not an economist, so I will not get into the economy, because I don't understand the econometrics behind this, that how it has impacted FDI inflows, etc. But I think as an observer, it is very clearly evident that India was attracting a lot of bad press because of both these cases internationally. These were not cases of the kind that we have seen in investment treaty, where the foreign investor is challenging a genuine regulatory measure of the state. In my book, I argue that India hasn't seen a Philip Morris movement yet. So it was not a situation that you enacted a genuine public health regulatory measure which a tobacco company challenged because its profits were hurt. These cases arose because you did not, when I say you, it means the government, did not want to honor the decision of its own Supreme Court, right? So that was a very important factor. Now, the government, when it has changed the law, it continues to say that we are not doing this because we have lost the two cases before international arbitration tribunals. That's a very, very important point. They are presenting this as a domestic tax reform. They're presenting this as yet another example of undoing a mistake that was made by a previous government, right? So it's more like a domestic tax reform story, tax reform narrative. not because India lost the two cases. And I guess this is the reason why the new law says that we'll only repay the principal, will not repay the interest. Whereas the income tax law on this point is very clear that if you have collected a tax wrongly, then you have to repay the principal along with the interest, right? But there's an exception to that particular rule in this amendment, which says that we'll repay only the principal, and that is to ensure that we are not doing this to comply with the adverse arbitral awards, but more as a tax reform measure. So India's stand continues to be that taxation is a sovereign policy measure, and investment treaty arbitration tribunals have no business to adjudicate on that. But as I have written, that in my view is not a correct stand, at least in international law. Taxation measures are indeed sovereign measures, but that doesn't mean that they can't be challenged or they can't be adjudicated upon by arbitration tribunals.
Very, very interesting. I just want to ask Suranjali one question before we reflect together on Vodafone and Kane. So when the withdrawal was kind of announced, there were also terms and conditions attached to this about what Vodafone and Kane would have to do in terms of claiming that they will never come back on this dispute again. And I think you wrote about this as being also negatively perceived by some companies and investors. Just short reflections on this would be helpful, Suranjali.
Yeah, Ashita. So, in fact, if you look at the detailed guidelines on what the taxpayer is supposed to do once they withdraw this particular dispute, they have to withdraw all their claims of elsewhere. It involves even withdrawing claims in the future that may arise, pertaining to this, which to me is a very vaguely worded, legislation. It basically shows the fears that the government currently has, that when it settles, is the matter going to be put to rest, or there can be liabilities in the future with regard to this. So it could be that the taxpayer may not be able to preempt what the future implications are. And you're seeing that, instantly there was a response from Kane and Vodafone, which was a little cautiously worded, but it's sort of suggested that they might be willing to settle, but we still haven't seen where it's landed. So we have to wait and watch.
Exactly. So while we wait and watch, we also use this panel to, I think, bring back all of you to reflect on the discussion we began with, to say, yes, we have mixed opinions on whether this has impacted foreign investment inflows, but also I want to bring you back, Pratibha, first, to say, you said there is an impact on business, which you are seeing. You're the helm of private equity and venture capital investment advisory. So what is it that you see as the negative adverse impact? And also, what is it that you think these kinds of measures being taken tell investors abroad about the tax system of the country? I think you mentioned uncertainty in the past, so I want to bring you back for that.
Thanks, Ashita. Actually, again, I'm not an economist, but we see on a daily basis, we struggle to get investments into the country. We see the potential. We see both startups and well-established businesses needing more funding. Right now, the markets are hot, but that's a very new phenomenon. So you're seeing a lot of listings. But when your listing is not an option, getting foreign investment is the only hope, because banks are not lending and banks are not providing funding. In lack of having a robust debt market in India, your foreign investment is the only recourse for a lot of startups not going under. And I would like to check the assumptions used to say we've reached our FDI potential, because from where I sit as an investor, we definitely see an amazing potential in the country, which is completely untapped. And it does not, like nothing other than, quite honestly, the policies that we have, the red tape that we have, the bureaucracy that we have, including on the tax side, having a very narrow revenue-based approach for the tax department rather than an investment-based approach, which a country like India, you cannot compare yourself to Italy or rest of Europe. They are importer of services. We want to be an exporter of services. So when you introduce equalization levy or unilateral tax measures, it inhibits the growth of your startups that are trying to export services. We have a young population unlike any other country. And how do you meet the potential of that young economy unless you are creating and thinking of a global system that encourages and reduces the cost of doing business for them internationally? So how do I reduce export costs? How do I reduce taxes for them when they go to other countries? So obviously, if you're going to tax US businesses, they're going to tax you back. We have trade sanctions from US right now, where we want to be a major partner. So unless we come with a mindset that looks at growth and not a narrow revenue from taxes, which actually you will have to pay penalty possibly because you're imposing taxes that won't withstand the scrutiny, like Professor Ranjan said, in international taxation provisions. You are wasting your time, chasing your tail rather than, and what I would really like to see the government to do, and I must give credit to this government. I've now been dealing with 4 consecutive governments on the Ministry of Finance side. I think this government's most forward-looking. But some of the bureaucratic baggage that we've had, the red tape we've had, is holding us back. And unless we create a committee for growth, like all the ministries come together and say, any policy that we come out needs to be tested against how is this inhibiting growth for the country. Unless it passes that muster, especially the tax department should not be allowed to do anything.
Thank you. Thank you, Pratibha. I think lots to think about for sure. I want to bring in Prabhash just to kind of reflect on what has this meant for the bilateral investment treaty network. Because we all know that there were certain measures taken by the Indian government on trying to terminate its bilateral investment treaties because possibly of the fear of the exposure due to such similar disputes like Vodafone and Kane. So what do you see as the impact on the bilateral investment treaty network caused maybe directly out of the disputes that India has had to field flowing out of Vodafone and Kane?
Yeah, Ashrita, sure. But before I answer that, I'll say that I agree with Ms. Jain. The approach that India follows is what can be called as a penny wise, pound foolish kind of approach. And that was evident in both Vodafone and Kane. Just to collect some amount of tax, you kind of inflicted a lot of damage on the India story, as it is called. Before I answer your specific question on the BIT termination, I think it's important, there's one very fine point about the Kane Energy Tribunal and its ruling on tax, which is important for listeners to understand. The tribunal did not say that India breached its BIT obligations just because it enacted a retroactive tax legislation. So retroactive tax legislation per se does not mean breach of the investment treaty, at least going by the reasoning of the Kane Energy Tribunal. And this is a very interesting and a very important contribution to the investment law jurisprudence, because so far the scholarly work has said that if there is a retroactive change in the legal regime, that on its own might lead to breach of the investment treaty, specifically of the fair and equitable treatment provision. But the Kane Energy Tribunal said that even a retroactive legislation would be okay, as long as there is a very significant public policy purpose that justifies the application of the law retroactively. So the tribunal said that if India could show that there is a very strong public policy justification for the retroactive taxation, then that might pass the test and it would not be a breach of the fair and equitable treatment provision, or specifically of the principle of legal certainty. But India failed to sort of provide the specific public policy justification. So, for example, India said that we have brought in this retroactive taxation because we want to combat, the systemic tax abuse by foreign corporations. But the tribunal did not agree with this because they said that India failed to show that there was any such systemic abuse which they were trying to counter. Again, India tried to justify this, by saying that foreign corporations use tax havens as a place for investment, and to counter that practice, we are bringing this retroactive tax legislation. But again, that evil, if at all, could be tackled through prospective legislation. So the point that I'm trying to make is that even a retroactive legislation would be okay, provided you have a very strong public policy justification. So for the policymakers, the offshoot of this is that if indeed you have, for some reason want to change a law retroactively, please make a very strong case for what is the public policy justification behind that. Otherwise, it might, it might be struck down by the arbitration tribunal. On the specific question of BIT termination, in my view, this has been a case of overreaction by India. India's approach suddenly has become very, very defensive because of all these arbitration cases that have come up against India, not just taxation measures, but also other measures. And as a result of which, India has unilaterally terminated almost all of its investment treaties. It has tried to, or it is trying to negotiate new investment treaties with newer countries based on the model that it adopted in 2016. But several countries, or at least those countries which are keen to export capital to India, such as US, European Union, etc., they have several apprehensions about the Indian model bit. So whether India will be able to convince these treaty partners to enter into investment treaty is something that we'll have to wait and see. But on the face of it, I don't think that's going to happen unless or until India, is flexible to change some of the provisions that it has in its model BIT, which may not be acceptable to the other countries. So India's decision to review its investment treaties in light of these disputes was a welcome decision, but India's reaction, in my view, has been overboard. And unfortunately, the mindset that I think prevails within the government is that we want to completely immunize ourselves from investment treaty claims. That, in my view, is a very narrow way, or a very sort of short-term way to look at things, which a country like India should not do.
Thank you. Thank you. I mean, and talking again about short-term versus long-term perspectives. So, Ranjali, what was your reflection on all of this? I'm going to bring in a few themes. Firstly, reflections from a tax policy perspective, reputational costs that has somehow been, I think, touched upon by all of you, but also what does it mean for taxpayers, for small and large taxpayers? Maybe I can bring in Pratibha and Prabhash again on this, but first I'd like to hear from you, Suranj.
Thanks, Ashita. And I think this is a valid question when you say small taxpayers, and this is something I've been talking about for a long time. I know that this case got bad press, but all publicity is good publicity. No, moving away from the joke, I would say that, we think about the entire issue on investments and taxation from a large taxpayer's point of view. And that's sort of setting the narrative elsewhere. If you look at FDI, it's less than 6% of your GDP. So what we're saying is that we must worry about 6% of the GDP and not worry about everything else as much. Now, if you look in terms of equality is one of the ways, or equity, which is where tax policy is at now. The entire normative setting of international tax policy has changed. It's no longer what it was a century ago, as we keep saying. And it seems like equity and justice are a part of it. Now, if you look at this particular amendment from that perspective, fine enough, the revenues are small, but they are equivalent of your entire securities transaction tax collection. So what you're saying is that the infirmities in law must not be fixed at the expense of two taxpayers vis-a-vis a large set of taxpayers that exist everywhere else. I mean, of course, it's a very controversial view to have, but that's the lens I look at tax policy and this amendment, because there's a bigger picture there. And something that I've been reflecting back, and perhaps Prabhash will talk about it more in detail because he's an expert at this. But the standards of customary international law, I know that the bilateral investment treaties have moved away from customary international law, but the FET really goes back to CIL. And they have been vague for the longest time. So a lot of academicians contest the application of FET and the morphing of expropriation to indirect expropriation as a dated concept. And what we're doing is we're applying a dated concept to an updated concept of tax. And how do you sort of resolve that conflict? Is it that the investment agreement should have been brought to date with the new thinking on taxes, rather than us saying that the taxes should have been evaluated on an outdated thinking on investment agreements? So, I mean, I think I just stopped there because of paucity of time, but those are my few thoughts.
Thank you very much.
Can I just quickly mention, just quickly checked, China investments is 43% of the GDP. So that just shows you what India is missing out on. And when you talk about the small taxpayer, I'm also talking about small businesses. I'm talking about growth. I'm talking about employment. I'm talking about taking people out of the poverty line, everything, and not just, that narrow tax bracket.
Thank you, Pratibha. I would just like to tell all the audience listening to our panel discussion, we could reserve a few minutes towards the end of the session. We are about 18 minutes to wrap up the session. So if you have questions, please do leave it on the YouTube link or on the chat box function. We will be intimated about it, and I can then allocate last few minutes to ask our speakers anything that comes directly from you. But just one more collective question. Going forward then, recapping since 1991 and looking at one of the most controversial tax investment trade related issues that we hope is somewhat close to resolution, but we're still waiting as we speak. What are our collective reflections on going forward? So Prabhash, maybe you get us started with what you think about investment treaty and tax link. Is that really going away with the so-called new model BIT, trying to exclude tax matters? What would your thoughts on this be?
Yeah, sure. But before I answer that, I'll just like to very respectfully disagree with Suranjali on this point that, it's actually not about Vodafone and Kane. That's, in my view, that's not the right way to frame the debate. It's not about any specific tax, litigant or investor. It is about the rule of law. I'm all for equity, and I completely agree that the government has to impose taxes because, as we often hear, that one of the reasons why fuel taxes have gone up is because corporate taxes have come down. So government has to make up for that revenue, and therefore they have increased the taxes on fuel. So the government needs revenue to operate. I mean, that's very well settled. But if what was India's concern? If the concern was that an offshore transaction of the kind that Vodafone and Kane Energy indulged in should be taxed, well, then change the law, but change it prospectively. No one is saying that you should not change the law. But when you change the law retroactively, and that too overturning the decision of your own Supreme Court, with the clear intent to target one specific company, I mean, that smacks of bad faith in my view. And that is not something which a liberal democracy like India should be doing. That was a horrible mistake that the past government made. The new government, it's not a new government anymore, but yeah, this government has corrected it, but it took 7 years for it to correct this mistake. It could have easily done it, and it just required, and they have the political capital, they have a huge majority. They could have easily done it, and if not they, then who? Because generally it is said that these economic reform measures require a lot of political capital, and this government has that political capital. So I'm not against the tax amendment per se, but I'm against the application of the law retroactively. To answer your question, Ashrita, on going forward, well, speaking as a lawyer, I can say that if India is very touchy about its taxation measures being adjudicated by arbitration tribunals, then what India has done in its model BIT is the way forward, that you specifically mention that taxation measures are outside the purview of the Investment Treaty Arbitration Tribunal. But it is also important for us to understand that even if you have not excluded taxation measures specifically, investment treaty arbitration tribunals will grant significant deference to the country's taxation measures, as it is clearly evident in the jurisprudence that we have. The investment treaty arbitration tribunals step in only when there are cases of confiscatory taxation or abusive taxation or taxation being imposed which is discriminatory, so on and so forth. If you are adopting a genuine taxation policy, taxation measure, even if it causes economic loss to the investor, the tribunal will not interfere and say that this is inconsistent with the country's investment treaty obligations. Likewise, even if you exclude taxation measures completely from the purview of the BIT, as the UCOS arbitration tribunal tells us, if the taxation measure is abusive, or if it is discriminatory, or if it is confiscatory, then the arbitration tribunal can still adjudicate upon such taxation measures. So, more important than excluding taxation measures from the purview of the investment treaty, what is important is that you enact taxation measures in good faith, which is proportionate, bona fide. And if you do so, I do not think that the arbitration tribunal will find fault with such a taxation policy. So I guess it's more about good governance and good regulatory practices than about fixing the treaty language. That can also be done, but more important than fixing treaty language is good governance and good regulatory practice.
So I'd like to bring Suranjali and Pratibha in for this. What do we see as the future now from a tax treaty dispute resolution framework perspective? Or if you want to make comments more broadly on just tax treaties and the way forward, that should be fine because we're almost towards the end of the session. Suranjali, you could start and then Pratibha could follow.
Yeah, Ashita, I want to make a couple of concluding comments and they'll be super quick, I promise. I think when we talk about retroactive legislation, we look at India as an isolated case. But if you look back at the UK cases as well, the Finance Act in 2008 was amended for one particular transaction through Isle of Man. And then for exclusions, which the new BIT model does. In fact, the UN suggests that you could make exclusions even for shell companies using BIT as a process to resolve disputes. And these exclusions can work out in the future. But I think what is at tension now is that in the global tax conversations, we are looking at a tax certainty process, which is binding on countries. And in some sense, it seems that there is a two-faced approach. One is to say that large multinational corporations with more than $20 billion of revenue will have a new system of dispute resolution, which is quick, prompt, and may not even involve the Revenue Authority in India. Whereas for all other matters, we say tax sovereignty matters. So I think going forward, that's another big question that will confront the tax department and for general thinking about dispute resolution. Thanks, Ashita.
Thank you, Suranjali. Pratibha, I'd wait to hear your reflections and then we have one audience question as well. Yeah.
I think, in the Vodafone judgment itself, about 10 years ago, I was trying to find that relevant quote. But if I remember correctly, the Supreme Court itself had said certainty and stability form the basic foundations of any fiscal system. Tax policy certainty is crucial for taxpayers, including foreign investors, to make rational economic choices in most efficient manner. That's the crux of it, as far as I'm concerned. I have no problem. I probably pay more taxes than I should. I have no problem with paying taxes. I don't think foreign investors have any problem with paying taxes as long as they know what that is before doing a transaction, so they can factor that in. The basic purpose of doing business is to make money. We can't deny that. And it is their right to do commerce, and it is their right to have that visibility. And this is true for domestic, foreign investors, domestic citizens, everybody, right? We need to know, and we need to be able to plan out what we are doing vis-a-vis the tax that is applicable to us. Imagine today if we didn't know at the end of the year what tax we are going to pay. How are you going to plan your budget for yourself personally? Same is applicable to the foreign investors. So tax certainty, you cannot say the sovereignty of the company overrides the tax certainty that you need to provide its citizens and its investors. I agree with Professor Anjan that goes against the basic tenet of taxation norms and international taxation. I think what has been happening in India is tax terrorism. The amount of money that goes in disputes, both domestic investors and foreign investors, that just sits there till a decade, 2 decades, you get the judgment in your favor by the Supreme Court, and then you get the money back, and then they also have to pay penal interest, which they don't account for in their budget. Is nothing else. It's a very narrow approach to how you should be looking at taxation. I don't think any country that we should be comparing ourselves to operates the way we operate. And that's where we are getting hurt. I'll stop at that.
Okay, I have two questions from the audience. One's addressed to Suranjali and one is more general. So we'll take the specific one and also I'll read out the general one so everyone can comment in the last. We have about 7 minutes to go. So Suranjali, do you know of any comparative study across countries that measures the impact of international tax treaties on investment and growth? Any particular study that you may recall?
In fact, there are very many. You can literally just Google search it and you'll find. I think the gold standard in this is the study by Demuish, who is now sort of associated with the IMF. And they look at, it's a meta-analysis which looks at the relationship across jurisdictions. So that might be an interesting. In fact, there are studies which even look at the relationship between investment and investment treaties. So way too many studies for me to quote in my 2 minutes.
Thank you. And just to recap the name, she's referring to Ruth D. Muji. For those of you who are interested, you can Google and the study is easily accessible. But now the larger question to everybody again. We have stoked quite a lot of interest on the retro tax controversy, as I see from the question. So the question is the motivation for such mistakes derived from a desire to boost tax revenues, or is the idea to make an example of companies who go out of their way to avoid paying tax? Of course, what is avoidance is also a question all of us tax lawyers may really have a whole session to debate about. So maybe we have 5 minutes to go. So last words, we start with Prabhash, Pratibha, and then Suranjali.
I think it's both. It's both the desire to boost tax revenue and also make an example of companies who go out of the way to avoid paying tax. The political economy of the retroactive tax amendment is very interesting. You should read the work of Sanjay Baru and several other people, including the recent book of Montek Singh Ahluwalia. And there's a lot that happened behind the scenes on who was the chief architect of the retroactive amendment and how there was disagreement even within the government, and perhaps the then prime minister was not on board, and yet it was sort of pushed through the parliament. So that in itself tells you a story about how this whole thing was brought in. The other concluding point I want to make is that I mentioned earlier about excluding taxation measures from the purview of investment treaties. But even if you do that, I do not foresee in the future investors not using ISDS in the investment treaties to still challenge taxation measures. Because, as the Energy Charter Treaty jurisprudence tells us, the investors can still challenge a regulatory measure saying that this is not a tax measure, whereas the state would argue that what we have enacted or what we have adopted is a tax measure. And then the arbitration tribunal will adjudicate to decide whether indeed this is a tax measure or this is not a tax measure. This was in fact a case, this was also an example in the Nissan case, where the argument was that whether what the Tamil Nadu government did, was it part of taxation or was it not part of taxation? Because just because you impose a levy or a fee or anything of that sort, that will not make it a taxation measure. There are certain attributes of a taxation measure. So even if you exclude taxation measure, foreign investors will still try to challenge this is not a taxation measure. The flip side of excluding taxation measures completely from the purview of BIT is that there is a possibility of abuse by the state. The state may enact several kinds of regulatory measures and put it under the garb of taxation just to exclude liability from the investment treaty. So this normative dialogue, as Julian Chase and others have called, between international tax law and international investment law will continue in the foreseeable future. So the work of tax lawyers and investment lawyers is sorted, at least for the foreseeable future. Thank you.
Good to know that our careers are secure. Over to you, Karan.
I actually am not going to try and determine what their intent was. Whatever their intent was, it's the outcome that worries me. And I am glad that the broader policy level machinery recognizes the impact that this can have. I know for sure that every time that our representatives go abroad for investment discussions, these issues come up. So it's a decade of seeing the impact. It's not knee-jerk reaction by the authorities. It's very thought through, thankfully, and welcome. So yeah, for me the outcome is more important.
Thank you. Suranjali, please.
Yeah, Ashita, I think the question is actually quite relevant. It goes back to the Shom Committee report, wherein the retroactive measure was to be evaluated against 3-4 metrics. And what is specifically said that any measure should not be an attempt to expand the tax base. But while reading this, I keep thinking that if you're fixing a legal infirmity, you're definitely going to expand the tax base. And so to disentangle those becomes really, really difficult. There are tests that are developed even in other countries, I think like Germany and Netherlands, where the legislature has to expand on why they're sort of undertaking that measure. And I think what was the problem in implementing this was the way it was communicated. If you have someone saying that this is specifically designed to target X, Y, or Z, the intent is completely lost, even if it is well-meaning. So I think the communication was rather poor. And just to sort of end this by saying what will happen in the future, agree with Prabhash. Now, if you even look at the 500-page arbitration award for Kane, there is this nice little distinction drawn to say this is a tax-related investment dispute. And so long as we allow for the creation of a new category, disputes can continue in the future, even if we make, let's say, blanket exclusions, because this may qualify as investment. And the other thing that needs to be thought about carefully is about, whether arbitration tribunals have the expertise to talk about taxation or measures in public interest, because this is something that the arbitration award as well skips around. It doesn't really talk about it in detail, doesn't really admit whether it has the expertise to rule on this, but nevertheless ruled on it. So I think so long as these gray area in international law exist, our research will continue and our debates will continue. Thank you.
Thank you very much. It does appear that we are at the end of our session. Just a few words to close the session, and then if Ashish wants to come in. I would just like to thank Pratibha, Prabhash, and Suranjali. For those of you listening in, you may have just got a flavor of what tax law is like. We've had people ranging from expertise of law, economics, but law within tax, law within investment and trade law, engaging in a discussion that could go on all day. So hopefully for all the banking and finance students listening in, we have stoked your interest to also look at tax law, apart from just business and banking law. And I would just like to thank Pratibha, Suranjali, and Prabhash for contributing to the lively, engaging discussion. We may not have all agreed on some points, but I think that's what academic discussions should be like. And I think we agree to disagree on some things, and that's where the merit of this kind of discussion is. Ashish, I'm looking to you if you'd like to say anything.
Nothing. You've wrapped it up really well, Ashrita. I also want to thank everyone one more time, irrespective of the differences on investment treaties and tax. This panel has done a wonderful job in finishing on time. It's the fourth session, and we overshot the previous three sessions significantly. So thanks very much for that. It was a very interesting discussion. I feel it requires more time. Certainly, a lot of things that happened 3 months ago send a positive signal, reflects well on the government. Positive signals are hard to come by. They don't emerge much from India these days. So this is really welcome. Thank you so much for your time, Prabhash, Suranjali, Pratibha, and of course Ashrita, who's in lovely Vienna.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Ashita.
Hi, welcome everyone. We have Dr. Sasmit Patra with us, who is going to be the keynote, give the keynote speech today. We are so delighted to have you, Dr. Patra. You're going to speak. Dr. Patra is going to speak about governance today, but to speak a little bit more about, to invite him officially into the folds of this session, I invite the Dean of JSPF, Dr. Ashish Bharadwaj, to kindly introduce Dr. Patra.
Thank you very much, Sohini. I'm going to make it quick. Welcome everyone to the 5th session of the Global Finance Conclave. We are back with another keynote address, a very special one, which has been strategically placed here to contextualize the subsequent sessions, which are going to be on fintech and financial inclusion, issues of data governance, which my colleague Sohini is going to be chairing. It's a pleasure to have Dr. Sasmit Patra deliver this keynote address on governance. I'll quickly introduce him. Dr. Patra is a member of Parliament, Rajya Sabha from Odisha, representing Biju Janata Dal. He has a very multidisciplinary academic profile, which is quite hard to find in politicians in India. He has a PhD in business management, he has an MBA in human resources and a law degree. He is a member of Parliamentary Standing Committee on Personnel, Pensions, Grievances, Law and Justice, and a member of the Consultative Committee on External Affairs. A very unconventional political leader with almost 2 decades of experience of teaching, of being a dean of country's first Indo-French business school, I'm told, being a national spokesperson for his party, and having a very rich understanding of the corporate sector. It's a pleasure for us to have him. With this, let me invite Dr. Patra to deliver his keynote address. Over to you.
Thank you, Dr. Bharadwaj. Thank you, Sohini ji and Amlan ji. It's really a wonderful opportunity. And firstly, I'd like to thank the Jindal School of Banking and Finance, OP Jindal Global University, for inviting me this afternoon to deliver this keynote address titled Governance. And it's wonderful to note that the Jindal School of Banking and Finance is undertaking the 3rd Global Finance Conclave. And the title is very interesting. It is India Growth Story from 1991 to 2001 and beyond. I think that sets the table for about 30 years of reforms, or rather we should say transition and evolution. And specifically, again, thank the university that for giving me and inviting me this keynote address on governance. I think the term governance itself is, it's so wide, it's so rich, and it's so challenging, primarily because everything and anything comes within governance. But what I'll try to do over the next 25 to 30 minutes would be to try and understand and share with you my understanding of where do I see governance. And we will probably start the journey from 1991, try to get an understanding about the background of governance and what led to 1991 per se, because we are all aware what happened in 1991, but thereafter, going forward into the present scenario, because of a lack of time, I will not take you through the entire chronology, but we will try to look at the broad basis or the broad pieces that are there, which should really help us to really understand and contextualize that why this India growth story that we're talking about of the last 30 years and going forward in terms of governance with specific reference to governance, and of course the coming sessions on fintech and financial inclusion, how does this really transpire for a country like India? So without much ado, let me start with trying to understand 1991 through the prism of governance. Now, being a parliamentarian and also having been a professor, I'll try to dwell on both sides of the profession so that I can do justice to this keynote address. So there will be a bit of the governance part, which would be developmental, which will be about inclusion, which will be about social impact, but from the prism of politics. Because today governance, or even in 1991 when we see, governance cannot be seen in isolation as a vertical in silo as compared to probably politics. Politics is very much a part and parcel of governance and the policies that emanate from this governance. So let me start firstly with 1991 and try to share with you my perspective of how the governance was. Now, let's go back to 1991 very quickly. 30 years back, what was the scenario of the country? We were in extremely bad shape. I don't want to again relate about macroeconomics and microeconomics, but it was a shaky start. You were looking at a government of the then Honorable Prime Minister Shri P.V. Narasimha Rao. It was a minority government. The government did not have the numbers to get to that magical figure of 272. So here you're starting with the idea of reforms in 1991 with a political mandate which is not enough. And that's a very interesting area. Usually people say, like in the present government, you have 300 plus seats, and you say, oh, the government is stable and they can go about reforms. But rewind to 1991 and try to understand the complexities, the existing constraints, and the shaky possibilities that existed, primarily because governance could have been affected adversely because the P.V. Narasimha Rao government was a minority government, did not have the numbers, and every time there was a no confidence motion, it was shaky. So you're starting on governance and economic reforms in 1991 with a shaky government in parliament and a lack of political consensus behind that party. On top of that, in 1991, rewind back 30 years, if you felt bureaucracy is bad now, think 30 years back and the red tapeism that used to be there in the Indian bureaucracy and the slumber that it was in. So the reforms of 1991 cannot be seen in isolation to the shaky government that was there because of a lack of numbers in the parliament, but also because of the red tape bureaucracy that existed, which said nothing can be done. Forget about reforms. On top of that, in 1991, governance was driven by a political will through a technocrat finance minister. Till then, if you see, it was Mr. Madhu Dandavati or even earlier, you find mostly were people who had political background. But here you have Dr. Manmohan Singh, who's a technocrat, who's an economist, who's a person seen like a bureaucrat. Today, bureaucrats are the flavor of the seasons in the union cabinet. But then bureaucrats were considered and looked down upon by the political hierarchy. So 1991 reforms and the governance that came with that came on the background of a technocrat finance minister who did not have the financial backing or probably the pedigree of having been a blue-blooded politician that was required for being a finance minister. On top of that, governance was looking to try and change from 1991 onwards onto a technological shift, which is termed as automation in those days. So my first piece that I want to share with you this afternoon primarily stems from the political will and ideology and the vision and the resultant impact that 1991 truly gave. It wasn't that governance was driven for 1991 reforms from a position of strength or a position of convenience or a position of comfort. It was from a shaky government who did not have numbers in the parliament, did not have the political mandate to pass every bill. It had to push through. It had a technocrat finance minister. It did not have a blue-blooded, political greyhound, so to say. And on top of that, a red tape bureaucracy that wasn't used to the idea of the LPG, liberalization, privatization, and globalization. Those were the buzzwords. And I remember LPG was liquefied petroleum gas, in the words of some bureaucrats then, that, oh, LPG is not liberalization, privatization, globalization, it's all gas. So you must remember one thing, when you talk about governance today, in the light of 1991 reforms, it has to be seen in the context of the political will and the sheer political ideology that we must push through reforms. And that's where the visionary thought process of not only Dr. Manmohan Singh, because he's always credited as the Manmohanomics, but if you did not have the strength and the political will of a man like Mr. P.V. Narasimha Rao, who was running a minority government, this would not have been possible. So we have to look at governance from that perspective. I'd like to come directly into 2014. A lot of water has flown by then. And in 2014, something interesting that I'd like to share about is the book that was written by Dr. APJ Abdul Kalam, the former president of ours and a very dear, loved president, who talked about governance for growth in India. And that book became a very talking point because that book came at a time when there was a major transition happening in the country. There were two governments, successive governments of the Congress, the UPA 1 and the UPA 2, which was again had its own problems in the UPA 2. And the people were generally disenchanted with the governance of this country. They said, where is the governance? And that is where you find this book by Dr. Abdul Kalam, and I would encourage all of you to go through, which focused on some of the key areas, such as reigniting the faith of the voter. When we talk about governance, we talk about financial inclusion. Is governance considered a bedrock which has trust, which has credibility, which has the value systems? That is important. That's in the book. He goes on to say, Dr. Kalam, he talked about creative leadership, the essence of good governance. He talked about inclusive growth for good governance. He talked about e-governance for transparent societies. He talked about right to information in governance. He talked about public audit and good governance. He talked about transparency and governance for every citizen and the vision of a new India. Why am I giving you these pieces very, very quickly? It is because I want you and me to understand that what was the context of governance in 2014. We all know the kind of problems that the UPA2 had faced between 2009 to 2014. There was a disenchantment, and that was the time when Dr. Kalam came out with this book and wanted to refocus the idea of governance in the minds of the people of this nation, saying, hey, don't be so disenchanted. Let's keep faith. Let's go back to the governance mechanisms. And he gave us certain specific tools and techniques through this book, where the idea of governance was again reignited for transparency, creative leadership, inclusive growth, transparent societies, e-governance. Such of these areas which are building blocks for a good governance were actually reignited by Dr. Kalam. So I think when we look back at 1991, we focus and find out the background and the strong political will. And in 2014, again, we see the kind of impact that these thought process of Dr. Kalam does in terms of refocusing our ideas on governance. And what are those? As I said, the right to information for governance, the governance for every citizen, inclusive growth, creative leadership, essence of good governance, role of youth in governance, and e-governance for transparent societies. So how has governance in India actually evolved? It's very interesting over the last 30 years, if you see, governments, even post-independence, have always looked at driving more effective governance, more accountable governance, more transparent governance, and more decentralized governance. Now, there will be many pundits and many juries will be out who may say, okay, we may have become effective, but are we truly accountable, truly transparent, and truly decentralized? But I believe that over the last 70 years, and more so to the point of the last 30 years, if you see any government, whether it's in the state, whether it's in the center, you'll find that there has been a consistent pressure to actually go for more effective, accountable, transparent, and decentralized governance. And why is that? Why is this necessity for evolution of governance in India? First, evolving aspirations. Today, the youth who is there, who comprises 60% of the population, is not happy with the roti, kapda, and makan. It is not happy with garibi hatao. Those were the slogans which used to be there in the 60s and the 70s and the 80s, or even up to the 90s and to the 21st century. Today, the population, today, the country is more aspirational. It just does not want basic food, clothing, and shelter. It wants dignity for labor. It wants equal rights. It wants to grow. It wants to have disposable income. It wants to rise up the socioeconomic ladder. So therefore, there is an evolving aspiration, which is again backed by, number two, an evolving demographics. We became a younger population. From a population which was solidly slow, we became a younger population, which more than 60% population below the ages, around the ages of 28 now. Of course, 18 used to be the catchword. Now it's kind of come up by about 10 years. So 25, 26 years is about 60% of the population. So a younger population, young aspirations, there's more demand on governance to deliver. That you give me a 1 rupee rice, I'll not be only happy. You put a house for me, I'm not only happy. I want employment. I want rozgar. I want to have my own 2-bit. I want to have my 2 cents and also have a voice. That led to, again, evolving socioeconomic processes, which led to evolving voters' preferences. In our country, usually, the politicians or the people who run governance of the country usually feel, okay, caste and religion are important determinants of winning elections. But what they realize gradually is, while you do have those considerations, even today when it comes to elections, people are also watching you on the development agenda, on the governance agenda. If there is a rising prices, you will see the effect. If there is a farmer's agitation, you will see the effect. I'm sorry. If you have specific problems that are facing India today, you will face the problems. Nothing will go unheard. And that is why you find today the governance in India has evolved, and that has really pushed the people who are governing the country today to also change. Going back to the next aspect, I would like to focus on how has governance per se, improved the governance mechanisms which are crucial for citizens and businesses. Now, governance mechanisms have also evolved over the last 30 years from 1991 to 2021, and they will keep on evolving as we go forward. Now, since 1991, what has happened? Once the economic reforms have happened, and subsequently they have been taken forward by successive governments, you found that the specific areas of policy making has also become very defined, which starts with legislation of laws, framing of rules, enacting of guidelines, delineation of processes, implementation on grounds, the bottlenecks thereof, and finally the monitoring and feedback. Earlier, whenever you used to have specific laws, sometimes people would not even bother whether there were rules that had been framed. There were many laws that were passed by the parliament, but they never saw the light of the day. Why? Because the framing of the rules of those laws were never done, and people just forgot about it. But as governance improved, as the pressure from the constituents improved, people started feeling, the governance started feeling, we cannot, if we're making legislations, we have to enact the laws for it. Once we enact the laws, we have to define the guidelines and procedures, we have to ground it, implement it, and if there are bottlenecks, we have to solve them. And earlier, there was this feeling that you can get away with anything. But as time has passed, people have started putting the governance on the radar, on the question, on the dock. And I think that is being something which has changed drastically. So if you were to look at it, let's try to understand how governance has shifted or evolved from governance with respect to public services in India. Let's talk about cash transfers to direct bank transfers. It was unthought of that one fine day for Manrega, a program like Manrega, where the remittances were given in cash. And that is where a lot of the pilferages used to happen. Today, even for Manrega, even for the paddy procurement, the food distribution programs, the ration cards, the Ujjwala programs, or the various government programs that are there, we have shifted and migrated from a cash dependency to a direct bank transfer. That truly is. Now, there can always be takers who will say, okay, but is it really working? Whether there is corruption. But the fact is, to a certain extent, and I want to quote the famous line from the late Prime Minister Shri Rajiv Gandhi, who said that if I send 100 rupees, 1 rupee, 80 paisa does not reach the people, it's only 20 paisa that reaches. This idea of governance to try and ensure that the 80 paisa also reaches the people, or at least the most of it, has been one of the key indicators of driving governance in our country over the last 30 years as we have matured. The one nation, one card, the biometrics of Aadhaar, there were a lot of people talking about, and I do agree with some of them about the privacy issues of the data of biometrics and the Aadhaar. But the fact is, by seeding the Aadhaar, you have, in an essence, created a platform where you can migrate and transfer benefits directly to the accounts and to the benefits of the people right down to the grassroots, the bottom of the pyramid. And that is where true transformation is taking place. The right to information. It was something that came as a legacy from the UK government, which talks about building transparency and accountability. Today, if you find a lot of the government people get edgy because of RTI, but somewhere it has made them accountable. That is true governance. That's been transformation. The Citizens Charter, putting people on the dock for being delayed, for the late, and then actually having to pay up for it. The digital transactions, I'll come to it in a bit. Then the ease of doing business and the ease of living index. Now, this is very interesting because the ease of doing business, now this is where I come to governance and business activity in India. If people in the 1990s wanted to get, we came from an Inspector Raj, a license Raj era of the 60s and the 70s and the 80s. People who are not adept with that would do well to understand how we have transformed. If we were to really go back into the concepts of the Inspector Raj and the license Raj era, where governance was always at a toss and was at the feet of the bureaucrats and the government, and they used to determine how they would do it. So the facelessness of doing things, the reforms that were required of making those changes, it started with the idea of building the ease of doing business and mainstreaming it. Why was a necessity? Primarily because if you had to globalize, if you had to go back with the global players, if you had to be a global player in the international domain, then you could not afford to be in a silo and say that, okay, everything is hunky-dory. That's where the ease of doing business happened. Along with the ease of doing business, it came the ease of living index. Today you find about smart cities. This idea of governance of smart cities came why? It was to make cities better to live in. And that is where it was not only to keep it limited to about 4 metros or 6 metros or 10 metros, it was about increasing it to 100, 200, 300 cities so that the living standards and the living experience of people improve. And by that governance mechanism, you will be able to improve people not wanting to move away, but continuing to stay there and developing the economic fabric of that place where they were. Let's look at another area, the focus on foreign direct investment. Now, this is a major change from that was in the 1991 pre-era. Before 1991, there was this Videshi versus Swadeshi movement. But since 1991 and even today, the present government, which used to swear by earlier when they were not in the government with Swadeshi, has actually removed capping in various sectors relating to defense and others for foreign direct investment. Why? Because you realize you cannot do stuff all by your own. Governance has realized and woken up that government cannot do it. Disinvestment, that's another area. And this started with Vajpayeeji's era, and it has come up again now, that the government has realized, look, we cannot run business and you cannot run welfare. Let the people who run businesses, let the government focus on welfare, the Atmanirbhar Bharat, the indigenization concept, the Make in India, the Skilled in India, and the JAM, the Jandhan, the Aadhaar, and the Mudra. Well, that's what the government has been talking about. Of course, again, there are a lot of criticism saying whether it has been completely done, what is the level of its efficiency. I will leave that on. But what I would like to say is whether it is the present government or tomorrow, let's say another government comes, the BJP government goes and the Congress government, let's say, comes. Would they be able to roll back the reforms that have happened? Can they roll back Aadhaar? No. Can they roll back Jandan? No. Can you roll back the credit guarantees that have been provided? No. So what we are essentially as an economy going forward is in terms of financial inclusion. I will be skipping the part on ease of doing business because there is a very short time. I think I have another 7 minutes or so for my 30 minutes to be complete. I'll go directly into e-governance, which is a very important area of governance today and is considered as the future, which is a game changer. But the question is it a game changer or a mirage? Have we reached or are there miles to go before we reach? And it's about the asymmetries in opportunities. It is about the digital divide that exists between the haves and the have-nots. I was a part of the Standing Committee on Education, and of course that report has come out in public, where it was found that only 24% of the households surveyed had digital devices for their children to undertake the online learning programs. Can you imagine? During the entire COVID period of 2 years, only 24% families had access to digital devices in this country that they could use for their children to actually study online. What happens to the 75%? So this has actually exposed to us the grim realities that exist on the ground. We have the BharatNet, we have various other programs that we have. But the question is, who does it? Today, of course, the telecom and the digital sector is actually by the center. The center decides the telecom and the broadband connectivity, and the states just facilitate it. Again, there is a tutu meme that keeps on happening between centers and states in terms of the asymmetries, and the digital divide is definitely there. It's very interesting because there are districts in my state of Odisha, in Koraput, in Malkangiri, in Nabarangpur, in Mayurbhanj, and I have been there personally. And if you go there, you can't even get a mobile network, forget about a data network. And that is where you find that there's so much to be done if we truly want to broad base e-governance to the grassroots. And I'll quickly try to sum up in the next 5 minutes about and contextualize on governance and the adoption of fintech. Now we're talking about fintech in the next panel discussion. We're talking about the digital economy. We're talking about advancement of digital financial services. But I would say demonetization, rightly or wrongly, there are always people on both sides of the fences, but demonetization somewhere forced the country to move to a digital economy. We would not have done that by ourselves. There was a lot of losses, of course, because of demonetization, the way it was done, there's a lot of pain, that's a given. But the fact is, because of the demonetization and that period, if you look at the millions of transactions that increased, it was primarily moving forward from the demonetization part and moving forward and trying to make it financially inclusive. Now comes the bigger point, which probably will be discussed in the next panel discussion, would be the role of the law and regulatory practices on how to support this market and control the abuse of power. And that is where I believe governance has a big role to play, because the next big thing happening today is the adoption of fintech. Now, legislation for that matter, there has been a committee that has been set up by the parliament, which is focusing primarily on the data protection law. And they've had series of meetings and they have tried to complete their overall understanding about it. But the question is, how do we map future legal policies? How do we ensure governance strategies? How do we define and encourage innovation? And how do we protect people from unauthorized data breaches, monopolistic market takeovers, and ensure consumer welfare? I'll give you a very small example about how tech-driven financial inclusion can be looked at. And this probably will contextualize for the next level. Would be, what are the pitfalls and the potential of this financial inclusion? When we talk about financial inclusion, whom do we consider as the financial inclusion? Is it the person who's sitting in Delhi, Mumbai, Sonepat, Bhubaneswar? Or is it a person who is sitting in Koraput, in Malkangiri, in Mayurbhanj, in Kalahandi? I think those are the areas that we have to focus in, that financial inclusion would be incomplete if we focus on the 20% and not focus on the 80%. It's remarkable today that less than 3% of this nation today has a reasonable broadband connectivity, where you can say, yes, it's a stable broadband. I have a Wi-Fi broadband at the moment, it's running at a 4G speed, so I'm accessing to you. But if I were to go on a drive about, say, 500 kilometers or 400 kilometers per year, you can't even see my face. It's so grainy. And that is where you have to find the potentials and the pitfalls of financial inclusion, and e-commerce, especially fintech, would not be possible if the bedrock of technology and the policies driving technology and data are not defined, which is basically about the legal and regulatory architecture for fintech, the effective mechanisms of governance, issues of data security, privacy of consumer data, data protection norms. What is personal data and what is non-personal data? What is the data that can be shared? What is the data that the companies can monetize? What is the market power of private enterprises? And how do we enable the tech companies and startups to innovate and create value while ensuring that the data privacy is met? Over the last almost 3 to 4 months, and I've got a couple of minutes, I'll just wrap up. Over the last 3 to 4 months, the data privacy issue has been grappling. And I know for sure because one of my senior colleagues in the parliament, who was also a keynote speaker today, Dr. Amar Patnaik, who's an honorable member of parliament from my party in Odisha, from Rajya Sabha, and a senior member, he was a former CAG as well. And he is part of that committee, which is there looking after the data protection and vetting the law of data protection. I think that is a very crucial area. Just to create one area of data protection itself has taken us so much that can you imagine when it's actually implemented, the dynamics of what is considered as personal data and what is considered non-personal data. What is the differentiation between those? What is the nuances of that? I think those are areas, that's just one of the area, but a critical area because that deals with the privacy of an individual. I believe, to sum it up today in this keynote address, we started from 1991 and we have come up today in 2021, where we find that reforms have taken place. And any reform that has been made has been not being made in isolation. There has been a continuum, and the reforms that have come about cannot be rolled back. You cannot go back on those reforms. So every successive government that will come will have to take it forward. What we have to be mindful of, are we realizing our true potential? We were very China-centric about 15 years back. Today, we have let go of China because we know that we can't compete with it. And that is not the idea. The idea was, even 15 years back, we should have grown at our own capacity. Our GDP growth, our FDI investments, our social inclusion, our democratic fabric, we are very different from China. China has a very different governance mechanism, which is that of the communist regime. We are the largest democracy in the world, and the federal structure of our country is so rich that my state, let's say Odisha, we have the Biju Janata Dal, my party, and my leader, Shri Naveen Patnaik, who works for my state. Similarly, you have the same of YSR in the Andhra Pradesh. You have it that in West Bengal in the TMC. So we have a federal structure. One size fits all will not do. Therefore, there has to be more enabling provisions. There have to be more enabling procedures, policies, legislations that would help energize this entire idea of innovation. And e-governance is one of the areas that we can do. But in top of that, we have to create mechanisms by which this conservative ideas that we hold can become more and more robust, can become more and more aggressive, can become more and more innovative. I have completed my 30 minutes. I will stop now and I'll request Sohini ji that if there are specific questions, I'll take them. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Patra. That was such kudos to you for summarizing the past so many years into a 30-minute sort of conversation. But we have a couple of questions, and they actually touch upon a lot of things that you spoke about. The first one that I think it would be really helpful for our audience to know, given that the 26th Climate Summit is going on now, and if we just generally see the role of youth, and of course, keeping in mind India's demography, where do you think the youth fits in governance? In the sense that if people like us want to contribute, apart from joining the government, in the legal field, for instance, or in any other field, how do you participate? How do you see in the future as well the youth being a part of governance?
I believe today the youth in this country have a tremendous potential called as social media. And unfortunately, I mean, with all due regards, and I see my daughter, she's in class 11th, but I sometimes tell her, okay, there's life beyond the Instas and all the postings and the TikToks. There's a life beyond that. And what I'm saying is, look, everybody doesn't have to be a politician, as you rightly said, Sohini. Everybody doesn't have to join politics. But the idea is, wherever you are, you're a lawyer, can you help in terms of providing free legal aid to the under trials? You don't have to do it for 10. Can you take up one case? Somebody who's a professor, if management, let's say the School of Banking, can you think about financial inclusion for the underprivileged of the communities in and around the university in Sonepat? Adopt 2 villages, adopt 1 village, and drive that financial inclusion. Usually we think about the big macros. We say, oh, I'm going to draw change. But for the youth, I have a very small message that Mother Teresa once said. And one person, very interesting, a person went to her and said, Mother, you're treating so many people with leprosy, but still so many people are dying of leprosy. So is your work worth it? She said, my son, I'm not worried about the enormity of the task. I'm entrusted with the task itself. And I believe the youth should focus on being entrusted with the task itself. If you're a student, your small blog post on what you feel, what you like, and shared among 20 people on WhatsApp instead of TikTok videos and WhatsApp Instagrams can also make an impact. I'm not saying do it only, but among the 20, if someone just goes to the WhatsApp feed, and this is something that I tell my kids at times, or their friends, I said, if you look at the Instas or the WhatsApps that you share through a day, and you look at the number of posts that you make on social media, how much of it is really adding value? To add value to society, if the youth thinks about adding value to itself and to people, 5 people around it, it can make a difference. Today, let's say we're talking about environment. We're talking about the COP26. We're talking about climate change. We're talking about green jobs. The question is, what are we doing about it in terms of our own personal reach? If, let's say, somebody is working in an organization, can that person think about an innovation using a quality circle to actually try and imbibe green practices within his specific desk? So usually we think about the big macros, but I would say the youth have a great role, primarily because we are a young country. But mind you, Sohini ji, we will be also an old country because the pyramid will invert. So when the pyramid inverts, if we have not conserved enough energy and we have moved from non-renewable to renewable energy, I think we would have lost the bargain. And that is where the youth have so much of a role. Adoption of green technology. I think that is something that can really change the way things are. If more and more youth buy green vehicles, and honestly, I'm not a stakeholder or an investor in any green vehicle company, but if more and more youth buy green vehicles, there's a demand for more electric charging stations, and therefore you'll have still more people buying it. Today, the bottleneck is not buying green energy. It is about how you'll sustain that green vehicle. I think the youth have a great role in adopting to green technologies by themselves, encouraging it around them, and creating awareness wherever they are. So everybody doesn't have to become a MP, an MLA, a Sarpanch, a general secretary of a party to do that. They can very well do it in their own professions and still make it count.
That was greatly put. Dr. Patra, the next question is kind of related. It has two parts to it. The first is you spoke about e-governance a lot. And of course, now you're speaking about social media. You see technology companies like Twitter starting initiatives like the Twitter Samvad, where the government of India is sort of launching e-governance along with social media. What are your thoughts on that? That's the first part. And the second part is because you spoke about centralization, of power throughout telecom and 5G and all of that. In the future, what do you see governments being like? Do you see a more decentralized India, or do you see a more centralized political environment going forward?
To the first part of your question about social media and companies like Twitter, I think we all saw the muck that flew around with Twitter and whatever happened, and our dear colleague in Parliament, Dr. Tharoor, and the committee. So I will not wade into that controversy. But one thing I would like to say is that social media, especially any platform, why only Twitter, Facebook, Snapchat, anything that you can say, where the government or like-minded people can transmit positivity or talk about greater awareness, not only in the English language, but also in regional languages, and it reaches the bottom of the pyramid, is always welcome. So I am a great votary because I go to the villages. You may not find that there is a DTH antenna, but you'll surely find that there is a smartphone. Now, the smartphone may have data connectivity or not, but people are happy that they want to stay connected. And I believe India's adoption of technology and there's this sense of low resistance is really important for social media to become a great enabler. And social media, therefore, can not only build awareness, but whatever comes in social media, fortunately or unfortunately, is considered the Bible truth. So that's why the WhatsApp University is derided quite a bit. But even then, if there is a WhatsApp message which is interesting, even you and me will watch it. We may reject it, but we'd love to read that. And that is where you find social media and the Samvad that the government is working on is a positive step. Coming back to the second part of your question, in terms of centralization, I believe any government, whether it's the center or the state, has to decentralize. And that was the essence of the Panchayati Raj mechanism. Why did the Panchayati Raj mechanism come in? It was primarily to ensure that right down at the village level, the Sarpanch level, the Samiti level, the block level, to the Zilla Parishads, to the state legislature, to the parliament, the powers are decentralized. I do see many a times in many of the bills that come in parliament that there is a sense of centralization. And that is where states like us, we also fight with the center. And we say, look, these are the powers of the state that the center cannot take away. So I believe that tug of war is going on. Presently, the numbers are on that side, so somehow it gets through. But I can assure you it's not sustainable. And when it's not sustainable, when it will not be workable, we will again have to revert back to a decentralized system. Because while in India, we are unitary in spirit, as we say, we are federal in structure. And because one size fits all will never work in India, has never done. Politically, socially, economically, we are different. We are one as a nation, but we have different preferences and choices. And therefore, I believe the powers that are there of governance per se will lead to decentralization, and greater decentralization is ensuring empowerment of people. If we do not decentralize, we're not empowering people. So I believe sooner or later, with more and more literacy, more and more awareness, more and more assertion, and more aspirations among people, you will lead to decentralization, even if the powers don't want it.
That's such a relief to hear, Dr. Patra. We rarely hear someone in politics say, talk about decentralization, but that was such a lovely note to end on. We of course have many more questions, but unfortunately we are running out of time. We had a really nice session. I mean, just to quickly summarize in 30 seconds, I think the key takeaways, at least for me, were you started by talking about how governance is related to politics, policies, and of course the laws and regulations, which is a really important takeaway, and most people kind of don't look at that. And we ended with decentralization and of course spoke about technology. I'm sure we will carry these takeaways into our next sessions as we speak and surely build on these. Dr. Bharadwaj, do you want to give a vote of thanks?
Nothing, just thank you once more, Dr. Patra, for that wonderful keynote. As you had promised, it really contextualizes some of the discussions that we'll hear in the next few sessions. Thank you so much for your time, and thank you for sharing your view.
Thank you so much, Dr. Bharadwaj. Thank you, Sohini ji. Thank you, Amlan ji. Thank you for inviting me and having you with this on this wonderful session. Wish you all the very best for your conclave. God bless. Thank you. Namaskar.
Okay, I think we are live now. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the sixth session of the Global Finance Conclave, which is going on at the Jindal School of Banking and Finance. This session is about the future of fintech laws and regulation. And I'm so happy that I'm joined by Ms. Aparajita Srivastav, who is a partner at Ikigai, and Ms. Benny Chug, who is a research manager at a Future of Finance initiative at Dwara Research. Right off the bat, I'll introduce both of you, but I'm so happy to see three women sitting on a panel on fintech today, which is so rare. And I'm so excited to have this conversation with you guys. But to introduce our audience to the people in this panel, Aparajita is a lawyer by training. She graduated from the Symbiosis Law School in Pune. She has worked in a plethora of some of the top law firms and companies in India. Before joining Ikigai, she's of course now the regulatory partner at Ikigai. She's recognized as an India expert by OneTrust Data Guidance. She advises technology companies on various things, including product design and new business ventures. She's worked on a whole range of things, from digital payments to strategies for new products. And we are very excited to have you, Aparajita, especially speaking to us about the regulatory front of this quagmire that we are in. And we also have Ms. Benny Chug, who is a research manager at the Future of Finance initiative at Dwara Research. Her work focuses on identifying systemic stability and consumer protection concerns in digital finance. She has previously worked with ASSOCHAM and has a public policy degree from NLS Bangalore and an MA in developmental economics from the South Asian University in New Delhi. Welcome, Benny and Aparajita. I'll start with the questions, and think of these as mostly themes, and feel free to jump in. One of the first points of discussion I thought this panel could have is to situate fintech in India. And by this I mean, what is it that you think makes fintech in India so interesting? Given that we have had demonetization, we have had a rapid pull into digitization, we have the Jan Dhan, we have fintech being used rapidly by technology companies and the government of India. And there is this sort of very rapid initiation of technology into finance as well in India. So I would wanted both of your perspectives, both legal and from the economic finance side of things. What do you think about this marriage of technology and finance in India? Aparajita, Benny.
Benny, you want to start, or whatever you want, actually?
Yeah, I can go first. Next time we'll go alphabet. Okay. Thanks so much, Sohini. And I'm so glad that Aparajita will have so much to add to what I say. But I think at the outset, like your introduction said, one distinguishing feature, starkly characteristic of the Indian ecosystem is the government involvement. And I think we were in the vanguard of establishing digital infrastructure in India. It started with the creation of the NPCI on the payment side, and then payments have long been known as the gateway to formal finance. In the traditional analog, non-digital brick-mortar sense, it was always the bank account, which is the gateway to financial inclusion and other versions of finance. And if it had to be digital, then in digital, it's the payment, which is the gateway to formal financial services. So I think definitely the striking feature is the creation of the NPCI and the innovation that followed in terms of the India Stack, the UPI, which basically what it did was it kind of shouldered the weight of bringing in technology and the private investment that it would have needed if this were done privately. So in economics, we talk of market failures in two ways. One is areas where markets wouldn't operate because it's just not viable. And quite often infrastructure tends to kind of fall into that category. So I think what we did was we kind of created a digital infrastructure, and that kind of made it way easier for people to come and play. That's one part of the story, and that's literally the India story, and probably one of the reasons why other countries are seeing catch up is because of this, omnipresent infrastructure. Of course, there are, in hindsight, this could have been done better. There are issues with it. It's not in its perfect form. There's a lot that needs to be done. But if we were to kind of pin the start of the story, it would be the creation of the NPCI and the whole India stack. Now, where the story is right now, if I can just kind of comment on that as well, how different we are in terms of other jurisdictions. So for instance, another jurisdiction which is super advanced in its usage of fintech is of course Kenya, right? And there the whole story is about Safaricom, and it's about M-Pesa and mobile money. In India we don't see that kind of one product that's that is literally the emblem of fintech. We do see digital infrastructure, which has become synonymous with fintech, which is the UPI and all of that. But we don't see one private provider. And I think the distinguishing feature here is that the regulator has a strong hold, right? And when the regulator has a strong hold, the probability of too many then kind of innovations coming and becoming big overnight is fairly small. And most of it happens under the radar of the regulator. The regulator may keep issuing warnings, for instance, they do for crypto, while not actually taking action. But, there's always a keen observation from the regulatory end. And that's also the kind of story in India. And therefore, what we have seen in India is there was a very, to my mind, what it looks like is a very careful attention that was given to, the players who could come in, even though they did not kind of come in with regulatory licenses or invitations from the regulator. For instance, payment gateways aggregators were not regulated until like very recently. But there was a very careful attention of where money was going, where data was going. One kind of bias that the Indian regulator, the RBI and others have had is they are definitely more sensitive to the flow of money than they are to the flow of data. So anything where any kind of permutation combination of entities of value chain where money is flowing, that is definitely more tightly regulated, and there is kind of systems in place to make sure that only regulated entities participate in the flow of money. But wherever there is flow of information or flow of data, there I think the regulator has been more kind of exhibited greater forbearance and let unregulated entities come in, and then eventually they figured out the business models, and when that has happened, regulation has come in. So I think these are the three defining features: widespread digital infrastructure, a careful kind of accommodatory stance from the regulator, and maybe two.
Yes, Aprajita?
Yeah, I echo so much of what Benny said, especially about how a financial sector regulator, right? SEBI, IRDAI, PFRDA, RBI, of course, they are traditionally hardwired, in fact, even by their founding legislation, to regulate when people pay, people save, people invest. So the moment there is a fund flow, your financial sector regulators will start flexing muscle. But a lot of the fintech innovation that we're seeing is actually data-based. A lot of these fintech products are actually data-based. And to answer your question, Sohini, what's the differentiator of the India fintech story, right? I think it's a couple of things. The real sort of left of center fintech products that have come about in the last few years have used data to sort of offer financial products and services which were otherwise unavailable to large parts of the population. I'll give you an example. Someone who does not have access to formal banking channel, is very difficult to underwrite for a loan. It's very difficult to say whether they'll be able to repay the loan, for how much, how much interest rate should the lender charge. It's also unviable for a bank to start lending someone a small sachet-sized loan, which is what they traditionally need to get by a particular month. A bank will want to acquire a lender only if they are above a certain ticket size. Unit economics will just not play out if they are below a certain size. Now, what that does is it leaves out such a large sort of lending, such a large borrowing base. People who don't have access to traditional channels, traditional banking channels of credit, they will then start turning to money lenders who will charge them exorbitant rates, who will, and obviously there are certain unethical practices also that go along with the collection. And it's completely left to that kind of offline money lending process, which isn't obviously optimal. On the other hand, what financial tech products have done is use someone's data. So for instance, if I give access to my phone book or to my SMS history, a technology platform will underwrite me according to my data footprint. Did I pay my gas bill on time? There are so many parameters. Like one of the underwriting parameters that I've heard of is that in my phone book, did I have a first name and a last name? If I just had the first name, I get a few points shaved off in terms of my credit worthiness. If I had first name and last name, did I have more than 500 contacts? All of this kind of data analytics in this data engine keeps getting sharper and sharper to by the financial tech companies to say, will Aparajita repay her loan? If so, in how much can we leverage her? Is she over leveraging herself? Did she download 5 apps and start taking a facility from all of these apps? So the ability not just to underwrite the borrower, but the ability to also collect from the borrower and sort of reduce the non-performing assets, to reduce the NPAs in the system. What it does is it sort of gives access to sachet-sized curated financial products to a large set of the population which cannot afford to access formal banking channels, and nor can the bank afford to acquire them as customers, simply because it doesn't make unit economic sense. So you've got sachet-sized curated financial products at the one end. At the other end, you've also got new kinds of financial products, right? You don't have the traditional collateralized lending product that is going to a borrower. You have flow-based lending, like even for SME merchants. A payments company which is acquired in SME merchants can say, okay, typically this merchant gets invoices cleared on the 28th of the month. So we can perhaps give them a monthly cycle of a loan. The other thing is it'll create new categories of products. So for instance, a buy now, pay later. I know, when the buy now, pay later actually caters more to the upwardly mobile audience, and it's meant to make payments simpler. It's a loan product, but it's meant to make payments simpler. So for instance, if Ola or Zomato considers me as a credit-worthy customer because I've used their app for so many years, I make, say, higher value payments, etc., they'll offer me a short-term credit product, which is packaged as a payments product. And that's, again, only based on my data footprint. It isn't based on the traditional method of pinging a credit bureau, collateralizing the loan, getting a lengthy KYC process done. So I think the fintech revolution has done two things at the opposite ends of the spectrum, right? It's created new financial products which bring people who don't have access to formal banking, to the formal credit process or the formal banking process, into the net. It's also created new financial products which are meant to make payments easier, meant to make the UI UX, the friction of paying or the friction of interacting with products and services easier, which means that businesses can collect payments from users in an easier, frictionless manner. No one wants a payment product. You want payments to be seamless and at the back. So the easier the payment, the more likely it is that the customer goes from wanting to purchase a good or service to actually making the final transaction. Which is why the entire payments ecosystem, right? The PayUs, the Razor Pays, cater to merchants, because merchants say the quicker it is to make the payment and the lower the transaction drop rate, higher the success rate of your transactions, the more likely it is that my customer acquisition cost goes down and my sort of lifetime value of acquiring that customer goes up. So it's kind of two ends of the spectrum where you're seeing fintech products really come about.
That's I think together we sort of summed up the particulars, the characteristics, right? So one, Benny spoke about the digital infrastructure, which is now converted into a digital financial infrastructure. You spoke about, Aparajita, the use of data, which is supporting this sort of entire ecosystem. I'll come to the question of data protection and financial inclusion in a bit. But drawing on what you said, this customization of these financial products and creating or packaging new kinds of products. You'll have an insurance product packaged as a pension product and packaged as something else. I wanted to understand two things. What do you guys think? A, is there a market failure for laws to enter? And of course, we know that there are some consumer protection, data protection laws, but largely this is a motley of products. When we say fintech, we actually don't know right now whether we're talking about algorithmic stock trading or we're talking about pension products. A, do you think laws are required? And B, which is, I think, a more challenging question, particularly for lawyers to answer, where do you think the role of law ends and something else begins? So just to give an example, when you look at the whole Jan Dhan, this direct cash benefit program, everything UPI, relying on UPI and bank accounts, we know that this can't solve for, say, gender problems in finance, can't have financial inclusion of, say, certain caste groups. So how much can laws do? And where do you think laws can help? And where does the role of law and regulation end and something else come up? I'll start. We are going to follow what Benny suggested. Maybe we'll go with Aparajita first this time and then go to Benny.
Sure. Okay, so such a large question. I'll try to break it down from general to specific, right? In general, and you're absolutely correct, financial tech is such an amorphous word, right? What does that even mean? Financial tech is almost like saying tech. It's a big, broad umbrella word. But in terms of regulating this space or regulating any kind of tech product, there are two things, right? One is that regulation ordinarily, world over, will follow innovation. It is usually not the other way around. UPI was actually an outlier where regulation came about, enabling regulation came about, and then the product sort of really blossomed in the Indian ecosystem. But usually it's that, you have players which know that there is a patchwork of laws applicable to them. Say neo-banking. There's a patchwork of laws applicable to neobanks, but there isn't neo-banking regulations, right? So there's a toe in the water approach by entrepreneurs in this ecosystem. There's some kind of innovation that goes on in terms of, or a little bit of flying blind and flying in the gray of what the regulation is. Now, it's really, really important for the regulator to do two things. If there is sort of heavy-handed regulation to begin with, what happens is that entrepreneurs won't be able to seek investments. Investors will say, look, this is too regulated or there's too much regulatory uncertainty. You're getting show cause notices from your financial sector regulators. I'm backing off, which has actually happened in many financial tech products. On the other hand, there are two kinds of ways to beta test a financial tech product, right? One is that you have regulatory sandboxes. They have their own challenges, confidentiality, no legal protection, etc., but it is a simulation of a real world environment. The other is that regulators often tweak regulation over time according to the impact of a product in the market. So it is difficult for even a regulator to anticipate that when a financial tech product is launched, what will be the repercussions on consumer protection, on data usage, on monopolistic tendencies. It's anyone's guess, really. It's only when the product scales a little bit in the market that you start seeing edge cases. So for a regulator to come up with regulation that actually, straddles the line between consumer protection and market protection, and also lets innovators sort of do their thing, it takes a little bit of time for the product to scale, for a couple of competitors to come in and actually test the product out into the market. The third thing I would say in terms of project managers, whatever it may be, but if something goes wrong, if you over outsource a certain function, if, for instance, you're a bank that wants to lend and you outsource the core activity of taking the credit decision to a technology partner, I'll come to you. As a regulator, I'll come to you. I'll send you a show cause notice. I'll catch you by the neck. You can then contractually pass on these obligations to your technology partner. So, for example, a digital lending platform will enter into a partnership with a bank, with an NBFC, on whose books the lending happens. It will gather all the data points about Aparajita, and these could really be in the hundreds. it will then use its data analytics engine and say Prajita lives in this pin code, she's of this gender, she this is her this is her credit history, say according to her credit card statement. It will curate all of this kind of data points and then say and then give this information to the lender to make the ultimate credit decision. So that's a form of dual regulation, where the regulator, the financial sector regulator, is regulating a bank, an NBFC, a wallet issuer, a payment aggregator. And these entities then enter into sort of contractual arrangements or partnerships with the tech ecosystem. Then the tech ecosystem does sort of the ancillary, traditionally what was thought of to be the ancillary functions, right? They do what they're good at. They develop the apps, they do the customer acquisition, they create slick UI UX, they create a beautiful frictionless journey. But they don't get directly regulated by RBI, by IRDAI, by SEBI. Because the moment there is direct regulation, then there isn't a buffer in between of a regulated bank or an NBFC or a wallet issuer. That kind of direct exposure reduces the sort of ability for a technology company to innovate, to be nimble, to take greater risks, etc. And that's also a really interesting dynamic, right? The relationship between regulated entities and their technology partners. Sort of sum it up, I mean, just two things, right? The regulator needs to, ordinarily, I think the regulator needs to let financial products and services scale just a little bit, just create proof of concept in the market before it comes up with regulations. And then it needs to keep iterating those regulations over time, which is actually exactly what, say, RBI did in the wallet space. And the second, I would say, is that form of indirect regulation, where there is for a technology company to enter into the financial tech space, there is a soft landing, there is a bank or an NBFC in between, and not direct sort of regulatory exposure from the regulator.
Yeah, wonderful. So what you're really saying is like build some foresight and then come in. Benny?
Yeah, I think I broadly agree with Aparajita. If I had to continue with her framing of direct and indirect regulation, then I think indirect regulation, I mean, all financial products at some point were new, right? So just like fintech being new is not the first case or not the only case. I think the principles of regulation are pretty sound and pretty well established, and those are consumer protection, systemic stability, right? I mean, that's literally, of course, for certain central banks, the whole idea of monetary policy is also kind of combined in their mandate. But if I were to literally look at just the financial products ecosystem, then there are only two mandates, which is consumer protection and systemic stability. I think one thing that we can do better is we have kind of a, bespoke consumer protection framework for almost every product, right? So if you are a P2P platform, these are the consumer protection guidelines. If you are a microfinance borrower, these are the consumer protection guidelines, which is okay. But I think there is a need to take a step back and see that all of these different disparate pieces, analog, digital, etc., have some common kind of, overlaps. And I think that should just be said that anybody who's in the business of financial products should not cause XYZ harm, should not behave in XYZ manner, should not harass, like some conduct guidelines which are universal and are common, because there are obviously some elements, no matter the medium through which you're providing the product, there are some elements of consumer interface that remain common to all formats. And I think it's high time that we came up with a common understanding of what is good consumer behavior and say that no matter which guideline, I mean, that's over and above, but the minimum base treatment that you have to provide to your customer is this. I think that kind of just clears out the air on, do we need to specialize fintech? Do we need to provide special guidelines to it, et cetera? Because at the base guidelines appear to everybody. And then as cases appear, maybe in fintech, you need additional data protection. Maybe in fintech, you need additional things. And then you just kind of build up on what you have as the base threshold. So I think that's kind of something that we're missing. One jurisdiction that does it well, for instance, is the US, right? So they have the Equal Credit Opportunities Act. Anybody who's a lender needs to explain why they aren't giving the loan or why they're not in a position to give loan. Now, it doesn't matter if you are a microfinance lender, if you're a corporate lender, or if you're doing it via digital means, it applies to you. In India, unfortunately, we don't have this kind of an overarching framework, and therefore what happens is not clear. I can assure you that consumer protection framework differs from P2P lending to lending from an NBFC to lending from a bank, but the consumer is not aware where I will be most protected. To them, they are all substitutes that are providing credit. Now, this is what happens when we regulate by entity and not by activity. So I think just having like a universal, comprehensive consumer protection framework that overlays all kinds of products is definitely need of the hour. And more so because there are just going to be so many entities that are now part of the value chain and even more to come, right? So it should just be clear that whenever you are interfacing with the consumer, consumer protection conduct applies on you. And this is the consumer protection conduct. And let the market actually internalize that framework and compete on the basis of that, right? I mean, now what is happening is that in hindsight or after a couple of years of, let's say, playing in the field, when you say that, you know, this level of grievance redress is compulsory, the market pushes back because it's in addition to their cost. And there's another side to it that in most cases, the prices are also very tightly regulated. So they have a price ceiling. They can't do much about the final price. And they have to accommodate one more feature of consumer protection within that schematic of prices. And therefore, it becomes unviable for them. And it's not fair on them to kind of have an expenditure being put on them after like 5 years of being in business. So all of those are valid points. So why not just at the very start of business say that, you know, these are non-negotiables. This is how you're going to deal with. So please design your business models accordingly. So that's kind of one thing. Generally, the principle has been to regulate the activity over the entity. I just want to kind of use this platform to sound one kind of emerging exception that we're seeing to this. In recent speeches from the RBI and also the Bank for International Settlements, what we've heard is in some cases, it seems that entity-based kind of regulation may be more warranted than activity-based. And what I mean by that is with the kind of entrance of big tech in financial services, what is happening is there are network effects and dominance that these big techs bring. And this dominance is not necessarily in the financial market, it's in an adjoining market, it's an adjacency, but they bring it on to the financial market. And then the fear is that they might become too big too soon. Right, and that then causes a systemic stability harm. So there has been a call which is going around in that circuit, in that policy circuit, to say that the systemically important criteria that you use to kind of regulate systemically important entities in banking, which was actually an aftermath of the recession that we just saw a couple of years back, that needs to be relooked and reimagined to say that does it counter for harms that big tech can create in finance. We can come to those in more detail when we do the data protection segment, but that's one thing on, you know, what regulation can do. There are some, and I think just an extension of all of this is there's all this amazing kind of data points that Aparajita has told us about, you know, creation of new products. In fact, I'm happy to report that some of our known providers are serving as much as, this is pre-pandemic, but as much as 33% of their portfolio is new to banking. This is tremendous. This is unheard of, right? And even if we go by the very latest figures of October, I think tons of MSME lending and retail lending is now moving to digital lending. So of course there is some power there to kind of cater to people who were previously being left out. And maybe that's powered by data, maybe that's powered by agility. It's a combination of all of that. So that needs to be preserved. What also needs to be done simultaneously is that there needs to be kind of, data has the ability to change the rules of the game a little bit, right? So it would be great for us to see companies competing on two elements. One is definitely the interest rate. So for people who actually were bank consumers, when they go to digital lenders, there is some emerging evidence to say that they enjoy lower interest rates. So that's definitely a better deal for them. So digital lenders are able to serve them better. And obviously those who were being excluded are now being included by digital lenders. So both of them are great news. The third thing that we want to see, and we are not seeing in the sector, especially as consumer advocates, is kind of a whole financial well-being point of view baked into products, right? I mean, we have Aparajita gave us a very interesting data point of, full name versus half name in your phone directory. There are so many ways in which people are gleaning ability to ability to pay, credit worthiness, so on and so forth. They can do a lot more, which is to say that if this loan were given to this person, what would their financial position be, right? We are today at a juncture where we're able to kind of predict the level of distress that a loan might cause on a family even before giving that loan. And I think that's the need of the hour. That's what we need to get better at. And find ways both. I don't know if the solution, if there is a regulatory holdup there as well. But what we really need to do is make that a strategy for competition, that actually providers now compete on not only is my loan cheaper, not only would you have not got a loan, but actually this loan is good for your financial well-being, right? So I think competing on consumer protection is kind of a long wish that we've had.
I think it's a fascinating idea. This idea of financial well-being is not often spoken about, at least in legal regulatory language. Since we have about 10 minutes to wrap this up, I thought I'll combine the last two questions. The question of data, which is really the demarcating factor between fintech of today and fintech that existed, say, in the 60s or 70s. And the question of financial inclusion, the underbanked, right? Now we're sitting in India, and of course the ground reality of this is, because we all work in the sector, this industry is functioning on data, and data primarily of people who are new to the formal finance systems, but also new to the internet ecosystem. See, here I have just one question. We have the non-personal data protection committee racing, ahead. You have the PDP bill lying in Parliament. We don't know how this is going to play out. But can data regulation really solve these questions of exclusion, of discrimination, of consumer financial well-being? Do you see data regulation being a part of the story, or being the only fundamental regulation that you have now to drive this change forward? What do you think of data regulation with respect to financial inclusion?
I can go first because Aparajita went first last time. If that's okay.
Go ahead, absolutely.
Yeah. Cool. I think data protection is just one of the tools that are needed and available. What data protection will do mostly is preserve people's privacy. Of course, the preamble says that they want to preserve the trust in the digital economy, but at the very minimum, what it would do is it would tell a sector which is fraught right now what is the best way to approach data, what is doable, what is not doable. And I know from providers, I'm just dispelling this huge myth that providers don't want data protection. They're like, we want it. Can you just clearly spell it out what needs to be done so that we can design our processes per it sooner than later, right? So I think the days of looking at it as an additional cost or something that you want to resist are kind of past us, if they ever existed. But the providers that we've been speaking to actually just have one ask: to have a data protection bill which is clear, which is specific, and which they can design for and rely on for some foreseeable future. So I think stability is a concern. The reason that I don't think data protection is the full part of the puzzle, and there are more pieces, is there are several things you yourself said, right? There are population segments that are new to the internet. Digital literacy is extremely low. Internet connectivity is extremely low. There are all kinds of things. So while you might have the technology to kind of glean off data, you don't have the sociology to really understand the person at the last mile. So I think that's the next challenge that providers need to face and fare, which is to say that you really need to understand that two people who are generating same kind of data, what does that kind mean in their context? In one context, it could be a symbol of, let's say, financial independence, that I'm making digital payments, etc., etc. In the second context, it might just be that this person, it could stand for a very different thing, right? For instance, gender is the classic example that we've been looking at. We know that women use their mobile phones differently. The more rural we get, the more difference in the way women use their mobile phones. They would not use it outside of their homes. They would only use it to call their families, etc., etc. Now, models that are made for more urban, upwardly mobile segments, where the number of phone calls is a good indicator of credit worthiness, fall flat, and they will never be able to cater to this kind of segment. And I'm also overgeneralizing and being reductionist, but the nuances are very deep in how people interface with technology itself. So I think what we need to do next is to get the sociology of it right, to really live in people's context and understand that what does this data mean in that context? Is it actually a predictor of distress, or is it actually a predictor of credit worthiness? And I think that's the next battle to be won, to my mind. And the data protection bill will not solve for it. The data protection bill will tell you that you're not supposed to cause harm, you're not supposed to cause discrimination. But how to do it is actually a more sociological problem, anthropological problem. And that's where the next investment should go to.
I'm glad you said that, Veni. Aparajita, maybe I can push you a little bit more to tell me, I mean, I'm sure you broadly agree, but how much do you see the data protection playing a role, and what other laws do we sort of weave into the fintech story?
Sure. I mean, I want to speak about this because there's so much, there's so many opinions out there about data protection and financial tech and how to disrupt financial tech in the abstract. So I want to speak about it in a very specific context. Say, for example, in lending, one of the data points that's used is access to my phone book. And like the example I gave, do I have first name and last name? Do I have more than 500 contacts, etc.? And that's a good predictor that digital lending platforms have through their data analytics capability, figure out that that's a good predictor. That is one predictor to know whether someone is credit worthy or not. Right. At the same time, digital lending platforms saw really unethical activity happening because people gave access to their phone books. And I'm sure you would have read about a few months ago, or I think as recently as just last month, there were reports about really pernicious activity happening for collection. You'd give access to your phone book. The lender, obviously these are unethical lenders, would literally start calling up people from your phone book and humiliating you. It is against the Fair Practice Code. The RBI does have a Fair Practice Code. It is obviously in violation of the Fair Practice Code, right? But the problem is that at the first step, I've given access to my phone book, and I don't know the purpose for which I've given access to my phone book. I believe I've given access to my phone book for XYZ reason, but essentially I've passed over my phone book without, any idea on what it's going to be used for. And it is being used for pernicious, in a pernicious manner to intimidate, to harass borrowers. What happens is that when a regulator sees these edge cases, and they begin as edge cases, a few bad apples starting to misbehave with borrowers. When a regulator sees that these edge cases are growing, then they start muscling through heavy-handed regulation. Then they start saying, I'm going to license digital lending platforms. I'm going to license P2P, or they may consider, I'm going to license P2P lending platforms. A regulator is a blunt brute force. It is not solving for the 95% which are, say, ethical players. It's solving for the 5% which are causing, distress in the market. And the reason I would say that that ideally will remain as an edge case, especially in the digital lending spaces, digital lending is not a unique product. Every payments company right now wants to monetize its payments business, because payments is a negative unit economics business, right? With very thin margins, highly competitive space. Every payments company right now is going down the digital lending route because at least that's a lucrative kind of product to launch in the market. It's in some form is lending, right? You're seeing e-commerce platforms also tagging loans onto their platforms. So the market will correct players which act in a sort of really, really unethical manner in the long term. But people who want to make a short, quick buck and who have the intention to, sort of disrupt the market in a negative manner, take advantages of regulatory loopholes, not only take advantages of the lack of a data protection law, but take advantage of lack of regulatory capacity. The regulator does not have the capacity to run after every digital lending platform. What they do is they go after a Play Store or an App Store and they tell them that, look, take down these platforms, take down these apps because they are pernicious and because they are unethical. Even for the army of sort of trust and safety officials in a app store or a Play Store, it is very difficult for them to keep taking down these apps. It's like taking down apps is sort of an everyday activity, but they'll keep changing their names, they'll keep changing their credentials, and keep slipping through the cracks. So yes, while you do need a data protection framework to protect companies that want to launch products in which create financial inclusion, which have which bring in to the net borrowers who could not otherwise borrow from financial institutions. You want data regulation to be able to obviously do that as well, give investors certainty. And Benny is absolutely correct. Most tech players want a data protection law. They just want the clarity. They just want, they don't want a moving ball of bill after bill after bill, questions after questions, right? But at the same time, what a data protection law will also hopefully do is weed out at the inception these kind of pernicious players, so that financial sector regulators don't have to come down with heavy-handed regulation in the first place, right? You've got a DPA which is working with financial sector regulators to say these players are not taking informed consent. These players are using phone book for absolutely any reason. They are violating purpose limitation. So that not just the financial sector regulators, but also the data protection authority adds regulatory capacity to weed out players before they scale and before they create mass disruption or sort of mass distress in the market. And you have both working in tandem.
Thank you, Aparajita. I think that point that you made about the signaling of regulatory capacity is something that I personally did not think of. So thank you so much for that. Unfortunately, we are running, you sort of run out of time, and we could definitely, the three of us could have many more, sort of discussions akin to the size of the fintech market. But we're very excited that you came, and I'm very excited to continue this conversation with you on perhaps another day when we have more time. But for the moment, on behalf of all of us, thank you so much for spending your Friday evening with us. And I'm sure, there are many students and many participants who have gained so much today from this crash course on fintech. Thank you so much, Aparajita and Benny.
Pleasure, Shohini. It's been a wonderful session, Benny. I've learned so much from even your perspectives. Mine has been more commercial, but from Benny, I always learn from a more sort of policy and financial inclusion perspective. It's been super fun, Shohini. Thank you for inviting us. And
absolutely. We are at the end of this session. So with you, if we can stop the.
Thanks. Bye, everyone.
Thank you.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to the seventh session of the Global Finance Conclave, being organized by the Jindal School of Banking and Finance. I'm Shohini, and I'm joined today by Mr. Suyash Rai, who is a fellow and deputy director at Carnegie India. Suyash works in the political economy of economic reforms and the performance of public institutions in India. In the past, he has worked for NIPFP and ICICI Bank. He has also been a consultant with the Ministry of Finance and with the consultative group to assist the poor CGAP of the World Bank. His writings regularly appear in many publications, including the IMF Working Paper Series, the ADB Working Paper Series, Wall Street Journal, and so on and so forth. Today, he's here to share his latest draft paper and a presentation on reforming the resolution framework for financial firms in India, which is also the title of this session, where we are discussing the future of bank resolution and bank insolvency laws. With that, I hand it over to you, Suyash. Thank you so much for joining us. And Suyash, we have about 20 minutes for your presentation. Perhaps you can start.
Thank you, Shoni. Thank you, and to your school for inviting me today. This is a policy paper. Let me just start with this clarification. It talks about a few policy ideas. It analyzes a certain kind of problem and offers certain solutions as far as policy is concerned. And the narrative will flow from certain problems to certain kind of responses to the problems and what needs to be done going forward. So to begin with, let me refresh our memories about some experiences with financial firm failures in recent years in India. I mean, these are not very old memories. All of them are in the last 3 years mostly. But just to quickly recap, there was a big high-profile failure of the IL&FS group in 2018. The most interesting thing about it was so sudden that just a few months earlier, the group holding company had reported very good capital adequacy, almost 33%, well above what the RBI requires, and its ratings of the holding company and the subsidiaries, most of the subsidiaries are very good. AAA, many of them, AA plus, some of them. And suddenly, between August and September, the group failed, and in October, it went into resolution. And the resolution was basically an ad hoc method. It was done through a committee chaired by a senior banker. And even 3 years later, the resolution is still ongoing. And it may take a couple of more years, if not longer, to actually complete the resolution. Then in 2019, IDBI Bank, which had been in trouble for a very long time, it had been running very high NPAs, and no resolution method was found feasible, and ultimately LIC and central government had to bail it out. They together put about 9,000 crore rupees into the bank to bail it out. Another shocking failure, and probably the biggest private bank failure in India's history, was the Yes Bank failure. At that time, Yes Bank had about 2% of total deposits in India. Just to give you in comparison, Global Trust Bank had only about 0.5% of its deposits when it had failed. And Yes Bank also, although the bank again had been in trouble for a while, the reported numbers, audited numbers, didn't look so bad. So even until September 30th, 2019, it was reporting tier 1 capital of about 8.7%. And suddenly, by December, it had fallen to 0.6%. The bank had failed. And in March 2020, it was sent into moratorium. Again, the resolution method was a bit ad hoc. It was basically bailed out by a consortium of banks. It was led by SBI. Then Lakshmi Vilas Bank failure also happened around that time. But this was an exception because it was done, the resolution was done in a manner which is considered to be a good practice in many other countries where they have advanced, well-developed, effective resolution practices. And it was done by sale to another private bank, and there was a process through which a bid was received and an agreement was reached that the bank would be sold. Another example is the PMC Bank, which is a multi-state cooperative bank that also went into resolution. Basically, it may get liquidated, but they're working on a resolution right now. It's been now 2 years and it's still ongoing. So these are just examples to get started and refresh the memory. But there are a few themes that emerge from a review of the financial firm failures in India, especially bank failures. One is that there's often a delayed identification or recognition of failure. So sometimes they have failed to identify that the firm is failing, or sometimes they actually identify but they don't recognize it. So they exercise forbearance and they delay the recognition of failure. And this is something that has been seen for many examples. Some examples I just gave, but Global Trust Bank and other, there are many examples of delayed recognition of failure. And by the time the bank or the financial firm, NBFC, goes into resolution, it already has lost a lot of value. Second is that the methods of resolution are often very ad hoc, and mostly they involve some kind of bailout by government, direct or indirect. What do I mean by indirect bailout? It's that the government owns many banks, obviously. India still has a public sector dominated banking system, and often the failures are managed by merging the failed private bank with the public sector bank. So I have reviewed all the bank mergers that have happened since nationalization happened, and 23 out of the 26 mandatory bank mergers, this is the forced mergers, which is a resolution tool, were done by merging the bank with the public sector bank. Only 3 out of the 26 actually were mergers with private sector bank, and where there is a presumption there was a voluntary kind of sale that happened and the private bank bought it to resolve the bank. Then another issue is the reliance on public funds. So obviously, when it comes to public sector banks and regional rural banks, recapitalization is the preferred mode of dealing with failure, or when a bank gets close to failure. And or they just merge with a larger bank, which is also in effect functionally like recapitalization, because that larger bank will have to be recapitalized for the purposes of absorbing the losses of a smaller bank which is in trouble. Then for consumers, especially if you are a consumer of a small bank, cooperative bank especially, then sometimes it can take a lot of time to recover whatever money that you can recover out of a failed bank. So although the deposit insurance is paid out usually in a year and a half, 2 years, which is also a long time, it's not a short time, the remaining recovery can take up to a decade or sometimes even longer. There are case studies that I've cited in my paper where bank took decades to actually be liquidated. So to cut a long story short, when a financial firm fails in India, if it's large enough to threaten financial stability, then the stability is maintained primarily by direct or indirect government support, bailout, not by a quick and orderly and timely resolution of the failed financial firm. And if it's a smaller firm and their financial stability is not the primary concern, only consumer protection is concerned, again, to the extent that the consumer protection is achieved, the funds are protected, it is done through direct or indirect government support, bailout, direct or indirect, rather than a timely recognition of failure and orderly resolution. So that's been the experience, I would argue, of financial firm failures in India. And it's one part of it is just delayed recognition of failure, and that has got to do with the way regulation in India is done. And I'm just taking here the example of banking regulation. Now there is an emerging body of work on the regulatory forbearance in banking in India, which we saw after the global financial crisis, where there was a larger economic crisis and the banking regulator, namely the Reserve Bank of India, didn't recognize the problems in a timely manner. It exercised certain number of forbearance, which gave the banks the ability to pick and choose when to recognize that a loan has gone bad and the true asset quality be revealed. And that gave them the opportunity to arbitrage the system and created a bigger crisis going forward. So Anushachari and co-authors have argued in a recent paper that this led to a misallocation problem where more and more loans went to low solvency firms at the cost of healthier firms. And because you didn't have to recognize the true quality of assets, there was an incentive created to do this misallocation. The other researchers have argued that this actually led to a vicious cycle of sorts where, because you had this forbearance going on, banks could tunnel the capital, move it out through dividends. That was actually freed up. I mean, the profit that was created by the forbearance itself. And this, perpetuated a cycle which eventually led to more forbearance going forward. Back in 2017, my colleagues Rajeshri Singh Gupta and a co-author had argued that this forbearance that was exercised actually led to a delayed resolution and created more and more problems of its sort. So it's a tendency that is seen most clearly in the last decade or so, but it's a long-standing tendency of Indian financial regulation, especially in banking, that we delay recognition till we must recognize, and by that time a lot of value is destroyed, and resolution becomes basically a like burying the dead. There's not much left to be done with it, and it's part of it has got to do with this fact that the regulator is also the resolution authority. The regulator has no independent division. Also, just the same authority that is giving the license, doing the regulation, also has to decide when to close the bank or to resolve it, and it just creates incentive in which the regulator has a strong incentive to keep delaying till it is 100% certain that there is no way back, because it makes the regulator look very bad when a bank fails and has to go into liquidation or into resolution. And it's so if you look at the extent the legal framework, if you look at private banks, the RBI is the one that makes the resolution scheme, and it has to take a central government's approval, and it has only a couple of instruments, merger and amalgamation, that can be used for resolution. Public sector banks, obviously, the central government is the prime mover there. It consults with RBI, but it can decide how to deal with a failed public sector bank. So on and so forth. So the powers are primarily with the regulator, and in the cases of government-owned banks, with government. And regulator delays. I mean, first is exercise forbearance in a crisis, then the bad loans pile up, the asset quality gets worse, and it tries to do prompt corrective action till it can, and then often it is late in actually acknowledging that not much can be done, and we need to stop these schemes of restructuring and forbearance and corrective action actually send into resolution. So there is a cycle that goes from starting with regulatory forbearance to delayed recognition of failure, and then delayed resolution. Uh, so now if I contrast this system with how some of the best systems of resolution in other countries work, there are a few key things that stand out to me, and this is the details are in the paper in terms of what are the key features. One is that as a firm, like a bank, starts getting into trouble, even though the regulator is focused on correcting and trying to recover the firm, recover the bank, get it back to good health, resolution authority, it may be an independent authority or a division in a central bank, or in some cases even the regulator has a separate division, starts focusing on trying to resolve the failing firm. It assumes that the recovery may not work out, the corrective action may not work out. We need to prepare and work towards resolution. So that's something that is a separate function. It is considered to be a separate independent function in the best jurisdiction, and it's taken seriously as a corrective action. And when corrective action fails, you take orderly kind of resolution action. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't, but there is at least a recognition there's a separate function. Second is that if it's a complex institution or a large conglomerate, they take preventive action in advance to improve resolvability of the conglomerate or the complex institution. So if there are some features of the firm that can make it very difficult to resolve it, they have the power to make it more resolvable. Third is that there's a clearly defined trigger for when a bank, for example, will go into resolution. It's a very clearly defined trigger. For example, if you look at the US in the FDIC, there are stages, and there is a stage very clearly defined in quantitative terms when the bank has to be sent into resolution. This is not there in India right now. It is very much subjective about when the RBI decides. Although internally they say they have a trigger, it is not something that is there in a law or stated in public in clear terms. Another good feature of the most effective resolution regime is that they do early resolution. So when a bank is failing, they don't wait for net worth to go net worth to go negative. They actually resolve it just before that, so that there is some value, and orderly resolution, which mostly involves merging with another willing buyer of the bank, is actually feasible. So there are these, the features which you see in effective resolution frameworks, and they make the system a little more certain. So you see, not because government is standing behind to bail out a institution, because you have an orderly resolution system, you see relatively less uncertainty for depositors. So you see fewer runs on the bank when a crisis hits in a bank. So even if there's a rumor that a bank may fail, some faith has been created that this institution is work. And of course, the frontier here is the FDIC in the US, but there are others also who are working towards this kind of a gold standard. And One more point just before I move on is that there is a variety of instruments for resolution that they use. It's not just one or two instruments of the kind that we have given to regulators here. They have a suite of instruments from which they can choose based on the requirement of a particular institution, which particular method of resolution they will use. Now, comparing in a more specific way our regime with other regimes, there's a Financial Stability Board which was established at G20's behest after the global financial crisis, and it does a annual review of resolution practices in its member countries. And what it's reported in 2020 that India is one of the only two countries out of the 24 that they look at which have not implemented any of the what they consider to be key attributes of effective or good resolution regimes for financial institutions for banks. So they have different regimes for banks and insurance companies. Today's talk is focused on banks. So I'm going to talk about banks. And India and Saudi Arabia are only two of the 24 countries which have not implemented even one of the key attributes. And what are the kind of key gaps? So one, of course, is as I said earlier, is the institutional architecture. There is no independent resolution authority or even a independent division in the central bank or regulator for dealing with resolution actions. Resolution powers are fragmented across various regulators and central government. And if there's a conglomerate, then it makes it very difficult to resolve it because they all have to coordinate together to come to an agreement for the resolution plan. And this is very different from what you see in other countries. So this is just a review of some of the countries. The majority of the countries in at least the G20 framework have an independent resolution authority, not part of the regulator or a central bank. Some of them, 6 of them, have central banks, separate divisions under central bank which do the resolution work. 2 countries only, Australia and Switzerland, have financial regulators doing resolution, but they have created a separate division or a subsidiary to do it. It's not considered to be a part of the main regulatory function. And 2 other countries have different mixed approaches. Japan, for example, the regulator determines the resolution action and the Deposit Insurance Corporation Authority that implements it. And Russia has a different model. So the general trend, if I can say so, is to move towards either independent resolution authorities or independent divisions under central banks or in some cases financial regulators for resolution. So resolution is being recognized as a specialized separate function from regulation. It needs to be seen as the other side of the regulatory framework, which is not focused so much on recovery and prompt corrective action, but more towards resolution and closure. Similarly, we see that compared to other countries, we in India, as I discussed earlier, there's not enough planning and effort to improve resolvability. So when an IL&FS fails, I was shocked to read at that time, I was doing a case study on it at that time, that the RBI didn't even know how many subsidiaries the conglomerate has, how many companies the conglomerate has, how many JVs it has. And it took a few weeks for the committee to actually come out with a statement that how many are there. So it was a very complex conglomerate. It was primarily a financial sector conglomerate, but the regulator didn't have enough legibility about what the conglomerate had inside it. Then there is no clear trigger for resolution, at least not as far as we know in public. And many of the powers for resolution are not given in the laws here, which basically bind the hands, even of the regulator who wants to do resolution sincerely. It doesn't have the powers to do many of the things that you see in other countries. So now, I talked about some of the problems in our framework, compared the current Indian framework with other countries. But why is this an important problem? Why should we focus on it? There are many problems, why focus on solving this problem? So I think in India, there is a case we made for prioritizing this kind of reform. So one is that we have a large number of public sector financial firms. Some of them work better than others. But when a public sector financial firm fails, whether it's a bank or insurance company or other, the only alternative today only option the government has is to bail it out or to merge with some other public sector firm. So if you have a resolution framework, at least you will have an option to resolve the firm by other methods. So, for example, merging it with a private firm, sending it to administration and so on. cutting into different pieces, selling some to private firms, and maybe sending some to liquidation. Those options will be created if you have a well-functioning resolution framework. Second is that even when it goes to private firms, often you see a direct or indirect bailout by government. That will hopefully become less common if you have an effective resolution framework for reasons that I discussed earlier. Then, going forward, if regulators want to try more disruptive models and accept more disruptive models, give more licenses, you see more failures, right? Old business models will die, old firms will die. We are told fintech is going to disrupt old finance. If within the existing firms also more licenses to be given, some firms will fail, right? Because that's the way markets work. And if you have an effective resolution regime, then these things can be done. Regulators will become a little more little less risk averse. They'll continue to be risk averse, less risk averse, in this sense that they will not see every license as as much of a risk as they see today. Because they will hopefully I mean, they'll be more, hopeful that the resolution authority will take care of failure when it happens, and their reputation will not be destroyed by the failure. If a new business model comes and old business models are disrupted, the disruption will be handled in a more, orderly manner than it would be in the current scheme of things. And if you have a separate resolution authority or a separate resolution function, it creates an incentive for the regulator to do timely recognition of failure, because there is a resolution authority which can step in and resolve the institution, and the regulator need not try till the last moment to try to recover the firm, because it knows that it can go into the orderly resolution regime and it can hand it over and it becomes the resolution authority's problem. It is no longer the regulator's problem. So the time at which they decide to go into the resolution may, may be preponed a little because of this. And finally, the tendency for regulatory forbearance and delayed recognition, all of that is also a kind of public choice problem, that because there is no check on the regulatory discretion, there is no counter to the regulator's decision. This continues for as long as the regulator wants it. But if you have another authority which is looking at the same firm, which has the power to take action on the same firm, you will have a little more accountability for the regulator against things like regulatory forbearance. So these kind of problems have been recognized in the past by various committees and commissions of the government. Back in 2013, FSLRC had recommended a reform of resolution framework. In 2014, a working group of ministry and RBI recommended a similar reform. A task force was established for building a resolution corporation in India, again in 2014. 2015 budget, there was an announcement by the finance minister to prioritize this reform. In 2017, the cabinet approved the bill. The bill had many of the features that I discussed just now, to create a framework for monitoring of financial firms, planning of resolution, taking preparatory action for resolution, and then actually doing the resolution using one of the instruments of resolution that exist. And it had a multi-stage process, as I discussed earlier, that from a healthy firm to a failed firm, there has to be a multi-stage process in which at some point regulator hands over to the resolution authority and says, go and resolve this firm, it has failed. It had these features, but it was withdrawn in July 2018. This is the FRDI bill, it used to be called. And when the bill was being withdrawn, the finance minister stated 3 apprehensions that had been raised about it to withdraw the bill. And it was an election year. It was less than a year before the election was to happen. So I think they got cold feet and they withdrew the bill. So the 3 apprehensions were: one around the bail-in instrument that was there in the bill. Bail-in is the opposite of bailout. When you put money from outside, it's called bail-in, and bail-out. And bail-in is if the losses are absorbed internally. So some of the claims are written down because because the institution is being basically recapitalized from within. Second issue was the deposit insurance cover. At that time, there was only 1 lakh rupees per person per bank cover, and demand was made to revise it. And third was that this was applicable on public sector banks. In fact, it was by design. It was a feature, not a bug. Something other than capitalization if a public sector financial firm fails. But the bill was withdrawn, and since then, basically, they have been trying some patchwork reforms because it's an important reform. Most other countries that we compare ourselves with have already done these reforms. And especially after the global financial crisis, it's become a high priority reform in many countries. But our political economy didn't allow it to go through at the time. Politically, it wasn't considered to be feasible to push it through. So they've been trying patchwork reforms. So as you may have noticed, in 2019, the RBI Act was amended to give RBI more powers over failing NBFCs. This was in wake of the IL&FS crisis. 2019, some of the NBFCs, systemically important NBFCs, were covered by IBC for, for the purpose of resolution. 2020, the Banking Regulation Act was amended to give the RBI certain powers for resolving failed cooperative banks and so forth. But these are patchworks, as I've mentioned in the slide. There's no, nothing comparable to what is required as far as a comprehensive reform for resolution is considered. Now we are in a crisis. We are in a major economic crisis, and real economy is in a lot of trouble. Although the recovery is underway, many firms are likely to fail, and eventually, as we know, real economy crisis does translate to financial system and financial firms, especially. It may happen with a lag, but it will happen eventually. And we may see a few more financial firm failures. We're already seeing quite a few in the last few years. So we need to prepare for eventualities. And we need to have a framework which is modern and which is capable of dealing with financial firm failures. And in fact, the RBI governor last year recognized this problem that we have a big gap in our system and we need to address it. So in my view, a new law is required, a new agency has to be built to do it. But these things take time, and I'm not fetishizing a law. I'm not saying that setting up a law will solve the problem. It's a first step towards, getting towards an effective resolution framework. I've studied the US experience in detail, and it took them decades to actually build up FDIC for all the reputation that it has for doing orderly resolutions of banks. So, on the three issues that the honorable minister had mentioned for FRDI withdrawal, one of them has already been addressed. So, the deposit insurance cap has been raised from 1 lakh to 5 lakh. So, now it fully covers 98.3% of deposits in Indian banks. So, only 1.7% of deposits have the depositors have money which is more than 5 lakh rupees in one bank. Then on bail-in powers, I think there are possibilities of some compromise or modified version. So you can have only contractual bail-in where the counterparty, investors are already signed off and knows that this instrument is bail-inable. And the power to cancel or write off liability, you can just limit it to common equity. That's it. So, that's something which usually happens anyway in a failed financial institution, that the equity holders have to absorb the losses. That's the role of equity anyway. And on inclusion of public sector banks, my view is that should be possible to push it through, but you need to make a compromise which is consistent with the kind of demands that they were making. That they were worried that an independent resolution authority will be able to take a public sector bank into resolution. That shouldn't be the case. So you can say either mandatory consultation or approval of the government for resolution action. So that's something which may work. I'm not saying it will, but it may work because it addresses some of the concerns. So if you want to go down this road, if the government wants to do it, there are some of these design ideas. There are many more in the paper, but some of the key the issues I've addressed in the previous slide. But it's not just, it's very difficult to build an agency, right? And we are in a crisis. We don't know what kind of challenges will come up. So I'm arguing that to begin with, the resolution power should be given to the regulators itself. So it's not a first best solution, but under the circumstances, it will be an improvement, because even though it's not ideal to have resolution with the regulators, at least they will have more powers when they do take a form into resolution. Then by the law, you establish a resolution corporation, which will take over these powers in the next couple of years or so, 2-3 years. And that can be done through notification of government. But having this complete gap in our resolution framework right now is a very big risk, because especially in the present crisis, but even once we are out of these woods, there will still be a sense that we have a big gap in our regulatory architecture. So that's the summary of the paper.
Thanks so much, Suyash. Maybe we can stop sharing the screen. Suyash, we have about 5-7 minutes. I just wanted to sort of get in some of what is happening today in the country and try and get your perspective on that. One is that with respect to the early warning triggers that you spoke about in the paper, we know that we don't have a very evolved system, say, as compared to FDIC. But given that we have the PCA framework, which kind of is operating on some similar lines, and given that the RBI has just come out with a new PCA framework, do you think the PCA framework, in the absence of an absolute law, can be tweaked a little bit in the meanwhile to counter for some of these risks?
The PCA framework only is basically a regulatory framework. So it is its primary focus is to, ensure recovery of the institution back to good health. So if you cross some of the thresholds, then prompt corrective actions are taken. You're given uh, um, certain targets to achieve with respect to fundraising, improving quality of lending, reducing the rate of credit growth, and so on. So it's already there, and it's been, recently revised and reformed to some extent, but it doesn't solve the main problem that I'm talking about. One is the problem of regulatory incentive to delay and to forbear. That's one. The other is a problem of the lack of instruments for resolution, lack of resolution powers, which, even if the RBI was to reform its prompt corrective action even further, it would not have the legal powers to do the kind of things that are required to be done in the resolution. So, for example, the power to create a good bank and a bad bank, and to send a bad bank into liquidation and a good bank be sold to another bank. So those kind of powers, to the power to transfer critical functions into kind of a bridge institution, which is an important power as far as financial stability is concerned. The power to deal with financial market infrastructure institutions. In fact, our clearing corporations and all don't have any resolution framework right now. So the big problems will not be solved in any, meaningful way. I think even if you have more modern prompt corrective action framework.
Okay, and the second question I want to ask you was on the political economy of creating a resolution corporation in India, as you said, as FSLRC and multiple other committees have spoken about. Given the checkered history and the now evolving history of relationship between the regulator, the banking regulator, and the government, and I'm talking about the last, 5-7 years or so. Do you think creating a resolution authority in the next, say, couple of years is possible, realistically speaking? And B, even if it is possible, we want a healthy tension between the resolution authority and the government, and that's a good thing. Do you think that tension will exist in the, given what is, given the relationship, the history of relationship that we're seeing now?
So I think on the first question, the ball is in the government's court, because the Reserve Bank of India has gone out of its way to say that it supports this, and it didn't have to. Like last July, when Governor Shaktikant Das made a statement that this is a priority that should be pursued, it's a big gap. He didn't have to do that, but he said it because he sees the problem that RBI has limitations. It cannot actually do many of the resolution actions. It's a problem that needs to be solved. And other regulators have also been on record of supporting some kind of a resolution reform. They have not gone to specifics about what they agree and don't agree with, but they have. So I think the political economy problem is very much in whether the government can address the kind of concerns that led to the withdrawal of that bill in 2018. And those I've addressed in the slideshow briefly, and there are more ideas, more detailed ideas. It is already been some time since the 5 lakh rupees decision was taken, and now a few cooperative banks have already benefited from that. So, and once you have that experience and there is some goodwill that is built around it, then it becomes over two issues: dealing with public sector bank unions and dealing with the depositors' anxiety over bail-in. So both are addressable. So, for example, if you have contractual bail-in, it will by definition not apply to depositors. So if you have that kind of a modified version as it is in some countries, then you will in one step basically assuage the anxiety of many of the depositors. You're very powerful bodies because there are a large number of people who rely on deposits, FTs, and all for their retirement income and all. The other is, although, to be more precise, the bill was not designed in a manner that depositors would be billed in. So It's a misconception, but okay, you have to acknowledge reality as it is in terms of political economy. The other is the application of public sector institutions. I think there has been a shift in the last 3 years because this was withdrawn in 2018, and since then a few things have changed. First, government has said it wants to privatize some of the public sector financial firms, including insurance and banking firms. It has privatized Air India. It has expressed its intent to privatize more firms. There is a certain shift in the government's mood that obviously it doesn't mean that it's going to privatize all the financial firms, but it is willing to take on that battle because much more than the FRDI bill and the application of resolution to public sector financial firms, it was the privatization decision that was much more, difficult for unions to accept. And it is, they're still fighting it, but the government has shown some intent to fight that. So I would argue that if it's willing to fight that battle, it's already gone 2 steps in that direction. One more step it might be able to do, but it'll have to make some modifications so that it's not a all-out war. There has to be, like in public sector banks privatization, they said a couple of smaller ones might be privatized, but that's it. They're not going beyond that. Here also, if you have a modification of the bill which says that the government approval will be mandatory before any resolution action is taken on a public sector financial firm, it could work.
Okay, thank you so much, Suyash. I obviously have a plethora of other questions. There's so many things to discuss, but perhaps we can get you back, in the future for an entirely new conversation on resolution of cooperative banks, which is another area we haven't touched. But thank you so much, Suyash, for taking out time and discussing this mammoth paper with us in 20 minutes or so. It's such a great addition to the Global Finance Conclave because I guess this was the only panel discussing, bank resolution. We are very grateful for you to have come here. And I think that this marks the end of the 7th session. Yeah.
Thank you, Shoini. Thank you for inviting me.
We are all.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to the 8th session of the Global Finance Conclave. I'm very excited to share the stage today with eminent speakers like Professor Chandrasekhar, Professor Sengupta, and Mr. Akash Suri. The topic of this panel discussion is credit dispersal, bad loans, and the MSMEs. This is a topic which has occupied the airwaves, a lot of media space over the past few years. We've seen several large companies, NBFCs, being unable to pay back their debt to the banks, and a consequential effect on the economy. What is the cause? What is the effect? I am not sure. We are hoping to discuss that in today's panel discussion with the experts. Several large corporates have fallen victim to this wave of bad debts. Names like Reliance Communications, SR Steel, ILFS, DHFL, some of which have gone into insolvency proceedings as well. So there are a lot of questions which several of us have about this entire topic. I'm teaching a course on the banking system to my students, and several of their questions I'm unable to answer. So hopefully today's discussion will provide me the answers, will provide some of them who are watching this discussion the answers to their doubts and to their queries. Like I mentioned, I'm joined by an eminent panel of speakers. Professor Chandrasekhar, who is a professor at the Center for Economic Studies and Planning, JNU. He needs no introduction to the people in the economics field. He is one of the foremost economists of India, works in the areas of applied macroeconomics and development economics with a focus on industry and finance. He completed his PhD in economics in 1980 from JNU and has been teaching with JNU since the early 80s itself. He was also a lecturer at the University of London and a consultant to the Ministry of Industry, and has been awarded the Malcolm Adiseshaya Award for contributions to economics and development studies. The second speaker we have is Professor Rajeshwari Sengupta, who is an assistant professor at IGIDR Mumbai. Professor Sengupta's research focuses on the fields of international finance, open economy, macroeconomics, monetary policy, banking, and financial markets. Prior to being an assistant professor at IGIDR, she held research positions at IFMR in Chennai, at the World Bank, the International Monetary Fund, and the Reserve Bank of India. She was also a member of the Research Secretariat for the Bankruptcy Law Reforms Committee, which recommended the Insolvency and Bankruptcy Code for India. Our final speaker is Mr. Akash Suri, who's the Group President and National Head of Asset Reconstruction Management at Yes Bank. Mr. Suri completed his MBA from MICA, is also an INSEAD alumni. He also has certified financial analyst as well as completed his FRM. He has been with Yes Bank for more than 11 years now. He started his career with GE Capital, moved on to HSBC from there, and has been with Yes Bank for the past 11 years, rising to the level of Group President and National Head. Welcome all of you. Welcome everyone. Thank you for joining us today. Before we jump right into the discussion, I would invite Professor Sengupta to make some opening remarks. She wanted to talk about the topic that we have at hand today.
Thank you so much, Kirti, and thank you to Jindal Global University for inviting me to this panel. It is a pleasure and an honor to share this space with my esteemed fellow panelists. So I have a slideshow, and I would request Kirti's help to maneuver the slides. Thank you so much. So I just want to briefly open up the panel by talking about a general story of India's credit landscape, the primary trends that have been taking place over the last 1 decade, and the way forward, given that we are recovering from a very big shock. Of course, I'm trying to squeeze a lot of material in about 15-20 minutes, but hopefully with this, you'll get a sense of some of the most important trends that are worth talking about. So Kirti, if you could go to the next slide. So the outline of the talk that I'll just quickly talk about is, one is the pre-pandemic credit landscape, then followed by the economic impact of the pandemic. Then I'll briefly mention some of the policy initiatives that have been announced by both the central bank, the RBI, and the government. And then what, in my opinion, are the main issues and challenges going forward. So yeah, let's go to the next slide. So, in terms of the economic conditions prior to the pandemic, now this is of course well known to everybody who's attending the panel, but it's useful to sort of revise some of these points. That before the pandemic hit India, our real GDP growth had slowed down to 4.7%. Well, I have worked on the GDP data and I know there are many problems with the GDP data, but notwithstanding those problems, we had a growth rate slowed down to 4.7%, which was quite a severe slowdown at the lowest since 2013. Unemployment by the official measure was at a 4-decade high. Private sector investment had been declining for a while and had actually become stagnant. Even consumption had been falling, which is even more worrisome. And some of the most important reasons why this was the case, and I've just highlighted a few points, there are many others. One, of course, is that we have a very big informal sector. There are a large number of MSMEs. All of these got very badly affected by a series of consecutive shocks. One is the policy shock of demonetization. Then came the default by a very large NBFC, the ILMFS. And then, of course, there was the goods and services tax, which was a shock for the informal sector. And then, other than the informal sector and the MSMEs, there was also the twin balance sheet crisis that has been happening in the economy, which has affected both the banking sector and the large private corporate sector. And we saw the manifestation of this in the form of very high levels of non-performing assets, over-leveraged firms, etc. This was the sort of the main topic of economics, so to speak, over the last several years before the pandemic hit us. And simultaneously, the policy levers were quite limited because fiscal deficit was already quite high. This is the official central government fiscal deficit of about 3.8%. If you take off balance sheet borrowing, state government fiscal deficit, it goes up to a much higher number. Monetary policy transmission has always been weak. And on top of that, we had very high risk aversion in the financial sector. And I'm going to talk a little bit about that in the subsequent slides. So let's focus more on, especially given the topic of this panel, I want to focus more on the banking and the financial sector. Also because the banking and the financial sector in general, they always take a direct hit of economic fluctuations. At the same time, they play a very critical role in any economic recovery. For example, majority of the fiscal stimulus that was announced in the last 1 year was channeled through the banking sector. Because it's very important to understand what was going on in the banking and the financial sector during this time. So we had, and I'm sure as the panel proceeds, we have more questions and discussion on this topic, but very briefly, pre-2009, we had about a 5-6 year period of very high credit boom, very high GDP growth boom, when bank credit on average was growing at a very high rate. However, this was also the period when arguably the credit standards were weak. Lot of lending was happening to big infrastructure projects. Now, these infra projects involve policy risks, and arguably banks didn't really have the experience or the specialization or the knowledge to do lending to infra projects. And this was almost like an after effect of the collapse of DFIs of the 1990s and 1980s. So these infra projects involved a lot of policy risks. Many of these risks materialized after 2009. So we had a series of scams, scandals, we had policy paralysis. A lot of these problems materialized. The economy began slowing down, and it was almost like a domino effect of many cards falling at the same time. We had interest rates that were raised because inflation was very high. The rupee started depreciating sharply. So almost everything turned against the economy. And the net result was that non-performing assets started creeping up in the bank balance sheets. But for the first few years, because of several restructuring schemes, there was like an alphabet soup of restructuring schemes, which is almost like a helpline extended by the banking regulator, the RBI. Because of this, the balance sheet problems of the banks were kept hidden for a very long time. Ultimately, in 2015, the RBI did the asset quality review when the problems got exposed almost for the first time. And we got to know that at its peak, gross NPA as a share of total advances was as high as 14 to 15%. Bulk of this was in the public sector banks. And of course, primarily these were large corporate loans that were given to the infrastructure sector, etc. So let's go to the next slide. So this is a graph of the net NPAs of the banking sector as a share of advances. And we see that there was a secular decline of NPA during the credit boom period when all the banks were basically lending left, right, and center. But then from 2010 onwards, and particularly from 2015 onwards, there was a very sharp increase in NPAs of the banking sector. By any measure, this would be called a banking crisis. But because in India banks don't fail per se, we did not term this as a banking crisis. But this was a very worrisome situation for the biggest financial intermediary of the country. Let's go to the next slide. Now, what happened in the wake of this NPA crisis? And here I want to draw attention to two developments that happened simultaneously that affected credit supply as well as credit demand. Several steps were taken, and once the AQR happened and the NPAs were exposed, the RBI, the government took many steps to sort of resolve the problem. For example, many banks were put into prompt corrective action framework. Senior bank officials were investigated. There were arrests that happened. A lot of these agencies, the CBC and the CBI, do a lot of investigations. That sort of sent a fear wave, so to speak, to the banking sector. And also the RBI directed the banks to trigger the bankruptcy law by 2017 against defaulting firms. That was also not a very easy thing to do, because if you realize that if banks are to take defaulting firms to IBC, they will also need the capital in order to write off some of the loans or take haircuts. But capital in the banking system has always been a problem in India, because more than 60% of the banks are owned by the government. So multiple things happened, as a result of which there was a very big increase in risk aversion in the banking system. The public sector banks particularly became extremely conservative and cautious in lending. Particularly, they just cut back lending to the private corporate sector. So the public sector banks were the ones who were mostly lending to the private corporate sector, giving the infra loans, etc. All of that pretty much came to a stop, came to a standstill. And the banks started withdrawing credit from the industries, from the private corporate sector. Let's go to the next slide. On the other side, side of the coin of the twin balance sheet crisis, we had the private corporate sector, where the credit demand was simultaneously getting affected. So, as I was just saying, from 2009, 2010 onwards, there was a secular decline in demand. There was a CRISIL study which mentioned that capacity utilization in the private corporate sector was around 65 to 75% between 2010 and 2020. So for almost a decade, the capacity utilization did not go up. And at that level of capacity utilization, it basically makes no sense to install fresh capacity. There was also a complete decline and then a stagnation of investment projects done by the private corporate sector. So this is the graph of year-on-year growth rate of the total amount invested in total private investment projects. And you see that the secular decline from 2010, a little bit of a pickup in 2014 on the back of national elections. But then after that, there was a complete stagnation of investment growth, and in fact, a decline in growth just before the pandemic hit us. If you go to the next slide, this is a graph of the new projects announced by the private sector. Similar picture that you see that nominal value of the new projects announced, secular decline from 2010. There was a pickup in 2014, but then since then, there's been a complete stagnation of new projects announced. If you go to the next slide, so not only did we have this capacity utilization problem, there was a demand sluggishness, investment projects came to a standstill, started stagnating, and of course, when IBC came about, that basically meant that firms were effectively losing control of their own management, while IBC strengthened the creditor rights. The bankruptcy law was a short-run shock to the private corporate sector. So we started seeing that even before the IBC, there was a big deleveraging by the private corporate sector. This shows the debt to assets, the debt to equity ratio of the top 200 firms by market capitalization. These are all non-financial firms. And you see there was a decline in leverage from 2015, and particularly from 2018 onwards, there was a stagnation. Basically, this indicates that just as there was no supply of credit because of risk aversion of the banking sector, there was concomitantly no demand for credit from the private corporate sector because of low capacity utilization, sluggish demand, shocks like IBC, etc. There was actually a deleveraging by the private corporate sector. And we know big news like big companies like Reliance wanted to become zero debt companies, which is actually a big shock for the system, meaning that these companies are not even planning to expand. So they are just deleveraging. So net result of this got reflected in the credit growth by the banking sector. We see that there was a bit of an increase from 2017 onwards. This was actually banks lending to NBFCs. This was not banks lending to the private corporate sector. But from 2019, there was a very, very steep decline in the credit growth of the banking sector. And in fact, this was remarkable because in 2019, RBI did very big monetary policy easing. The policy repo rate was cut by about 135 basis points. But despite such a big monetary policy easing, we saw that there was a very big decline of credit growth of the banking sector. And of course, it did not recover when the pandemic hit us. Okay, so this sort of sums up the banking credit story of the last 10 years in a very brief nutshell. What was happening in the rest of the credit ecosystem? Well, we had, when the banks withdrew from the private corporate sector, from the industrial lending space, the NBFC stepped in a big way. But however, that also came to a halt in 2018 when ILFS defaulted on its debt. That started the NBFC crisis. This said, so this was already the banking system was reeling under the NPA crisis. The NBFC crisis further sends shockwaves to the banking system as well as the debt market. Credit spreads went up sharply for pretty much all borrowers in the bond market. As it is, we have a bond market which is very skewed towards high-rated borrowers. But after the NBFC crisis, credit spreads increased for all borrowers. Followed by, we had many other events in the financial sector. We had the DHFL crisis. We had the problem with the Yes Bank. As a result of that, there was a further worsening of risk appetite of the banks, and there was risk aversion in the overall debt market as well. So this was pretty much the story that happened before the pandemic hit us in March 2020. The net result of this decline of credit growth to the industrial sector particularly, was there has been a structural transformation of bank credit that has been underway over the last 1 decade, which is consumerization of bank credit. So if you look at the graph, this basically shows segment-wise share of bank credit, and I have to thank my dear friend Harshvardhan here because he's done spectacular work in this field. So what this graph shows you is that the top yellow, the dark yellow bar, that is the share of consumer credit in total bank loans. That went up systematically from 2010 to 2020, even before the pandemic hit us. Simultaneously, the red bar, that is the bank credit to industry, that has been going down. So it's almost like, if you look at this is just the share in the stock of bank credit. If you look at the share in the incremental bank credit, for time constraint, I don't have the graph here. It's basically almost like a mirrored image that consumer credit went up and industrial credit went down. So if you go to the next slide, these are some of the main credit trends of the last 10 years. We had an average annual growth rate of bank credit went down from 24% to 11%, so almost halving of average annual growth rate of bank credit that happened over the last 10 years. Share of industry in the bank credit went down from roughly 43% to 31%. Share of consumer loans went up from less than 20% to almost close to 30%, and that is a remarkable structural transformation. And simultaneously, the share of NBFCs has also gone up by almost thrice. So the reason I wanted to highlight the numbers is because it basically brings into focus the kind of transformation that has been happening in the bank credit landscape, with the withdrawal of public sector banks from industrial credit, from credit to private corporate sector, increase of private sector banks into retail lending, into consumer lending. It's too early to say whether this is structural or cyclical, but it's definitely something that has been happening over the last 10 years. Now let's move on to what happened in 2020. Of course, there was this huge sort of a mother of all crises. We got hit by an unprecedented pandemic. There was the lockdown that was announced without any notice that brought the country to a complete halt. This was a massive demand shock. This was also a supply shock. Many firms would eventually find it very difficult to stay afloat. NPAs could rise, but the reason I have put it in parentheses is because, as I was saying, that many large companies have actually been deleveraging before the pandemic. So this time around, the defaults may not happen so much from the large companies, but because consumer credit has been going up, the retail sector defaults could actually be much higher this time around, because we know that household debt has gone up. There was an SBI report which said that household debt has gone up from, in 2019, 2020, it was 32% of GDP. In 2020, 2021, it has gone up to 37% of GDP. That's a very big increase of household debt. So if the retail sector borrowing has gone up by a lot, which is what we are seeing from the data, it's possible that as a result of the pandemic, because of job losses and income shocks, etc., the retail sector defaults could actually go up more this time. So the NPS could be a problem from that particular sector, primarily in the private sector banks, because they are the ones who are more exposed to the retail loans. Not so much the big firms, because they have actually been deleveraged. So the preconditions of this twin balance sheet crisis, which has increased the risk aversion of the banking sector and the financial sector, coupled with the pandemic, can overall, of course, be a tailwind as far as, a headwind as far as recovery of India from the economy, from the pandemic shock is concerned. Let's go to the next slide. So particular impact on the financial sector of the pandemic. In FY 2021, bank credit has averaged around 6%, which is almost a 6-decade low. And of course, this has been building up for a while, as I was saying. It is not just the pandemic, but of course, during the pandemic, there was no reason for the banks to shed the risk aversion, and there was no reason for credit demand to increase either. Simultaneously, however, while bank deposits have been growing at 10% and credit at 6%, RBI has kept the system in a liquidity surplus mode, which basically, there is no rationale for that per se. As a result of this, what has happened is that banks are holding more government securities than what is mandated by their SLR requirements. So basically, this liquidity hasn't really gone into lending to the real economy. This lending hasn't really picked up 6% of credit growth. In fact, interestingly, what has happened is total bond issuance has gone up more than net bank credit. And of course, bulk of the borrowing was by government-owned entities. So it seems that government is sort of doing a bit of a crowding out, that there's a lot of lending that is happening to a lot of borrowing by government entities that's happening, and banks are also holding a lot of government securities. So the government seems to be a very big player now in the financial sector, because the big private corporate sector has sort of withdrawn, and the other entities borrowing are the retail sector. Let's go to the next slide. I'm almost done. Some of the policy initiatives, well, the Reserve Bank of India took recourse to both conventional and unconventional monetary policies. They cut interest rates, injected massive amounts of liquidity, encouraged banks to do targeted lending. Of course, not much of that really happened. There was some amount of lending by banks to NBFCs, and there was some amount of lending by banks to MSMEs because of the credit enhancement, credit guarantee schemes. But other than that, we haven't really seen a lot of fresh lending by the banks. Simultaneously, in order to help the banking sector, a moratorium on loans was announced. The Supreme Court announced that NPA recognition will be postponed. The IBC was suspended for about a year. RBI facilitated restructuring of both corporate and retail loans. And of course, as I said, credit guarantee for MSMEs. Now, the net result of all of these is that we're not going to be seeing any rise in the NPA anytime soon because of all of these measures that have been implemented. If the NPAs at all increase, it will probably increase about 1 or 2 years later, when all the moratorium, restructuring, all of these things expire. And that's when we will find out what the real situation is. It's almost like you know who's swimming naked when the high tide recedes. But right now, we will really not really get to understand what's going on. In terms of reforms, the government has also recently announced the setting up of a bad bank. We can discuss more subsequently in the panel. TFI. Let's go to the next slide. Very quick analysis of some of these policies. Well, banks are already flush with liquidity. As I said, deposits are growing faster than loans. So they are just holding liquidity or investing in GSIBs. Not much of that is coming out to the real economy in the form of lending. There's a lot of risk aversion in the banking sector that hasn't gone down, combined with subdued demand for credit because capacity utilization still has not picked up. Effectiveness of bad bank, I am very skeptical about bad bank and DFI both. We can discuss more about it later on. So let's just finish off. That's my next slide is the last one. So in view of what I've just discussed, what I've just highlighted, in my mind, some of the opportunities and challenges now that we are in 2021, one is, of course, the pandemic seems to be receding, which is great news for all of us. It seems to be becoming more endemic. I don't think we are going to have any more lockdowns or shutdowns or anything like that anytime. There is a revival of pent-up consumer demand that we are seeing. Exports have been very buoyant, which is good news. Of course, that could be a temporary phenomenon again, depending upon how the global economy is doing and how soon services demand recovers. Equity market has been doing exceedingly well in India. Of course, much of that is a function of cheap global liquidity that is coming from the US, etc. As a result of which we are seeing FII investments have picked up. Again, could be a temporary phenomenon. But in terms of challenges, particularly for the financial sector, I think the structural problems of the banking sector in particular and the credit landscape remain unaddressed. And they need to be addressed as urgently as possible. Infrastructure financing continues to be a problem area. We can't have it. We can't have banks to it. Again, I said I have reservations about the DFI. We need a bond market, but the bond market continues to be underdeveloped. The unsecured retail lending, which has picked up a lot, it is worrisome. It continues to pose risks. Also because we don't have a legal resolution mechanism for unsecured retail lending. The IBC is only for large corporate sector defaults. Now, the corporate balance sheets are healthier now than they were 4 or 5 years ago because they have been deleveraging. Yet, we are not seeing any kind of revival of the capital expenditure cycle or the investment cycle, despite interest rates being very low. And that, to me, is a singularly worrisome feature of the recovery of the Indian economy, because unless private corporate investment picks up, it's not going to be possible for us to revive and sustain a high GDP growth rate for the next few years. So I'll just end with this, and then now just happy to do further discussion in the panel. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Sengupta. That was a very comprehensive overview of the situation that has been developing in the banking industry, in the financial sector over the last 10 years, over the last couple of decades, not just in the banking industry, but across the entire economy. So if I may ask a few questions, and if I may start off by asking Professor Chandrasekhar, how much of the current NPA crisis, I mean, when I say current, it's not just because of the pandemic, like Professor Sengupta explained, talked about it, the issue has been building up for quite some time before the pandemic. How much of it can be attributed to poor policy making by successive governments in the past?
Yeah, I think there are two things that I think we should look at here. First, of course, is we shouldn't look at or present the problem as if it's a problem of the banking system or the public sector banking system in particular. And the reason is that we must recognize that one of the consequences of the sort of liberalization which began with the Narasimhan Committee reports, the whole idea of the Narasimhan Committee was that having special development financial institutions actually created a non-level playing field because of the fact that they could get access to either a special window of the central bank or resources from the budget of the government, and also because of the fact that there are implicit guarantees, them being publicly owned, or at least most of them being publicly owned, they were in a position to be able to borrow at relatively lower rates of interest, including from the banking system. So therefore, the argument was we should do away with what was a very elaborate development financing architecture, excepting for a set of development banks with a social mandate. So we can have a NABARD, we can have a SIDBI and so on, but we actually do not have a set of institutions whose role is essentially to close the gap for long-term finance, which tends to exist in all market economies, in particular market economies which are in the early stages of industrialization. So across the world, whether it's Brazil or whether it's China post-liberalization, development or Korea, when it industrialized, development banks have always played an extremely important role. Now, if you do away with development banking by, I suppose the principal way was to allow them to set up a commercial bank and then to reverse merge the DFI into the commercial bank so that we have an IDBI bank, but we don't have an IDBI. We have an ICICI bank, but we don't have an ICICI, etc. You end up with a situation where what you would have is you need to find some other way of financing long-term investment, but particularly capital-intensive long-term investment, not just in infrastructure, but crucially in infrastructure too. Because as you expect the private sector to step in and play a more major role in terms of investment, the sort of backing in terms of the ports, the power, the roads, the need for aviation infrastructure, telecommunications, etc., has to be provided for either by the government or by the private sector with support from the government. Now, the second aspect of the scenario which we faced particularly after 2003, when we passed the FRBM Act, was that the ability of the government to be able to finance these kinds of capital-intensive projects was undermined because, on the one hand, liberalization meant moving to a more lenient taxation structure. And second, of course, you really wanted to curb your fiscal deficit. So the idea that the government or the state, as happened in the 1980s, could borrow large amounts and spend was brought to an end. So you had a situation where the government couldn't step in and close the gap which existed in terms of providing support to the private sector through the development financial institutions or the public sector in certain cases to undertake this investment. So really, this gap had to be closed in some fashion. And the fact that you had a public banking system where the government could actually, in some sense, nudge, push, or force the banking system to undertake a certain set of activities is what I think is responsible for the public banks entering into a set of areas of lending, which involved huge maturity and liquidity mismatches. I mean, you can't take money from depositors and then try and put money into roads and ports and power generation, power distribution, etc. So that's the first thing. I think that there was a fundamental flaw in terms of the move to using the banking system as a mechanism to close the gap for long-term finance, particularly capital-intensive long-term finance. The second thing I think is that this was a period, the period of the credit boom was also a period in which we saw a huge flow of capital into the Indian economy from abroad, both in terms of coming into the equity market, but also coming in terms of private placement, in terms of bond market investments, etc. So if you look at the deposit base of the scheduled commercial banking system relative to GDP, there was a huge spike. So much so that if you look at it, because banks can't sit on money. If they get money for which they're paying interest to those who put the money in, you have to actually keep the money moving. And therefore, if you look at what happened in terms of the advances of the scheduled commercial banking system relative to GDP, it used to be in the range of about 20-21% right through the 1990s. It moved from there to something like 52-55% over a short period of something like 8 years or 9 years. Now, if you have a situation where the banks are being pushed into having to suddenly increase their lending in such large measure, then obviously they have to find new areas to lend to. And the one area they went to, of course, is retail lending, where even today, I mean, the default rate is something like 2% or a little more than 2%. So we haven't seen, even though if you look at it in terms of the share of advances going to the retail lending sector, even before the decline of lending to industry, you had seen a significant increase in retail lending by the banking system. And the second, of course, is the banks thought that there was an implicit sovereign guarantee because, as I said, the state was either pushing them, nudging them, forcing them to lend to infrastructure, and therefore they went into an area where they shouldn't go. And really, a lot of those investments, which were undertaken by the private sector, possibly under the presumption that they saw this as free money, resulted, were investments which really didn't take off. They didn't deliver on the promise. And this was not only in areas where because of environmental regulations, etc., plants couldn't come into commercial operation. It occurred even in areas where they came into commercial operation. So I do think that there is a combination of a fiscal reform which does not allow the state to undertake a certain kind of investment, an end to development financing, which actually meant that the infrastructure we had created to close the gap for long-term finance disappeared. You transferred this burden because you own the large part of the banking system to the public banks. And since there are huge liquidity and maturity mismatches, you saw what happened. And therefore, you ended up with a situation where a process of growth, we're talking about 8-9% rates of growth per annum, a process of growth which rode on this credit bubble couldn't be sustained beyond a point. Once you got rid of the corporate debt restructuring mechanism as a way of hiding your bad debt and actually required recognition of bad loans for what they are. So this is the way I would like to, see the NPA problem.
Thank you very much, Professor Chandrasekhar. Mr. Akash, Professor Sengupta, if you have anything to add to Professor Chandrasekhar's answer.
Well, first of all, say the presentation shared by Rajeshwari ji as a practitioner, right? It was an excellent summary of what we've seen over the last 10 years, and I think it's very well laid out. I think just to build on both the points made by her and Dr. Chandrasekhar, if you look at the NPL problem and we go through the chronology. So first the problem was largely on the public sector bank. Then it followed up with NBFCs and cascaded further. What has happened in the banking sector is initially the larger part of the problem was there on the project finance. While our transition from DFIs to banking and now the thought process of going back to DFI, like Rajeshwari ji also shared, I am also circumspect how potent that thought process will be, and I think the need for infrastructure financing for a country like ours would continue, and I think the challenge of setting up a DFI, operationalizing it, and then giving it the wherewithal to cater to the requirement of a country is not going to be easy, and hence, whether we like it or not, the responsibility will continue to stay with the banks. The issue is going to be with regard to that, how do we actually have a balanced growth? So the point which got made that suddenly we moved on swings from one side to another. Earlier, all the credit growth was coming from project financing, and now, say nobody wants to say fund a real estate project, but every lender in the town only wants to fund a mortgage loan. Nobody wants to fund say construction of a road, but people want to only fund say vehicle finance, and these things can't stay like that, right? So there has to be a little bit of say balanced growth. I think the good thing is that say with a little bit of consolidation which is happening in the PSU, the strength of say some of the public sector banks going forward will be better to cater, right? Because it's also a function of risk concentration. So large part of the problem earlier, say which happened, was because of the project financing, which was say we could say choice of credit, say the way sanctioning was done. So naturally at that point in time, say as a country, the equity contribution which was required to be put by the promoters, so possibly was not there. There was a little bit of gold plating. And these are issues of the past which we only have to learn from. But a very large part of the issue, say, continue to be in terms of say timely approvals, strong mechanisms of say finding resolution to the dispute, right? Because in any large say project implementation, these are issues. If that is streamlined, then the solution would be much easier. So government has done some work on it. I wouldn't say that so we've solved it fully. And I think a large number of infrastructure say companies going into bankruptcy. So one of the reasons is that while on paper they would have claims from the government or the authority, they would run out of money to fight for those claims, right? And I think as a country we just have to learn from it and fix that problem if we want to say have that sustenance. Second, I think the migration to NBFC naturally was a mix of say credit problem which got escalated because of INFS say default, which in a systemic manner froze any financing, right? And I think that sort of escalated both issue of say credit and liquidity, and I think that has put say viability of NBFCs in a little bit of say question, and that roadmap is still say at least to me is not very clear, except for those which are purely focusing on retail. But so there are inherent advantages of having say NBFCs which also say cater to capital market requirement or real estate, for example. Third pillar I would say is say looking back, there was naturally weakness on the resolution framework, right? At that point in time, say restructuring was there, but given the baggage that as a country we had with regard to success of the restructuring, there was say both say inhibition on actually supporting the restructuring, coupled with the policy framework which actually moved that any restructuring would automatically be tagged as NPA. So so that actually forced that restructuring was not that viable a mechanism. Say it's good that at least we say got the bankruptcy say framework which has its own issues, but from a longer term perspective, it's a milestone say legislation which the government has put. So having said that, while it's say I wouldn't say early days, so we've had some seasoning. If you look at the statistic in terms of the percentage of say companies which have come back say resolved from the bankruptcy say framework as compared to say number of say companies which have not say had success, that ratio is not very good. And if we juxtapose say that to say that if number of patients which go to hospital, how many come back alive, that is not a great record, right? And I think the answer stays that for every kind of company, say a straight-jacketed IBC regime is not the best, right? Because if you look at any asset-light say company, for example, an EPC company or a service say company like Jet, right? it is very difficult in the current NCLT IBC framework to find a resolution just because of the time that it takes to find a solution. And the longer the time, say to keep the company going concern becomes say very challenging. It's good that say much talked about say pre-pack insolvency, which was say part of the discussion, is something which has been implemented for MSME. It's not had the great success, and in my view, so these are the times when we have to be slightly say forward-looking and allow it for a larger say part of the segment. So if we just break and learn from the history, say we need to have a little bit of say balanced growth. Say too much focus on the consumer say credit also will create for excesses, and the risk reward will not be right. So like I said, both monitoring of the assets from the banker side as well as the government framework in trying to get the dispute resolution is vital. And we are on the process, and we need to continue to evolve, say having stronger and more practical methods for finding resolution. So and these are what I would say are three broad buckets. Just to add, I think say other important aspect is so with regard to risk aversion, and I think say recent incidents so that we would have seen so where the defaulting say borrowers have say capability to file complaint and say put say senior bankers on top. I think these are all which are adding to risk aversion, and I think we need to say work on these to try and create a more say conducive environment.
Kirti, if I may come in.
Yes, Professor Mukta, I was about to ask you as well.
Right. So I think, these are all excellent points, and particularly what Professor Chandrasekhar mentioned. So I completely agree that the genesis of the NPA problem was definitely, it lies with the whole collapse of the DFI structure and the fact that public sector banks were nudged and pushed by the government to lend to infra projects and even larger projects, etc. See, what happened with the DFIs that were set up in 50s, 60s, and 70s was whenever they would issue a bond, the bonds enjoyed almost an SLR status, right? So this almost became a pseudo government entities, and this was also a time when interest rates were tightly regulated. So it was sort of easy for these DFIs to operate in that kind of an environment. But after liberalization, when we deregulated the interest rates and also the SLR status of these bonds were taken away by the government, it practically became impossible for the DFIs to survive and raise capital for lending to infra projects. And that's when, of course, as Professor Chandrasekhar mentioned, there was a merging of DFIs with ICICI, IDBI, etc. And then all of these banks were pushed into this infra lending space where neither they had the expertise nor the knowledge. And because the GDP growth, many things happened simultaneously, exports were booming, capital inflows were coming in, average GDP growth of 8 to 9%, many of these structural flaws sort of got hidden. Now, when the going is good, then nobody turns around and says what is wrong in your backyard, right? So the banks were basically pushed into this lending, and they started lending by compromising credit standards. And the assumption was that this kind of growth is going to continue for a while. Of course, that did not happen because then everything turned after 2009-10, and the growth stories started turning. And many of these projects did not deliver. There were other licensing problem, regulation problem, etc. And of course, because there was no resolution landscape at that point of time, because IBC was not there, the RBI sort of compounded the damage by providing these kind of helplines, which helped to hide the problem. Now, hindsight, what could you have done when you don't have an IBC? And remember, the peculiarity of Indian banking sector is the coexistence of private sector banks and public sector banks. You can't have a regulation that will affect private banks and not public sector banks, right? The moment you do a forced exposure or disclosure of NPA, public sector banks will need capital. But their capital is limited to the extent the government is willing to capitalize them. And if the government doesn't want to recapitalize them, then there is no point in sort of forcing them to disclose NPAs. So it's almost like in hindsight, what else could the RBI have done? One can also argue that. But that's in the past. And of course, the NPAs got hidden. By the time the NPAs came out, everything sort of went haywire. Now, looking at the past, I agree with what Mr. Suri said. I don't think the DFI model is very well suited to do long-term infra financing, primarily because the problems of the past haven't disappeared, right? So if you don't give the DFI a pseudo government status, if you don't give the bonds of the DFI SLR or a government bond status, how will the DFI be able to raise funds in the market? Because the bond market will not give capital to anybody who's rated less than AAA and AA. If a DFI, without a government guarantee, without a government backing, goes to the bond market to raise capital, nobody is going to touch the DFI, right? So if you're not able to raise the much needed capital, how are you going to be funding the massive infrastructure requirements? So it's basically the fundamental problem hasn't been resolved while we have set up a DFI. I don't think the banks should do it because infrastructure projects involve a huge amount of policy risk that cannot reside in an institutional balance sheet of the bank because of asset liability mismatch. That problem is never going to go away. And given the burning of the last decade, I doubt that any bank, particularly public sector bank, would even be willing to go to infrastructure project lending anymore, right? I mean, it's been a really bad 1 decade. So I don't think the banking sector is either suited to do it because of the LM mismatch or will be willing to do it given what has happened in the past. Yes, we do need specialized institutions, as Professor Chandrasekhar mentioned, but we also need a mechanism to enable them to raise money, raise capital from the market. Maybe something like a credit guarantee mechanism by the government can play an important role here, where the direct fisc of the government does not get very badly affected either. At the same time, the DFI sort of gets an implicit government guarantee, which helps it to raise money from the bond market. In absence of a credit guarantee scheme, I just don't see the DFI as starting off at all. It'll just be a non-starter. So that's my reservation about the infrastructure financing model. But yeah, this definitely needs to be resolved because I don't think there is any alternative. Of course, the larger question, of course, is developing the bond market that we have been discussing for the last 20 years. Committee after committee has been set up and only the needle has moved, not to that much. But that is the ultimate way to really do infrastructure financing when you have a vibrant and liquid and well-developed bond market. But short of that, you need a specialized institution like a DFI, but it also needs a government backing or a government guarantee. Without that, it will just not be able to raise money in the bond market. I want to mention one thing in the IBC point.
Can I come in on this? Can I just come in on this?
Please, yes.
I don't see how this would resolve the problem. Let me explain. If you take, if for example, you take the case of German industrialization, okay? What was the difference between continental banking? Because it was done by banks. There were not specialized institutions there. But what was the difference between continental banking and banking in the Anglo-Saxon world, in particular in England? The difference essentially lay in what Piero Schaeffer said, where you created a structure in which there was a guarantee of liquidity provision and backing by the central bank of the Grossbanken, which then, instead of behaving like typical commercial banks who really lend short-term, were called upon as part of this structure to undertake railroadization, financing the creation of cities, going in for large infrastructural investment. So in all you take the question of the main bank system in Japan. How did the main bank system function? It essentially functioned on the basis of major support from the Bank of Japan. Now, therefore, what I'm trying to say is that you need some form of state-backed support if you really want to create, whether they be development banking institutions or commercial banks you want to use. You have to have a form of state banking where finally you're saying that the lender of last resort is not just a lender of last resort, that you are in fact saying that I'm going to provide a guarantee of liquidity if you run into a problem at any given point of time. And see what happened after the 2008 crisis. Basically, the Federal Reserve said, you bring me any rubbish paper, which was worthless, and I will give you credit at near zero interest rates on par. So what happened? Who stepped in? It's the Bank of England stepped in, the Federal Reserve stepped in, the European commercial central banks stepped in. So in some sense, saying that, listen, it would only be a sleight of hand to say that let's take a contingent liability instead of actually providing actual funds or undertaking the expenditure ourselves. So you basically start building up large contingent liabilities which don't show up when you're calculating the fiscal deficit. But it essentially amounts to saying that in the final analysis, like You're saying that the government is going to guarantee up to 30,600 crores the security receipts of the asset reconstruction corporation that they're setting up, which is going to resolve this 2 lakh crores worth of loans starting with 90,000. Now, what does that mean? It basically means, as far as these banks are concerned, and that because there is a guarantee, they don't need to treat them immediately as bad assets, because there is a government guarantee to the extent that of 30,600 crores. Now, these are ways of actually becoming non-transparent. It's better to actually say we give the money, or you say that we get the central bank to do a certain kind of thing. And gone are the days when you said that the central bank shouldn't be doing that, because after 2008, central banks across the world have made it very clear that when the market fails, they are the only ones who can print the money and step in. So I don't think this backing is necessary. I don't want to run away from the fact that the state matters.
Yeah, so my point is that without a state-backed guarantee, the DFI will be a non-starter, because it by itself will not be able to raise funding, right? Now the question is whether the government should do it.
Why can't the state also provide it with resources? Why can't the central bank have, like it used to have, a special window? Why can't it create a special window to back the DFIs?
So I'm not sure whether go ahead.
So like I was saying, so naturally, say end of the day, the money is going to come from the people, right? And I think, say the problem of our country with the scale, right? We have to build 100 airports. We have to build, I don't know how many, say railway stations to be, say, privatized, right? The requirement is so large that we have to take a practical view on this, that how many DFIs will be required to actually cater to this. And in our say country, to create a DFI, the time which will be required, say, will be enormous. Right? And say, it's not that these risks, so the issue was also with regard to portion, say, control. So banks shouldn't be allowed to put disproportionate amount of money into, say, something which has, say, differentiated risk. And if the portion control is there, then the mechanism to say, strengthen the credit are there. So, for example, say we saw problem on the road projects where if there was delay of land, say under earlier concession, that was one of the larger say reasons for the project, say, getting into trouble. With HAM model coming in, say government took a call to try and say that how do we de-risk the project. Right? There are also clauses in the concession to ensure that if for whatever reason, because government is a stakeholder, if the project goes in trouble, there has to be a termination value. The problem of the past was that how many years or months will it take for the termination value to actually come in. So given the scale and size of our, say, country, I think, so from a longer term perspective, to set up a DFI and give it all that is required is good. But the problem of short term is to still find a way to fund this credit in a sensible, say, manner, and we look in the past and try and see how do we deal with this.
Sorry, how much of the funding of infrastructure was done by the private banks in this country? Basically, finally, we're going to ask the question, how much do you have to give the private sector in order to get the private sector to enter infrastructure? Okay. There are some areas where they might be more than willing, like maybe telecommunications, but even there, given the shakeout, we know that a lot of them actually had to exit at the cost of the banks. So we are in a situation where you're pursuing a strategy where what you call de-risking is actually providing huge support to the private sector to attract it to come into these areas. In which case, I would say, finally, the money, I think it would be too general to say the money belongs to the people. The money is not distributed equally among the people. We don't even have a decent wealth tax or an estate deal. We don't have an inheritance tax. There's so much money which can be mobilized out of the large surpluses which the billionaires of this country are accumulating. So the government can tax and spend. The government can actually get the central bank to open a special window. The government can actually provide to the development financial institution not just a guarantee, but provide seed capital of a kind and an implicit guarantee of the bonds it issues, which actually allows it to mobilize funds. This was done even with the earlier financial institution. So, I think you're too optimistic to say that even if you get a bit strict, the private sector would be willing to take the money and invest in these areas. The reason they rushed into investing in the areas is because they were getting all what they were getting from the bank.
So my only point in say belief is that if the performance and say value of the contract, and if we find ways to say enhance say fundamentally the quality of the credit, right, and which is where government plays a very important role. I think every sector would know, say private sector naturally is in the business of trying to say make money for their say shareholders. If they do believe that the projects are reasonably de-risk and the risk reward fits in right, they would say support it. It's a say private sector from that perspective is not a very long list.
Let me give you one example. Let us take Kingfisher Airlines. It went in through more than one restructuring. The restructuring involved reducing interest rates. The restructuring involved changing the time period over which repayment happened. The restructuring involved converting debt into equity. Finally, the banks were holding this paper, which was completely worthless. And then it was more than one restructuring round. Now, as far as I'm concerned, that the government went far too much in terms of trying to incentivize this enterprise, and yet it failed. So,
So here, I think I would agree with Professor Chandrasekhar that I don't think the private sector participation in infra lending or in infra sector is going to happen anytime soon, because it's just not the right incentives that are laid out for the private sector. And private sector responds to incentives.
Not at this point.
Not the rightly designed incentive for private sector. But I think the government guarantee or some kind of government involvement is quintessential for a DFI to take off. Otherwise, but we have not heard any discussion of that extent. So
I need to bring this discussion to a pause, to a stop, because it is so exciting. I'm actually getting messages from the audience also. They have questions and they're loving the discussion, but we have to move on to the next topic and the audience questions. So in the presentation that Professor Sengupta made, and in both Mr. Suri's and Professor Chandrasekhar's responses to my first question, all of the panelists had mentioned that a large part of the deleveraging and initially lending and later deleveraging, the lending happened at the direction of the government, more or less, where directed lending or mandated lending from the government to the industry. So there are two questions actually from two different audience members. The first one asks that if the withdrawal of government from the banking sector will help. And the second audience member asks, should India allow banks to fail? Will it make way for prudent economic policy, given that if no banks are come to know that they will not be bailed out by the government or by the regulator at a constant basis, they will be more lending on a more prudent basis. So since these two questions appeared connected, I thought I'll ask them together. Should one, the government withdraw from the banking sector? And two, should India allow the banks which are not performing well, should it allow them to fail? Anybody can.
Well, let put it this way. This is a set of questions which is slightly different from just discussing where the banking system is today because of the NPAs, etc. This is asking a larger question of, listen, do we want state ownership in banking? Okay, and it depends. That in essence, what you're saying is that we do know, after all, state ownership, other than for the State Bank of India, which was created by the nationalization of the Imperial Bank, we know that till 1969, large part of the banking sector in India was privately owned. Okay, and the reasons a number of committees, including the Dutt Committee, etc., gave for actually this being problematic was because of the fact that you had a situation where the own equity put in by the promoters into the banks were very small. Much of the money which they had was depositors' money. And this depositors' money was being directed largely to the industrial sector. 2% went to agriculture in the mid-1960s. And you had a situation where directors on the board of these banks actually enterprises in which they had a direct or indirect interest receive a significant share of the money is what that committee report, for example, identified. And therefore you said that you needed public ownership. Okay. So the point is, I would like to turn around the question the other way. If you're actually going to create private ownership, how are you going to ring fence this private ownership away from some kind of mechanism in which public money would be redirected in the interests of a set of bank promoters because of the fact that they are involved, in multiple areas. And as far as the second question is concerned, so my view would be that at the moment we don't really have a clear solution for the government to pull out of the banking system. It really is trying to do it in bits and pieces, but there is a larger issue of whether you would be able to sustain. Secondly, should we allow banks to fail? I mean, if you allow the problem under capitalism is the banking system matters for two reasons. First, it's the core of the payments and settlement system, and two, it's the principal credit pipe. So if you start allowing banks to fail, you'll have systemic problems. I mean, you might allow some small bank here and there to fail. Maybe if Global Trust fails, it doesn't matter. Or you can merge it with some public sector bank. But if a big public sector bank fails, that would have systemic effects. So definitely, as far as that is concerned, and the other is, as far as public ownership, my view is that we don't have a framework of what kind of a banking system will be there if we move away from this.
Before I hand over to Gupta, Professor Chandrasekhar mentioned Global Trust Bank because just yesterday we were discussing that case study in my class yesterday. So I'll make sure that my students watch this session afterwards if they didn't.
The GTB bank became a poster child of bank failure in India. So see, I think this question, of course, has been asked in so many different forums over the last few years about government withdrawing from the banking sector. It's more theoretical than practical in India, right? I mean, we can keep discussing it as much as possible, but it's probably not going to happen in our lifetime because it's politically extremely difficult, logistically extremely difficult. I think the larger question is, of course, ownership is important, but in India, for legacy reasons, historical reasons, we have 60% of now government owning banks. It is difficult for the government to get out of it. But a bigger question, which often does not get asked in this context, is how are the banks regulated and monitored, irrespective of the ownership, right? So banking regulation of both public sector banks and private sector banks needs to get a lot more attention than what we give it today, because a lot of this conversation gets hijacked by privatization of banks. And my point here is that if you look at both private banks and public banks, there are problems left, right, and center, irrespective of the ownership. And that's perhaps because of weaknesses and problems in the banking regulation, monitoring, auditing, etc., which doesn't really ever get talked about. Also, for example, the way bank risk management is concerned, the way NPA provisioning is concerned, all banking regulation related issues. I'll give you one simple example. In India, the way we do NPA, NPA is not something that most banks in other countries actually talk about. NPA is a very India specific thing. When a particular asset turns NPA, that's when the bank will start providing for it. And the provision increases gradually with 90 DPD, 180 DPD, so on and so forth. And what happens in India is that there are this lump sum demand for capital that comes in when a lot of assets get declared as NPA. In contrast, if you had a system where banks had a priori and ex ante providing at the time of the lending, because they are doing some kind of a credit appraisal, they have credit rating, at the time of the lending, they're providing for the loan itself, so that as and when the loan is defaulting, if it defaults, maybe you have to provide a little bit more. If it remains a standard asset, you can write back some of the capital that you have provided. So then you're sort of smoothing out the capital requirement throughout the cycle of the loan. But we don't have discussions of this sort because we have sort of taken it for granted that this is how the banking regulation will happen. And we only keep talking about privatization of banking. So I think one thing that definitely needs a lot of focus is fixing banking regulation so that we have banks operate more as profitable businesses, not as entities that are, it's okay to have loss-making banks forever because we'll not let banks fail. And now coming very briefly to the bank failure point, yes, failure of a bank is not the same as failure of a manufacturing company, right? It involves a promise to the depositor. It involves a huge loan book. It is a systemic risk problem. At the same time, we need a financial resolution mechanism. We had the FRDI bill that was tabled. We need some kind of a resolution authority so that if there is a bank that is having a problem, the immediate solution is not just to merge the bank with 5 other banks or 2 other banks or 1 other bank, right? merging of two bad banks or one bad, one good bank doesn't really do away with the problem. So we need some kind of a resolution framework for a bank that is not doing well, that is incurring losses, etc. And that is definitely something that needs to be brought back to the table, because we can't just have banks merging into one another as a solution of the problem.
Mr. Suri, your take on this?
I think very similar views. So I think say privatization of the bank. There is one I wouldn't say it's a privatization, but the government naturally has said their intention with regard to IDBI Bank. So we'll see what happens. But it's theoretical, and I think it's so right now the question is that at least there was a draft which suggested whether corporate should have ownership of the bank. So views are not very clear on that as well right now. So the question is, if you have to do privatization, who's going to come say that these restrictions to have ownership of the bank? So it's very tough, and I think it would likely be the natural migration which is there, which will take care of this. And I think like it was mentioned that the default of a bank is a very different situation and has much larger ramifications at a system level. So probably we'll need to have a separate session for these questions.
Thank you very much. I have a question for Mr. Suri. I mean, not that it's only limited to Mr. Suri, but I would like his opinion or his inputs first. Given that he's heading the asset reconstruction vertical in Yes Bank and the recent proposal by the government of India to start a bad bank, how is it going to impact the banking industry, and what needs to be done by the government to make this a success?
So I think it's a novel thought at this point in time, and I think kudos to both government and the regulator to try and give it a push. So thought there naturally is, if you look at the asset reconstruction companies, they've generally had fundamentally problem of aggregation of the debt, and I think for a large number of companies, until the creditor control is fully there, the resolution as a process is very difficult. That problem is partially being solved through IBC, but not fully. So I think that in my view, this is a calibrated strategy. So government is clear that the first leg of the loans which are proposed to be transferred are going to be those loans which have stayed largely unresolved for some time, have been fully provided for, and this platform will catalyze the process of aggregation of the debt. And once that aggregation of the debt is there, then the probability of resolution will be far better. But having said that, it seems that it is for the time being more limited purpose vehicle, supported by government guaranteed security receipts. Whether the bad bank proposed by the government will have perpetual life is something which is not clear. My own view is that this has to be a more market driven solution from a longer term perspective, and I think on those aspects the recent recommendations of the committee which are there for making modifications to the ARC are also very pertinent. So I think that is going to be far more useful in long term. But having said that, the government bad bank is likely to be a catalyst, and we'll have to closely watch how the outcomes come.
See, if I can just make one small point in this context. See, there is an inherent moral hazard problem associated with creating a bad bank, especially if there is no sunset clause. So if you tell the banking sector that you can park all your junk in a separate balance sheet and forget all about it and go about lending, then what would the banking sector do? They will basically say, fine, I can just lend to whoever I want. and I don't have to worry about the losses and the NPAs because I can just park it with this other bad bank entity. So typically in internationally, a bad bank or an ARC kind of a model has worked whenever it has been a one-time solution with a sunset clause, right? We need that kind of a mandate that the bad bank will exist, let's say, for a particular specific duration. And during that duration, the bad bank will end up resolving all the NPAs that it is taking on through IBC, etc. And after that, it ceases to exist. If that threat is not there on the banking sector, then I will be very, very worried about this bad bank, because all that we have done is transferred the NPAs from 20 balance sheets into one balance sheet. We haven't done anything new, anything extra. And even in terms of, there is almost like a transference of human NPAs also. Because if the bad bank is staffed by the same people or public sector banks have not been succeeding in resolving to IBC, how will it be succeed in through a bad bank by going to IBC, right? There is no difference. So I think the model of this bad bank needs to be thought a lot more. A, one-time solution. B, it has to be staffed by private people, specialized knowledge of resolution. It has to be market-driven, private capital. Otherwise, again, it will just be, it's just doing something for the sake of doing it. But I don't think then it will be a very meaningful form.
So I think just to add to that, so from that perspective, the proposal right now says only for the cases which are fully provided. So government has taken that into account. There is also a thought process to have two platforms. One is the platform which warehouses the loans, and the separate platform which will be the resolution platform, which is proposed to be privately held. So beyond the issues which have been highlighted, I think at a practical level, for some of the some of the specific borrowers, it could be useful because having control and consolidating debt from 10 balance sheets to one balance sheet has inherent and fundamental value, because what the only resolution framework that we have is IBC, and IBC with all their benefits, unfortunately, actually forces an exit sometimes very prematurely, right? Because there could be assets where if they are restructured and revived from a longer term perspective, the value accretion could be much higher, right? Now, theoretically, one can say that even with 20 balance sheets, restructuring could happen, but it's easier said than done. So these are the choice of the assets. I think there is thought which has been put. So these are naturally assets which have stayed there with IBC. They have not found a resolution. They have been fully provided for, and hence this is a little bit of pilot to see that whether these can be fully revived, and then we will have to build on that.
There is actually an audience question which Mr. Suri already touched upon in his answer towards the end. How are bad banks in a better position to resolve NPAs? So your comment towards the end, I think will answer that question. There is a question from one of my students, and he is asking that, okay, he says that he's read in an article about one of the possible areas of conflict, the pricing of the loan that banks want to offload to the bad bank, the value of the loan. So if there is, how will they come to an agreement? Now, given that the bad bank and public sector banks are both backed by the same principal shareholder, principal stakeholder, the question is, will private sector banks face a disadvantage in this offloading or in this process of transferring loans from their books to the book of the bad bank?
So,
can I? Sorry.
Yes, sir, please. So, please, sir.
I do think, there are two ways of approaching this question. One is to say that, will this bad bank work? The other is to ask the question, why has this bad bank been set up? See, because we've had ARCs, we've got 28 of them in place. So, in essence, what's happened is, one, the government doesn't want to recapitalize because that will hit its budget. Two, the government has decided that really IBC has not only not delivered in terms of a quick resolution within a specified time frame without running into legal difficulties, etc. And as has happened in the case of Videocon and so on, there is even suspicion now about the integrity of the IBC process, about the valuation which is made of enterprises and so on. And three, you actually want to get the ARCs are not helping you. The private ARCs are not, or some in fact created by the banks themselves. Even those ARCs have not been able to ensure that you moved out of the books of banks a lot of these assets. So in essence, what the government is doing is to create something which will allow it to move these assets out into, for a 5-year period at least, into that entity. Try and make the price with which the movement takes place reasonable, because of the fact that the negotiation is going to be between those hired by the banks and the banks who are selling these bad assets. You still have your 15% skin on, you have to hold 15% of the AR. So the money is being put in by these banks to actually pay that 15% cash to themselves. And finally, you're in a situation where because of the fact that at least 30,000 crores of this is going to be backed by government guarantees, that you're really going to say that even those security receipts which are going to be in the hands of the bank, because most of the SRs are still being held by the banks which are trying to transfer, could, even during this 5-year period, possibly be treated not as bad assets. So in essence, that it's because you couldn't do the other things. You're not in a position to, or willing to recapitalize, because of the fact that the ARC system didn't work, because of the fact that the IBC also didn't deliver, that you've just thought of this idea and created this entity for which you're using bank money to actually get the bad debt out of the books of the banks. I mean, that's what it is. So I don't think we should now try to see whether this is going to work or not work and so on, because the intent of the exercise, according to me, is something completely different. Sorry,
sorry, you were saying something.
No, so I was just addressing the issue with regard to the transfer surprising. So that naturally say there is evaluation on what the value should be, and consensus between the consortium. But as per the regulatory guidelines, it naturally has to be subjected to a Swiss challenge. Right? So the process will be there, but within Swiss challenge, how we will compare like to like is a question mark, for which there is no practical answer, right? Because on one side you will have security receipts which will have government guarantee, which the private sector ARCs can't do. So we will have to deal with it. But it's a very specific pilot, right, which is emerging from all the limitations that we have. So we can't have a perfect solution, unfortunately, and we will have to see where we reach from here.
Thank you very much. I mean, I have so many more questions to ask, but we're running out of time. So one final question from my end. In the overview that Professor Sengupta gave, she mentioned that the NPA problem because of COVID or because of the double whammy of it would not be primarily on the big industrial houses, big corporate houses, but might actually spread to the MSME sector or to the retail and household sector. So given that, this is what, economists are predicting, and it's, there seems to be some sort of consensus among a section of the, economic school of thought that this can really happen. Given that, this fear is there, and a larger chunk of the population will be affected by this, what can we do to remedy this or to forestall this, prevent this, or reduce the impact of this event from happening? Professor Chandrasekhar, if you have any, or Professor Sengupta, anyone, because this is such a very difficult question. Also, it's sometimes scares me thinking that this could happen, a repeat of the subprime crisis which happened in the US between India or stuff like that.
I'll just say something. Let's one is, as it stands now, what is the largest chunk of retail lending? The largest two chunks of retail lending are to housing, and that is to purchase houses, and the other is to purchase vehicles, either 4-wheelers or 2-wheelers or whatever it is. Now, if you look at that segment, In the retail segment, the only area in which default rates are very high is in educational loans. Otherwise, the average default rate in retail lending is at the moment, as I said, 2% plus, So it really is not something which is anywhere near subprime. The second is, so long as you remain within a range of, let's say, 5%, 6% even, that this is, after all, what is this notion of lending? It's a notion of being able to lend larger amounts without collateral, because the asset you're lending against becomes the collateral. So you lend for a car and the car becomes the collateral. You lend for a house, the house becomes the collateral. Okay. So then you basically therefore have some kind of idea of what should be the deposit which is put in by the borrower. You try and work out some ways of actually ensuring payment which occurs, that you have some degree of security, particularly in areas like housing and so on. You lend as the house gets being built and so on. So the way I look at it is, unless you get to a situation where default rates are so high that if you actually take back the asset which you're treating as collateral and put it into the market, which will result in a collapse in prices, which is what the subprime crisis led up to. It led up to a collapse in housing prices. I think as of now, it's really lending large sums to the corporate sector, which is the problem. And two, it definitely is going to be a problem with the MSME loans, because the MSME loans were given when? It was given at a point of time when the MSMEs weren't even functioning. You actually had lockdowns, you had, you basically thought that they will use the money to pay their workers, which of course many MSMEs did not do. So when as it was pointed out by Professor Sengupta, that when the moratorium and so on ends, that you're possibly going to see a significant degree of default in definitely, street vendor loans. I'm sure default rates on street vendor loans are going to be very large. So, but what we'll have to see is the quantity relative to the total amount of lending. Is it going to be such that this would be destabilizing or systemically a problem? The big loans which go to the big corporates, when it goes to Jayaprakash Associates or Jet or Kingfisher or Lanco Infrastech or Leela Palace Hotels and so on, that those are things which actually are defaults of a kind, which when aggregated make a significant difference to the balance sheet of a bank, and therefore can have insolvency issues, and therefore can have systemic problems. So at the moment, I don't think that the loans which have gone to the retail sector, as I said, excepting for educational loans, because unless you fix the problem of people being able to get a decent education with the loans they get, as well as get them jobs at the end of that education, you're going to have defaults in that area. But otherwise, I'm not so scared as far as retail lending is concerned.
Mr. Sengupta, Mr. Suri, your opinion on this?
We have never had a consumer credit bust in India, right? I mean, unlike many other countries which have gone through consumer credit bust and default cycles, we haven't gone through any of such cycles. While unsecured lending to the retail sector has gone up, household debt has gone up, bank lending to consumers have gone up. It is true that the percentage still continues to be a very small part of the entire banking book compared to the lending to the large corporate loans, etc. At the same time, yes, the MSME loan has a very peculiar feature because it is 100% government guarantee, right? That was the condition under which the banks lent to the MSMEs. Now, what happens is, as and when, we don't know when the guarantee is going to be invoked. Now, when the guarantee is invoked, typically what happens is the government may just keep delaying giving the guarantee, or the government may say that there are some conditions of the guarantee that has not been met, etc., etc. So basically, as long as the guarantee is not invoked, it could be 3-4 years that the bank, even if a default has happened, the guarantee is not invoked. It's like a limbo where this is actually a liability on the government. And the liability on the sovereign is basically like a standard asset. I mean, it's not really anything that will show up as an NP on the bank's books. So we can continue in this limbo for the next 3-4 years when no MSME default will actually show up on the bank balance sheets because they have 100% government guarantee. And when the guarantee is invoked, when the banks go to the government is notorious for not paying up. Some guarantee clause will not be satisfied. Who knows what happens then, right? So it's not something that we are going to see anytime soon. Lot of restructuring has happened also in the retail sector facilitated by RBI. When the restructuring terms come to an end, depending upon how large the volume is, it's possible RBI will initiate another round of restructuring, We'll again not see defaults showing up on the bank balance sheets. So I think this kind of opacity of information will continue for a while, and we'll remain in the zone of thinking all is well, which is basically what happened in 2009 to 2013 period. That same thing might happen in retail, except the saving, the blessing in disguise is it's not as big a percentage of the bank loan books as it was earlier. So that is the only silver lining. But yes, I think the problems, for example, Mudra loan. It's a complete opaque world. It's a black hole. Nobody knows what's happening with Mudra loans, if defaults are happening. So like that will continue in the retail sector for a while. That's my hunch. And even if it happens, it's probably it won't be a bringing down the system kind of a thing. That won't happen. But the larger point that I would like to finish with is that what is going to happen, my fear is, as a result of the pandemic and focus on this retail lending and all of that, is many of the structural problems of the credit landscape will get hidden and they will not get addressed. And that's something that we will have to be very, very careful about, because we don't want a repeat of the last 10 years in the long term going forward, right? So either if a DFI is set up without the proper kind of terms and conditions, for example, a central bank can give emergency liquidity. It can't give continuous funding for a DFI. So like that, or a bad bank can work as a one-time solution, cannot work in perpetuity. So unless we address the structural problems of the credit landscape, the resolution landscape, banking regulation, then my fear is this crisis will sort of get wasted and we will not come up with the meaningful reforms that we've been waiting for the last 10, 15 years.
Thank you, Dr. Sundar. Mr. Suri, closing remarks for you.
So the views are fairly similar, right? So when we look at the default probability, naturally it has both the components, which is willingness to pay and ability to pay. I think good thing is that in India, say on the consumer side, I think the credit culture is fairly robust, and I think so long back, some 10, 12 years back when the bureau came, that has meaningfully arrested that problem. So I don't think that in that segment, willingness issue is there. It boils down to ability issue, and within that, naturally, justified and due support which was required, to keep some of these businesses afloat, has been given. A large part of this money naturally would have gone into operational expenditure. So that has possibly not gone for asset creation, particularly on the MSME side. MSME, I do believe, is more resilient than what we believe. And hence, they should come out of this. My only meaningful worry is what I earlier alluded to, which is that too much chase of credit only on one segment and losing focus on the balance is something which could create a little bit of systemic issue. Particularly, the risk reward will go off, right? So, say more than just the default, right? The issue is also about mispricing the risk, right? The prices at which some of the credit is being given, say right now, just because everybody's focus is on some of these segments. That is something that we have to be careful, because that is something which could create a systemic problem. Otherwise, this is not that large a portion of the balance sheet to have any meaningful worry.
Thank you very much, Mr. Suri. Thank you very much, professors, Mr. Suri. I have several other questions I had listed down. Especially I wanted to ask Professor Chandrasekhar about if India is moving away from a bank-based system to a market-based system. I had studied under one of your colleagues, Professor Mohanty, about all this, and it intrigues me a lot. So, but unfortunately, we have run out of time. I'm hoping we can host all of you for a longer discussion on our campus, and have more of this. I especially enjoyed the first part when there was a vigorous discussion on the first question. I hated to cut it short, but we had to move on from there. So thank you very much for joining us today. It was a wonderful discussion. I'm already seeing responses from our colleagues who are enjoying and liking the discussion as well. Thank you very much for joining us. It was a pleasure hosting you.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone, and welcome to session number 9. This is going to be a conversation with Professor Rohini Pandey. We are very, very privileged to have her with us today. So, Rohini, before we begin, I'm going to introduce you a little bit. Not that you need a lot of introduction for people in economics, but we are supposed to have a very diverse crowd here. So just allow me a couple of minutes before we can start our discussions. Professor Rohini Pandey is the Henry J. Hines Second Professor of Economics and Director of the Economic Growth Center at Yale University. She is a co-editor of American Economic Review Insights. Professor Pandey received her PhD in economics from London School of Economics, and she has BA and MA degrees from Oxford University. Before all that, she started her journey in economics from Delhi University. Rohini's research is largely focused on how formal and informal institutions shape power relationships and patterns of economic and political advantage in society, particularly in developing countries. Her most recent work focuses on testing innovative ways to make the state more accountable to its citizens, such as strengthening women's economic and political opportunities, ensuring that environmental regulations reduce harmful emissions, and providing citizens effective means to voice their demand for state services. In 2018, Professor Pandey received the Caroline Bell Shaw Award from American Economic Association for promoting the success of women in the economics profession. She is the co-chair of the Political Economy and Government Group at Jameel Poverty Action Lab. This is JPAL. She's a board member of the Bureau of Research on Economics and Development and a former co-editor of the Review of Economics and Statistics. And before coming to Yale, Professor Pandey was the Rafiqi Hariri Professor of International Political Economy at Harvard's Kennedy School, where she co-founded the Evidence for Policy Design. So a very warm welcome to you, Rohini. So
thank you very much for the invitation to be here.
So this is, of course, a very special treat for me to actually speak to you. And I'm going to talk to you about, I think, 4 or 5 main points that I want to have your views about. And after that, we can throw this forum open to the audience for questions. The first thing that I wanted to ask you about is basically something that is more for people like us and myself. This is basically for people who are working in development economics or political economy based in developing countries. And of course, you have been a big part of this. You have been one of the biggest contributors to these disciplines. And I still remember that my first course in empirical development, we were taught your paper on dams, which sort of was like an introduction to us. And one of the things that I wanted to ask you for a long time is how you actually figured out or how you actually found the instrumental variables in that case. But leaving that aside for a bit, what I would like to, what I would like to hear from you really is that how do you see the evolution of this discipline over the length of your career? Because when you started off, we were in a different world. There were not too many smartphones. Now the whole world is completely different. We were looking at empirical development in a certain way at that time. Things like instrumental variables were super important. Nowadays, methodologically also, the profession has come a very long way. So one of the things is perhaps that this is, we have perhaps methodologically evolved as well as theoretically we have evolved. Is the discipline now much more relevant to the problems that we try to address? And have we been able to evolve with the world to that extent? Basically, this is something that I think all development economists would like to hear from you, since specifically because as I was telling you that you initially we used to read your papers like the DAM paper, but later on, of course, you have worked with experiments, you have done randomized controlled trials as well, right? So, so this is a sort of a discipline-wise question for you. So please go ahead.
Thanks, Amlan. Thanks very much for the generous introduction and this, I think, very interesting question. So let me take your question in some ways further back to well before I was a development economist, to really thinking about when development economics as a field emerged, which is something I've been thinking about quite a lot recently. And I'm doing that because I think understanding where we should go as a field relies a lot on our continuing to ask the question of whether this category of development economics remains relevant as it was defined. So I think development economics, it's really the precursor of it, if you will, was even before independence, when a lot of scholars in now independent countries were actually trying to imagine what kind of future they wanted to have for their countries when they became independent. And in a lot of cases, that was very much linked up to notions of rights, of equality, of issues of, say, universal suffrage for its citizens. When these countries became independent was also around the time when a set of, I'd say, kind of multilateral development institutions, the kind of Bretton Woods institutions, became important. And that tended to lend, not just a more, say, Western eye on development, but also a more technocratic eye. So I think the initial within country, kind of, if you will, global South discussions of rights and equality became perhaps a little bit subsumed under issues of just how do you increase growth. And, this is the time of people like, Rosenstein Rodan or others who are really trying to think about what does it take to make newly independent countries look like, if you will, today's rich countries, and a lot of focus on thinking about, issues like how to increase investment. Alongside, I think, in economics, development economics in the 60s was a field that asked a lot of questions. If you read a lot of the early work, I don't think it felt necessarily very linked to economics relative to, say, political science or sociology. And that was one of the positive and not so positive issues that happened over the next few decades. And certainly, I think is reflected in the questions you're asking. The way you posed it to me is that development economics became much more mainstream. So, we started perhaps asking the same questions of why countries remain poor or why individuals remain poor, but it became a much more technocratic field where we would use and be judged by the same standards as the rest of economics. And I bring that up because I think today the issues that face a lot of lower income countries, certainly countries like India, I think hark back to issues of inequality as much as they do to issues of growth. I mean, you mentioned, for instance, smartphones. I think one can either take the positive view and say, India is the largest subscriber of, say, Facebook users, or you can sort of notice the fact that India also has the largest gender gap when it comes to Facebook users, right? Across the world in general, women are slightly more likely to be Facebook users, except in India, where it's drastically reversed. And I think thinking about the future of development has to be intrinsically linked to thinking increasingly about inequality. The nature of growth is changing. There's a lot more automation at the most basic levels of labor markets. And so it's unclear we're going to see sectors like manufacturing or even services that was proclaimed in India to be the big growth sector, increasing growth. We've seen through the pandemic, like in many other countries, inequality rise in India. And so I think to me, the issues or the way you want to reground development is less to do with methods at this point, but more to do with the recognition of the questions we want to ask, which if we want to maintain a, if you will, a sort of normative focus on how do you reduce poverty, how do you improve the lives of people at the bottom of the income distribution, I think we have to be willing to be much more, I think, open-ended in the questions we ask and how we answer them. I think for people in the discipline, especially for more junior researchers, I'm very sympathetic. This can be harder to do. I think, you know, the audience in some ways is still more interested in, I don't know, more technocratically framed questions like misallocation of labor rather than breaking it down and saying, well, what's happening to rights on the ground, what's happening to people's well-being. But to me, that's the, if you will, sort of we've had the credibility revolution. I think that's really what you were talking about is, you know, we've seen empirical methods improve. I think where we need to push now is to really change the discourse a bit on the questions we ask. To me, that's, and I think that's in some ways, again, it's happening in disciplines outside of development faster than it is in development. So if you look at the questions being posed, say, in labor economics for rich countries, they're very much questions back to, you know, did we get it wrong with minimum wages? How should we think about unions? How should we think about issues of race? And so in some ways, I think we need to make that move. And making that move, perhaps the other thing I would say is, it's worth questioning, you know, what does development encompass? In some ways, it's an odd field. It's most of the fields in economics are defined by questions or markets. So labor economics is about thinking about workers and how that works. Public economics is about public finance and taxation. Macroeconomics is about growth. Development, I think, is unique in that it's defined by a collection of countries it covers, rather than actually a set of questions. And so I think by pushing more towards questions, one may also be pushing a little bit towards the demise of development as a field, which I think may not be a bad idea. You know, there's no reason why labor economics needs to be the prerogative of rich countries. And increasingly, it's less so. I think trade is a great example there. I think trade has historically had very close ties to development. You know, I'm now at Yale, my previous colleague T.N. Srinivasan was a leader in thinking about trade issues in the context of development. So, you know, again, is trade a different field from thinking about development? Again, I think more we move towards issues and questions, more we move away from development. So you started the question by asking quite a lot about methods. I think that it's great that's happened, and I know Paul is going to be talking later with you, and I think he and others are really, you know, kind of creating data on a scale that is going to help us use the methods developed by, say, using administrative data in rich countries even better. Where I think we've lagged a bit as a field and we need to push forward is on being, I think, less embarrassed about the normative basis for why development exists as a field, and using that to define questions that we care about. I don't think we need to justify the questions we ask in development in terms of efficiency. I mean, that's an interesting outcome, but it's only one of many different ways one can judge the worth of policies.
So your answer kind of leads me into my second topic that I wanted to talk to you about. And so you would have noticed that this conclave has a theme, which is the progress of India's growth from 1991 reforms till today. So it's a 30-year sort of anniversary conclave, you might call it. So so we have been talking about this throughout this day, and we started off with a session from the Chief Economic Advisor, K.V. Subramanian, and he was talking to us about how the supply side needs to be bolstered rather than the demand. We have been talking about various other different kinds of policies and regulations. Some of our speakers were adamant that some of these things have to be we have to make sure that they are not impeding growth in any way before we implement anything whatsoever. So what I'm trying to get at is that the discourse about economics or the objectives of the government, at least in India, I think even today is very growth centric. The kind of transformation that you were sort of indicating towards, which perhaps has already happened in some of the other disciplines, and maybe we are also going to go there. In order to understand that, we first have to, I think, make peace with this growth versus development sort of, this trade-off that we always tend to talk about. So, in the sense that if we are if we can convince our policymakers, perhaps, that there is a serious feedback mechanism between growth and development. First of all, I'm not claiming that I know about that, but that is a kind of narrative which I believe that is quite absent from our, at least our policy circles. Although I should add that some of the speakers that we had here were politicians, were much more concerned about inclusive growth than our economics fraternity people. But what I would like to ask you is that if you had to present this case at all, how would you do that, and how would you this idea that it's not that, so we all know that without growth you cannot have development, but can we also make the case that without development we cannot have growth to that extent, or is that too much to sort of pose it, really?
No, thanks. That's a very thoughtful question, and I think many people would say growth is development. So it's sort of tautological. I think one way to think about it is to really focus in on growth and ask how the nature of growth has changed. So one thing that we have seen in the data, my ex-colleague, Professor Danny Roderick, for instance, has done quite a lot of work on it, is that very much where economic growth comes from is changing. So if you think about, which I think is often how the narrative was set, is if you think about the Industrial Revolution in the UK, that was a point in time where the move from agriculture to manufacturing meant an increase in a very significant number of jobs. And that nature of growth meant that it may have been slightly disequalizing, but it was a tide that lifted many, many boats. If you fast forward to India even before COVID, and again here, my now colleague Fabrizio Zilobotti and Michael Peters have some very nice work on it. They show that in India, which I think is not doubted at all, growth was largely service driven. But when you look at where the benefits of that growth went to, it was largely urban focused and the higher income distribution. So actually the gains that happened in India, even during the boom periods for the poor, came still from agriculture. And that's, I think, even more important now, because one thing we've seen in the last couple of years, especially post-COVID, is actually an increase in the labor force going back to agriculture. So if anything, you see some evidence of structural transformation going in the opposite direction in the last couple of years, at least measured by labor. So when we talk about increasing growth, I think you have to do that in the context that the nature of growth, the link between growth and labor markets is increasingly weakening. It's no longer the case that the way you increase growth is also something that automatically raises a lot of people out of poverty and gives them jobs. So I think the first thing to recognize is that one may want growth, but you have to recognize that growth itself is not going to redistribute a lot to the poor. So either the one needs to directly pose the question of, if you want to have growth, what kind of redistribution you want to have. The other question, of course, is there a different model of growth? And here I'd say there's some evidence, both from the trade literature. So for instance, Penny Goldberg and Tristan Reed have some important work on this recently on arguing the role of the demand side. So in a country like India, one of your biggest kind of benefits is the fact that there are many, many people, right? And so you can actually, if you have a reasonable middle class with purchasing power, you can actually look for the demand side to actually increase growth. And again, thinking about this at the kind of micro development level, several, at least a multiple of the kind of cash transfer style papers have made the point that cash transfers, if done at a very large scale, relatively large amount, can actually have a demand side multiplier effect of increasing how much is demanded, and that could increase growth. So I think there's also an argument that, investing in the demand side, investing in citizens' purchasing power can itself increase growth and may be essential at a point in time when we see the value of global supply chains reducing. And India has never been a country that's had high exports. India has, Geeta Gopinath has made this point repeatedly in her work, that India has very, very low rates of export. So in any case, even for growth, you're going to have to rely on someone buying those goods. And if most of the population doesn't have the ability to buy those goods, you're just not going to get growth. So I think, one could make, if you will, a very, I'd say, transactional argument which says you need development for growth. If you define development at least as people having more than subsistence income. And then, of course, I think there's a stronger argument that, in a democratic state, and this is where you were talking about politicians, in the end, what are we maximizing? Presumably, we should maximize something our citizens want. It's not clear this nebulous quantity of growth is what people want. They certainly want less inflation. They want prices of fuel to be lower. And they want, ability to their children to be able to go to school, to have health care. And all of those require not just a state, but also require a state that's undertaking redistribution. So I think, you can make the argument, just to summarize, I think you can make the argument at least in three ways. The first is that the nature of growth is changing. It's not going to in itself be particularly redistributive. And so to the extent we first had said we lionized growth, it was for that reason. And that, I think, has just disappeared for technological reasons. The second is that even if you want growth, you're going to need, in a country that is not very reliant on global supply chains or export markets, you're going to need much of the local population to be able to demand those products, for which you need some amount of purchasing power among them. And the third is, in the end, in a democracy, the government and policy should respond to what citizens want. And I think what they want is what I often talk about as a state that's able to respond to institutional poverty. The fact that much of what restricts the access to resources to the poor is an ability to reach, good institutions.
So the second point that you made about India's exports never being too big, and that sort of leads me to a follow-up question on this, which is that there has always been this expectation that we are going to make a sort of a China-style development process, or actually, I shouldn't call it China-style. Lots of countries have followed this, which is a manufacturing-led growth, which is going to be driven by exports of, at least in certain sectors. So are you saying that this is something that we don't have to rely on, or do we can we do this without the support from the external sector? Because increasingly there is also a trend that some of the largest countries in this world are maybe shifting towards becoming more protectionist. So we don't even know whether this channel will be open for growth, for countries to transition from less developed to middle income countries later on. And of course, with the trade wars which were just going on a few years back, I would say months back, and this is an environment which is very uncertain to sort of rely on this path to rely on growth for. So, what is your take on this? Should we have confidence in this export-led sort of growth path which many countries have followed, or do we have to look elsewhere?
So, I mean, just to be clear, India had high growth rates, as you know, through much of the 1990s and certainly the 2000s. That was not manufacturing-led. So India's path has been largely service-led growth. It has had companies like Infosys or Tata Consulting, and it has, exported, if you will, people and the skills they bring in order to get returns. So, it's not clear whether manufacturing has ever been such a large base. The thing that has changed about manufacturing as a sector is just this increasing automation. Now you could say, well, India shouldn't need to automate. We have lots of labor. The issue is if you want to enter global supply chains, you have to enter with a certain level of quality certification, which requires you typically to upgrade to that level of automation. And that's, I think, the reason why people like Professor Roderick and others have talked about this premature deindustrialization, that countries, if they want to enter export markets, are not going to be able to rely on, large amounts of labor. So the Bangladeshi garment industries have to increasingly be using, vacuum press to have clothes stitched rather than, the kind of notion we would think of women with hands. And that's, I think, and again, I think India's biggest advantage is that it is a very populous country. It is one of the few countries that can actually imagine trade within the country increasing growth. I mean, it's like saying Britain exporting and importing with Germany is perhaps similar to, the southern Indian states importing, exporting to the North Indian states. But for that, you need purchasing power within the country. And so I think that's, given, as you said, everything that's happening, both the change in the nature of technology and the fact that export possibilities perhaps are reducing as countries turn inwards a lot more, means that developing, a robust middle class may well be India's best strategy, which requires not ending up with a K-shaped recovery, which is very much where India seems to be headed right now.
Right. I do have two other things that I really want to talk to you about. First of all is your work in gender-related issues, and specifically, I want to ask about the extensive work that you've done on affirmative action, as well as the role of mandated leadership change in where you change the gender of the leader to sort of create a different effect. So I think so. Is it correct to say that the most important effect of affirmative action in favor of the female gender here is coming through from change in from a kind of a role model effect? Is that what you see from your research, or what? If you could just give us a brief sort of overview of what channels you find to be most effective here.
Sure. So, I feel like every time when people talk about gender, they always talk about women. So I think maybe it's useful to talk about men, because I mean, if something restricts women, and by definition, in some ways it's also restricting men. So I think thinking about the context specifically of India, what we see in the data is declining female labor force participation throughout the period of growth. Importantly, we also see that this does not seem to reflect women's preferences. So I think if you just, in the NSS 2011-12 data, you just take the fraction of not working women who said they would like to work for a wage if the wage was available and they were able to access it, you would increase female labor force participation by something like 78%. So, given that the early 2000s seem to have had lots of growth and opportunities. Women are getting much more educated. And they state a preference to work. So why are they not working? And a lot of that, I think, comes back to thinking about who is restricting their work, which as a group, I mean, certainly not any specific person, but as a group, it appears to be men. And so, the question is why men, I think, and interestingly, especially, why are poor men often keen to uphold normative constraints? And one could say, maybe some of it is misperceived beliefs, in which case, as you said, the role model effect might be important. So if women become leaders through, say, affirmative action, and men realize that women can be good leaders, they will change their views, they will invest in their daughters, they will encourage their partners to go out and work. So that's a very nice story, and that might sometimes be true. And certainly that's one of the ways the role model effect works. But I think increasingly in the data, what we see is that the role model effect often works by women being able to, or let me put it this way, affirmative action perhaps also works because it helps women create channels to support each other. So there's a political scientist, Tanushree Goyal, who has done some very good work on looking at elections in Delhi, where she shows that when you have, say, women in municipal elections who come from reserved seats, what they're able to do is they use female party workers much more, and they mobilize women much more. So I think the role model effect is certainly somewhat at work, but I think if you start to look at the pathways, I think very often it's actually about the extent to which affirmative action gives women power and an ability to reach out and coordinate with other women. That's important. I mean, Soledad Perelman also has work on rural Madhya Pradesh, showing that another way you can think of women leadership roles in India being important right now is through self-help groups. And what it does, it gives women a space to coordinate their preferences outside the household. That's why women are largely often part of households, they're not working. They don't have the workplace where they can coordinate with others. And so again, to the extent that women leaders, for instance, maybe it becomes more acceptable for women to be in public spaces, they can then coordinate and demand things like say liquor bans. So I think of role model effects as sort of a catch-all term. So you can say, yes, more women get elected, it seems to change aspirations, it changes beliefs. But I think increasingly, some of it is actually wresting away power from a group that, often benefits from restricted access of women to labor markets. And I think that's particularly important right now. I think as we're coming out of COVID, labor markets are struggling to recover. In our data, we've been following a group of migrants who were hit by the lockdown and had to go home. It's a gender-balanced panel of migrant workers who went back to rural areas. And what we see is women's ability to re-migrate is just much, much lower. And it's caught up with things like being, constrained by domestic duties. So again, I think at this point in time, I think affirmative action is great, but I think we also just have to figure out how do we, in a time when resources are scarce, how do we prevent norms from becoming a way to prioritize men? You're muted, Amlan.
Yeah, another aspect that I really want to talk to you about is, so this is what I think you are recently working on quite a lot on this, which is the role of government. And so in one of your papers, you find that it's not enough to give resources to the government. So rather than you need to have a stronger government. And then you have another paper, which is of course, it's a very interesting title itself, which is that does democracy work for the poor, right? So I guess the idea is that somehow in democratic settings, poor people, although they are in a majority, are not being able to make the governments implement policies which are pro-poor, and that is the mystery that you're exploring in that sense, right? So, if you could just talk about these findings and where it leads us in terms of the way we think about democracy. Now, obviously, there are various degrees of democracy, but mostly the kind of democracy that we have in the developing world, in India, perhaps, for example. Uh, how is this playing out really?
So I think, if you think about the literature on democratization, so, we met with Samuel Huntington's work and, the description of the third wave of democracy, which I think then famously perhaps reached its height with Fukuyama's end of history claims. Perhaps one way we went slightly wrong in this literature was to equate democratization very closely with elections. So I think and I think, for instance, in India and many other countries, the way we talk about India being the world's largest democracy is to say, look, we have elections and they seem to largely be free and fair. But elections in itself are not even if the poor manage to get out and vote, who they vote for is restricted, for instance, by who the candidates are, right? And we know increasingly just how much money is spent on elections in many countries, including India. So if you think I can get to the polling booth, I can vote, but I am restricted to the candidates put forward. And if those candidates have objectives that are very different from mine, all of them, then I'm choosing between a set of people, none of whom match my preferences. And then after elections, if I'm in a place where the media is not doing a great job reporting, or I don't have access to media, or with WhatsApp and social media, there's a lot more misinformation. I can't particularly hold them accountable because I actually don't know what they're doing, and they know that, and then they have preferences that differ from mine. So I think mostly what we've learned and what we are seeing increasingly, for instance, in the literature of democratic backsliding, is it's a mistake to think of a vibrant democracy only in terms of whether you have free and fair elections. A democracy is a set of multiple institutions and extends to things like the media, the judiciary, other aspects. And if those are unable to function, if we do not have sufficient information going to citizens, then any political economy model of democracy that you can see will not work well, because it's just not going to provide the information needed for citizens to hold their politicians accountable. So I think again, coming back to this theme of institutional poverty, I think it holds as much for democracies. One of the great things recently is we now have improved data on what is known as the varieties of democracy. So there's the group in Gothenburg who's putting out very detailed data on varieties of democracy that measure democracy across multiple dimensions. And I think that's incredibly important in order to then be able to think about how do you strengthen different parts of democracy? How do you strengthen even the informal institutions like who goes for political rallies or meetings to underlie that? But largely, I think we have to get away with our fixation, and also the fixation of very often aid agencies, to think that democracy is done once you have free and fair elections. So, in Afghanistan, we put all their money on election monitoring. But actually what was going wrong was something much deeper than election monitoring.
So if we move away from this notion that democracies and elections are pretty much equivalent, where do we or how do we define institutions of democracy in that sense? So one of the things that all elections, for example, try to ensure is that you can't buy votes, right? But at the same time, we know that the set of candidates will have to have a certain amount of resources to actually be candidates and credible candidates. On one side, we are trying to sort of make sure that it's free and fair. We don't need to, we need nothing to actually have the right to vote. There is no restriction whatsoever. On the other hand, your choice set, as you said, is basically restricted, and there might be economic aspects to that, right? So the very fact that you are a candidate could mean that you either enjoy certain social capital or monetary capital which you can use. So is this sort of so if we want to get to the sort of the theoretical democracy where we are just sort of aggregating signals from everybody and choosing the correct person, do we perhaps have to think about restricting how the candidate set is also constructed in future? Should we think about something like that?
So I think the point you're making, which is an important point, is that what matters is gatekeepers, right? Who are the gatekeepers in different levels of who gets nominated within parties, who gets put forward as candidates. And so there's I think useful and important work coming from other countries looking at how do you improve that process, how do you change the gatekeepers process. So Kate Casey, political economist at Stanford, has been working in Sierra Leone for a long time, and she shows, for instance, that having something that looks like US primaries, where voter preferences are kind of reach politicians, is going to be important. So again, I think in India, party selection committees, how do you choose candidates? I've been working in Nepal, and one thing we find is that across all the three major parties, the ethnic composition of the party selection committee was extremely important in making sure whether Janjatis got representation as candidates. Another thing that I think from the US we know well, so it's not necessarily about developing countries, is campaign contribution limits, the extent to which people can actually directly influence elections through money matters. And I think in India there's a vibrant discussion going on about electoral bonds. How should they be allowed? What kind of disclosures you need on that? I think these are the bread and butter of what makes a good democracy, is the extent to which the process within parties is you shine a light on it. And it's going to be the case, I think, in many of these countries that parties remain extremely important precisely because of the kind of resources required. You're not going to have a lot of independent candidates who can challenge the system. And that brings the case of regulation. I think you need to regulate to some extent how parties select candidates. That's very hard because these parties are the ones sitting in parliament, so they're not going to necessarily pass laws on themselves. And so you need some amount of citizen activism. In the US, some of it comes in this case right now negatively, often from courts. But I think that's the kind of issues we need to be thinking about. But I think we need to recognize that gatekeepers are incredibly important.
Yeah, so I think I'm almost out of time. So I'm just going to check if I have any questions. So let me ask you one last question about another of your papers. So this is where you have, so I think this is a chapter that you contributed to in the Handbook of Field Experiments, where you reviewed literature on personnel economics, and you presented some stylized facts there, like the wage differential between the government and the private sector in the developing world, and how that is different in the richer countries. Could you please explain why this is important and why is this particular to the developing world?
So I know we're almost out of time, so we'll keep this very quick. I mean, I think in the end, the government is made up of humans, right? So it is a human chain from who we elect, who they delegate responsibility to. And I have a colleague, ex-colleague in Kennedy School, Asim Khwaja, who first trained as an engineer and always said, the good and bad of economics or the state is that if you did physics, atoms are very easy to predict. And so, if you think of this as completely technology driven, which many people do when they start thinking of digital methods, they're like, oh, we can just come down with rules and we can decide how it works. But people are tricky. And, they have incentives that you can't completely control. They do things you don't expect. They're emotional in some ways. They have all kinds of biases. And so I think understanding motivation of those who make up the state has to be central for thinking about how the state works.
All right, thank you so much. I think that's all we'll have time for today. It was very interesting in the sense I just lost track of time, and it's just 45 minutes has gone like that. I really would have loved to continue with this conversation, but we can't do that. So thank you again so much for joining us, and it was great talking to you. Thank you.
Thanks so much, Amlan, for the invitation. Take care. Bye-bye.
Hello and welcome back, everyone. So we are now entering the second part of this session, which has to do with various aspects of development economics. And in this part, we are going to have Dr. Paul Novosad, and we're going to have a presentation from him. Before we start off, I would like to introduce him a little bit. So Paul is an associate professor of economics at Dartmouth College. His research examines why poor countries have remained poor for so long and what policy interventions can help improve people's lives in developing countries. So his team builds new open source economic data from information age sources like satellites and private and government sector data. And some of his recent projects include judicial bias in India, impacts of India's large-scale rural roads program, intergenerational mobility in developing countries, and so on and so forth. Paul is the founder of Development Data Lab, and I am hoping that he's going to speak a little bit about this as well. And he's a creator of the Shrug. Shrug is an acronym, of course. It's socioeconomic data. I'm forgetting the full name of this, but this is something that he does along with Sam Asher and Toby Lund. So this is something that is turning into a very popular data platform for socioeconomic research in India and, of course, in other countries. So with those words, I'm going to invite Paul to, so you can begin your presentation. Would you like to share your slides?
Great. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for the invitation to be here as well. So you can see my slides?
Yes, this is fine.
Good. So this is the title page from one paper which I'll be talking about the most, and this is joint work with Sam Asher, who's my longtime collaborator on all the India work that we've been doing. And this line of work on mobility is joint with Charlie Rafkin at MIT. I'm going to mention a couple other projects over the course of the talk, and I will try to remember to list the many people who've helped us on these projects as well. So the broad goal of this paper is we started this project wanting to understand intergenerational mobility in India across subgroups, across space, across time, and this is a measure of equality of opportunity. I'll talk in more detail about exactly what specific thing we are measuring as I go. So just to outline where I'm going to go, and hopefully I have enough time to cover all of these, I'm going to talk a little bit about the measurement of intergenerational educational mobility, our object of interest in this paper. I'll talk a little bit about some of the work we've been doing mobilizing administrative data for better policy research on development. I'm going to show you our results on intergenerational mobility in India, and then a little bit of preliminary analysis on thinking of the mechanisms that drive some of the persistent disparities in upward mobility in India. So for this audience, I can skip the context very quickly. We all know that the last 3 or 4 decades in India have been an economic miracle in terms of number of people brought out of poverty and just kind of average living standards across the country. There are 2 stories that are widely told parallel to this trend of rising economic outcomes. One is that there's an increase in equality of opportunity, that old systems that hold people back are being left behind. So we read about Dalit millionaires, we hear about scaling caste walls with capitalism's ladders. And yet we also hear about how some of the old systems that entrench inequality are still in place. And so we wanted to, this is what we were thinking about in terms of our paper. What we wanted to understand is it, to what extent is it easier or harder to get ahead in relative terms in post-liberalization India? Everybody knows that on average, people are better off. So if I just look at your living standards and say, are you better off in consumption terms than your parents' generation. For the majority of families across all social groups, that's going to be true. But what about your ability to move up in the socioeconomic hierarchy? Now, we know that India's caste system is a system that has made it very difficult to move up in the social hierarchy. In fact, there are strong social norms against moving up in the social hierarchy. So we can think of this as an anti-intergenerational mobility system. Like the whole premise of this system is the tier of society in which you were born into should determine the tier into society that you spend your entire life and your children's life. And so we are interested in understanding the extent to which this has changed in this period of economic transformation and urbanization, and a very significant anti-discrimination policy agenda. Since India's independence, there have been many policies and programs targeted at lower caste groups in particular to try to close the gaps and put an end to this lack of upward mobility. So it's really important to clarify. In this paper, we're talking about the ability to get ahead in relative rank terms. So I'm interested, for instance, if you are born to a family at the 25th percentile, we'll be talking about that a lot. Think that's like the midpoint of the bottom half of the distribution. What percentile do we expect you to get to? It's not irrespective of your consumption, because your living standards will depend on your percentile, but I'm particularly interested in whether you can move up or down in relative terms. If you're born at the bottom, are you stuck at the bottom? And this is not a question of growth or poverty or inequality. It's related to all of these terms, but we are strictly interested in this paper in this idea of relative status. And so some people say, oh, all we care about is utility. Maybe we should only care about living standards. And it doesn't matter if you're consigned to stay at the bottom of the distribution, if we can give you a good, comfortable life at the bottom of the distribution. So I'm sympathetic to that point. We absolutely should seek to shift the level of consumption of everyone in society to make it better off. But I also think that there is a strong case to be made for increasing equality of opportunity. I think there's a sense in which, regardless of how comfortable your life is, if you know with certainty that you and your children will always be at the bottom of a social hierarchy, that has big impacts on life satisfaction, and it has a big impact on how you see yourself as a citizen of your society. So I think irrespective of how much we can alleviate the suffering of poverty, I think there's high value in being interested in creating a system where people perceive that they have the opportunity to move up to the middle class, or to have a chance to be a millionaire, just like people born from any other class. This is a graph from Raj Chetty and co-authors' seminal 2014 paper on intergenerational mobility, on upward mobility. And I'm going to take a bit of time on this graph because this expresses the whole concept that we are trying to get at. So on the x-axis of this graph, I have, let me just find a marker here. Perfect. Okay. On the x-axis of this graph, I have parents ranked from 0 to 100. Think of this as parents in one cohort. So let's take all the children born in 1980 and let's rank them by their parents' income. This graph is showing you the average child income rank conditional on being born to a parent at a certain level. So I'm going to be talking a bunch about the 25th percentile, as I mentioned. So we can draw a line up here at the 25th percentile. And this tells you the gray dots are the United States. This tells you that a child born to the 25th percentile in the United States, on average, achieves the 42nd percentile. So we expect some mean reversion. This value is always going to be between 25 and 50. You can see that a child born at the same relative position in Denmark is going to be 5 percentage points higher, at the 47th percentile. So Denmark is one of the highest mobility countries in the world. The United States, among developed countries, is considered a lower country. And so we're interested in measuring this type of relationship in India. So there's many ways you can measure mobility. You can look at the slope of these curves. The gray points have a high slope that indicates persistence of income across generations. So that's low mobility, low equality of opportunity. And we're going to be particularly interested in, this is just one statistic that we can use to summarize this whole distribution to say, if you start at the 25th percentile, where do you end up? And so there's a bunch of technical work we do in this paper that goes into thinking about how do we calculate this thing at all. And I'll go into that a little bit. And what we find is, I'll just preview, in India, your average is around here, around the 37th or 38th percentile. Probably drew that a little bit too high. So India, in terms of upward mobility, just the ability to move up in relative status terms, and this is modern post-liberalization India, actually it doesn't change very much over time, is about as far behind the United States in upward mobility as the United States is behind Denmark. Turn off my marker here. Okay, so here is that same non-parametric graph calculated in India. These graphs from Chetty and co-authors are based on using administrative tax data where you know the income level of nearly every person in society. We don't have that kind of data in India, particularly not being able to link it to parents and children. So when we look at upward mobility in many, pretty much everybody outside of the Nordic countries and the United States and maybe some other high-income countries, we're using much sparser data. So we're particularly interested in this paper at looking at education data. So here I've ranked fathers in the 1960s generation by education. And so this largest bin is fathers with less than 2 years of education. So this is the largest bin. If you take a look at the fathers of the 1960s generation, 58% of them had less than 2 years of education. The average education rank for sons in that group was about 39. And as one would expect, as you move up in the parental education distribution, the expected education outcome of children goes up as well. And so now I'm plotting the same data for the 1980s, and we can try to think about how this distribution has changed. And so if you just take a look at if you can imagine the curve connecting these points, I'll draw a curve through the black points here as best as I can. You can sort of see that the curve that I would draw through the black points pretty much seems to go through the brown points as well. And so we're kind of interested in finding a way to estimate this relationship. It's challenging to estimate because you can see this bottom point in the 1980s is lower on the graph than this point in the 1960s. And the reason it's lower is because being a father with less than 2 years of education, your son now has a lower rank, but you also have a lower rank because you're much more negatively selected. So this is sort of the technical challenge of this paper, where we are trying to say, how do you compare the mobility distribution over time when the bin boundaries are changing, right? In the 1960s, 58% of parents have less than 2 years of education. In the 1980s, only 38% of parents have less than 2 years of education. And so the way we're going to think about this is we're going to think about the conditional expectation function. That's that line that I drew through those points is one possible example of the conditional expectation function of child rank given parent rank. And because we don't observe the relative status of the large number of parents with less than 2 years of education, right? These parents are not all starting in equal situations. If you take all of the kind of illiterate zero education parents, some of them have much higher relative economic status than others. It's just something that we don't observe in the data. And so we can think there are multiple conditional expectation functions that can fit these data. And so what we do in this paper is we develop a methodology that you could think of it as drawing every single possible function that could fit the data and then putting the bounds on that function. And you can get a system that you get bounds that look something like this. So we have fairly high precision in understanding what the mobility relationship looks like in the top half of the data. And in the 1960s, we have a lot less certainty because this bin is so coarse. So first thing we're going to do is we're going to non-parametrically bound the shape of all the monotonic functions that fit the data. That's what we've done here, and there are more details in the paper. We're trying to do this with a really minimal set of assumptions to develop some results that are like robust to thinking about this in different ways. And then we're going to propose a measure of mobility, which we call bottom half mobility. This is the expected education rank of a child, that's on the y-axis, given a parent in the bottom half. So let me find my pen again. So we basically want to calculate some average outcome below this point. This point is intended to be at the bottom half. And what we'll find is that with relatively high precision, we can say, given the high bounds around this graph, we can say the average value of this function between 0 and 50 can be pretty tightly bounded. So this is a short talk where I'm trying to cover a lot of material. So I would just refer you to the paper, and we have some stylized examples of exactly how we calculate these bounds in the appendix. Actually, I think they're now in the body of the paper, which hopefully will make this more clear. For now, I'll just ask you to trust that we're generating a reasonably accurate and tied to the data statistic of bottom half mobility, which is basically the ability to move up from the bottom half. Oops. Okay. A lot of the data, actually, most of the mobility data that we're using here is from the India Human Development Survey, but a lot of the ancillary data that we use in this paper and in most of our papers is from the Shrug, which is this data platform that we've been building up over the last 10 years. So our research team is really focused on mobilizing new 21st century sources of data to understand development. Historically, most policy and research in India has been based on these long-form surveys that, like the NSS or the IHDS, that visit 50,000 households, and you get a ton of information about people, but they're fairly sparse. You're visiting sometimes, I guess that's you're visiting sometimes 100 households per district and trying to infer what's going on. Actually, we can show that the vast majority of variation in living standards is within district, not across district. Meanwhile, government and private sector, and now from satellites, we can get extremely precise, extremely detailed data at the village level, at the individual level. And so what the Shrug is a project that is basically trying to mobilize this kind of data and use it for development research. And there's kind of a big fixed cost to doing that, because government collects, you can think of like something like, say, Narega, where government interacts with hundreds of millions of people, generates a ton of data, but that data is mainly used for program implementation and just sits on servers. It takes a fairly high intensity bit of work to take that data and turn it into some kind of anonymized linkable form that's usable for development research. But once you've done that, what's neat about using administrative data is you get detailed descriptions of every grid cell or every village in India, and then any new administrative data set that you layer on top of that has a perfect match. In contrast, if you take multiple rounds of the NSS, you can't match individuals, you can't even match villages to see how people are doing. So this is something that we've been doing. We're trying to put as much data open, make as much data open to the public as possible. And we're especially keen for others working with administrative data to link their data to the Shrug and allow it to be, usable and create kind of multiplicative benefits. Each new data set that gets added can be linked to, dozens of other data sets. So we are currently in the middle of, lost control here, of working on our second major release of the Shrug. We're really excited about this. We think it's going to be coming out in, hopefully the next 6 months or so. In addition to having thousands of additional fields from core Indian data sets, we've been doing a lot of work on agricultural data lately and have identified a bunch of village level agricultural surveys like the minor irrigation survey and the cost of cultivation survey, which can be linked at the village level to tens or hundreds of thousands of villages. Those are all going to be in the next round of the Shrug. Something we're really excited about in the next round of the Shrug is we aim to have seamless integration with every geographic identifier used in India. So right now the Shrug is a village level data set. If you want to do work at the sub-district level, it's slightly complicated to link to some other data set. Or maybe you have a block level data set and blocks have slightly different boundaries from sub-districts, and it's really hard to link these across. So we've basically been developing algorithms that rapidly and efficiently transform data to all the different geographic levels of India, such that if you are bringing a data set, let's say that you're working with one of the ministries of health and you have data from health insurance at the block level, you can kind of immediately link it at whatever level you're working at, as long as it's one of the 20 most common geographic identifiers used by Indian government agencies. You kind of immediately link it to all the rest of the shrug and immediately transform it to any other level of geography that you want. And we're working on making this directly accessible in R, Stata, and Python. So you can be in R or Stata and you can just type a command, use shrug or get field from shrug or something like this, and it will immediately bring in whatever fields you want at whatever geography you want. And so we think this can be really exciting for education as well, to kind of put detailed data across a range of domains directly at the fingertips of students. They can just start messing with the data immediately in classrooms. So the kind of key criteria for us to be able to do this, and this is one of the things that's very exciting in India, is that there's a lot of open government data. Government agencies through the National Informatics Center are putting their data online and allowing people to download and have access to that data. I think this is something that is always a little bit fragile in India, and we're always worried that some of these doors will close and that this data, which can be really valuable for understanding development, will be put behind closed doors, maybe because people don't want to be embarrassed by what the data reveals. And so if you're kind of interested in this idea of open government data and the costs and benefits, you can see our paper, which we presented at the Indian Policy Forum earlier this year, called Big Open Data for Development, A Vision for India. If you just search for the India Policy Forum papers, they're all posted up there. And this is a paper where we basically make the case that there are huge returns to having a more open data ecosystem around government data. And we're trying to lower the costs of making that happen through Shrug 2.0 as well. Okay, so on to the results from our mobility paper. Okay, so what I'm showing you, every graph that I'm going to show you now is going to be some variation. Most of them are going to be exactly this measure of bottom half mobility. So I'm showing you the average. I no longer have parental rank on the x-axis. I'm now just looking at how mobility changes over time. But each of these sets of bounds is generated from that non-parametric rank graph I showed you earlier. So if we look at the 1950s birth cohort, we can see that we can identify that this is sons born to fathers in the bottom half. In other words, born somewhere in the bottom 50%, have on average reached an outcome of somewhere between 35 and 38th percentile. You can see again that in Denmark, they would reach the 46th. In the United States, they would reach the 42nd. So you can think of total equality of opportunity. You'd expect these guys to reach the 50th percentile. Like, it doesn't matter where you are born, where you end up depends strictly on your ability and how hard you work. And so someone is just as likely to be rich growing up from the upper classes from the bottom class. That would be the 50th percentile. And if you have no mobility at all, if everyone stays at exactly the same outcome rank of their parents, then you would be at the 25th percentile. And so you can see again that India is about as far behind the United States as Denmark is ahead of the United States. What I find most striking about this graph is it's really flat over time, right? The 1950s birth cohort, these guys get educated in like the late 1950s, early 1960s, well before the liberalization era. And our youngest birth cohort here is roughly 1990 to 1992. So these kids are getting educated around the 2000 to 2010 era. There is no change in the post-liberalization era, at least as far as we can measure. Mobility is always measured with a little bit of a lag because you have to wait until people finish their education. So you can kind of only see today in 2021, if I had the most updated data, the last birth cohort I could look at would be those born in the 2000s. But you can see over this period, you can think of liberalization happening toward the second half of this period. There's no increase in average upward mobility. So this says that consumption shift that I showed you at the beginning, where you saw everyone's consumption moving up a lot, these data suggest that this is kind of a level shift. There's not a lot of increase in churn. Everyone's better off, but your relative status and your ability to increase relative status has not changed very much. When we split this by subgroup, you can see that there are large differences between Muslims who've had declining mobility for the last 25 years and scheduled castes who've had rising mobility. And our ability to measure upward mobility in the early years is a little bit noisy, which is why these bounds are higher, but there's basically little evidence that upper castes and OBCs, which we have to pool just because of the types of data that we have available, are experiencing any decline in mobility. So it's mostly flat on average, but there's this almost one-to-one divergence between Muslims and SCs, where all the gains of SCs are being balanced out by losses among Muslims. That graph was showing you sons. This is what we find for daughters. Daughters on average have slightly lower mobility than sons. But what's interesting is you don't see the Muslim SC divergence for daughters in the same way that you do for sons. That's something that we are continuing to investigate. The geography of upward mobility is extremely heterogeneous. This is our mobility map. You can see even in the low mobility states like Bihar that cities are islands of upward mobility. All these kind of light green dots are indicative of cities with high mobility in the context of rural areas with low mobility. And of course, the South really stands out as a place with high upward mobility. But even at the urban level, you can go neighborhood by neighborhood and find pockets of high and pockets of low upward mobility. And this motivates some of the new research that we're doing, trying to think about how neighborhoods directly affect economic opportunity. There's also, some interesting gender gaps in the data that we've only begun to explore. One of the things that you find is in urban areas, daughters actually have quite a bit higher mobility than boys, but in rural areas, they're much further behind. So it's kind of really interesting gender dynamics that have variation across space that I think are really important to study. And I'm running out of time. I think, Amlan, I'm trying to tie this off at just in 3 or 4 minutes to leave room to questions. Is that right?
Yeah. That's fine. You can take a few minutes.
Okay, so I'm gonna kind of skip some slides here and show you some highlights. We thought a lot about what are some mechanisms, and people have come to us a lot with mechanisms for like, oh, here's why I think that you see this Muslim scheduled caste mobility gap emerging. And I'm not going to show you the details, but we can rule out geography. It's not about where they live in a broad sense. You can find these same gaps opening up at the district level as you do at the national level. It's not about differential returns to education and occupational structure. People say, oh, Muslims are starting small businesses, they don't need education. Actually, returns to education for Muslims are just as high as they are for SCs, and you find exactly the same dynamics when you look at non-entrepreneurial families. So the occupational choice isn't explaining what we're seeing here. Fertility can't explain what's going on in this mobility gap. It's really, it kind of doesn't come close. And finally, I'll show you the evidence that we have on affirmative action. This is suggestive evidence, but we think it's interesting. We're taking another look at this paper by Kassan in 2019, who found that groups that were, actually we're using Kassan's instrument to think about the role of affirmative action, whereby in the, now getting the year, I think it's in 1976, there's a national harmonization of which groups get assigned scheduled caste and which groups don't. And what you do is these Black groups are groups who were not SCs until the 1970s birth cohort, and then they gain SC status. And what you can see is these groups that gain status lately close the mobility gap between the red groups, which gained SC status quite early on. So this is fairly coarse data. We can just look at this kind of one cohort change across these relatively small subgroups over time. But these late SC groups have very low mobility until they obtain the SC classification. And then we see their mobility, fairly quickly start to close the gap between those who had the SC classification early on. It's really hard to know which particular policy this was because having SC status is, there are a wide range of policy preferences for SCs, from reservations in schools, from reservations in politics, to being targeted by various government programs, to programs being targeted at the village and district level based on SC shares and so on. So it's really hard to say what it is, but something in that whole set of packages seems to be doing something to help close the mobility gap for SCs. Of course, we can't do this analysis for Muslims, but this is just to show you that the package of affirmative action policies targeting scheduled castes over the long run does seem to have a fairly substantial effect on upward mobility. Let me see the time. Okay, very, very briefly, I'm gonna just preview some new work, which we're hopefully just a few weeks away from releasing a working paper on segregation and neighborhood public good access. The core idea of this work is looking at the neighborhood level at access to public services, where we have data that allows us to study 1.2 million neighborhoods across India. These are really small neighborhoods, 200 to 500. This says, yeah, it is people, it's not households. So we're talking about a small village, and in cities, we're talking about going city block by city block. And we're trying to identify patterns of residential segregation across income and social groups and see how those relate to access to public goods. And so I'll just jump to our kind of core result. These are showing you coefficient estimates of the relationship between the Muslim and SC share of your city block, and whether you have access to a primary school, a secondary school, or a health center. Interestingly, in primary schools, we actually see SC-focused blocks are more likely to have primary schools. We think this is directly related to policies aiming to close the education gap and build primary schools in places where scheduled castes live. You can see Muslims are slightly disadvantaged by this measure. And then when you look at secondary schools and health centers, being in a SC concentrated urban neighborhood or being in a Muslim concentrated urban neighborhood has really substantial effects on the likelihood that you have a secondary school or health center in your neighborhood. So we can't prove that this is related to mobility, but we can prove that there are these really substantial neighborhood level disparities across groups. And what's interesting about looking at the neighborhood level is some of these differences don't even appear at the district level. And so if you have district-oriented policy, whereby you could target secondary schools to districts with a lot of SCs. In fact, we find that in some cases that happens, but the secondary schools don't end up in SC neighborhoods. The secondary schools end up in middle and upper caste neighborhoods in SC districts. And so this just highlights the advantage of using administrative data, which allows you to look beneath the district level at where public goods are going and how people are doing. So let me quickly conclude and say our research finds that this period of vast economic transformation and economic growth has not been inextricably linked to gains in intergenerational mobility. Somewhat surprisingly, and I would say depressingly, intergenerational mobility has not improved. I think of this as a real priority for the Indian state to create paths to upward mobility for people growing up in the lower caste, in the lower classes specifically. We do find that scheduled caste mobility is rising, suggesting that there are policy levers that you can pull that create opportunity for subgroups. Alas, all of this rise is being counterbalanced by a decline in upward mobility among a different marginalized group, and roughly equal-sized marginalized group. Here's evidence that affirmative action explains a bunch of this gap, and nascent work suggests that neighborhood public service inequality could be a major channel for these changes. So I rushed through that a lot. That's three different papers that I tried to summarize, but hopefully gave you a flavor. And all of these things are papers that you can look up on my website and read more about if you're interested.
Thank you, Paul. That was fascinating. We really wanted to hear your presentation on intergenerational mobility specifically because this ties in very much with the overall theme of our conclave, which we're talking about India's growth story from the 1991 reforms till today. So this is the 30-year sort of anniversary. And we obviously we care about intergenerational mobility, and that should be an outcome of the growth process and development process. So the results that you have are extremely interesting in this context. So I just had a couple of questions. So the first one is this: the theory of affirmative action leading to this. So can you do this similar kind of exercise that you did with the SCs for STs as well, who also have affirmative action?
Yeah, so there's a lot of new work being done trying to study different aspects of affirmative action. It's challenging in the long run. What's really neat about this natural experiment, which we borrowed from Guillaume Cassan, is that you have a policy change which immediately, arbitrarily changes the scheduled caste status of millions and millions of people, right? So that's a perfect context for examining a thing like this. I'm not aware of so it's harder to work on these questions for scheduled tribes because they're smaller in number. Actually, it's an interesting question on whether this policy change also changed definitions of groups with scheduled tribe status. So I haven't seen whether that has been done. I think it's a great question. I think new policies around OBCs are also interesting topics of study. There's good work by Saad Gulzar and others studying different aspects of these policies. So I think they're important to study. There's evidence that they have worked. I think there's a challenge whereby every group in India wants to have access to affirmative action. You have affirmative action for Brahmins in some states, and you can't. These policies are they're intensely political. I think there's evidence that they work, and I think seem particularly valuable for the poorest of classes. I think more broadly thinking about economic structure and access to opportunity, I don't think affirmative action is going to get you all the way there, right? I think at the fundamental level, we need a system where people can grow up and get a decent education, regardless of caste or class, and then be able to kind of compete on their own merits.
Yeah, so I was exactly going to talk about the OBCs after that. So you mentioned that it's already been worked on. So OBCs are reservations have seen a lot of people coming into the reserve categories and going out and things like this. So that would be an interesting sort of area to explore. The other thing why this is very interesting is because in India, of course, there's a huge debate about affirmative action, and if this is the channel that is working, it's going to be obviously a very important sort of argument in favor of this.
So I would just
another
say,
thing that
I think affirmative action is important, and particularly if you have these huge neighborhood level disparities in access to schooling, then you may need affirmative action to repair those disparities. At the same time, I think fundamentally one of the challenges that India faces is creating a greater sum total of opportunities. If you look at politics in India today, the discussion feels to me very motivated around this idea that there is a scarce number of slots in universities, in the government sector, and everyone is competing for that same number of slots. And I guess you can achieve fairness by reallocating those slots, but ultimately creating more slots and creating more opportunities is going to allow all groups to succeed rather than competing over the scarce number of slots. I would like to see kind of a policy dialogue in the direction not only of this idea that there are only so many university slots, who are we going to give them to, but how do we allow everyone to get access to a solid high school, and everyone at least have the opportunity to get a decent education that allows them to participate in the modern sector.
Yeah, that's a very good point. Of course, the politics regarding this is notorious, and we will have to sort of come out of it very soon. Another thing that I wanted to ask you is that thanks for talking about the data, because that's also a very important and interesting part of this. I just wanted to ask you if it's possible with this data to look at other kinds of intergenerational mobility. So, can we look at occupations, for example, people moving out of the agricultural sector? Is that increasing? Is the chance of you going from agriculture to industry or whatever other occupation, is that changing over time? Is it possible to estimate things like this from this data?
Yeah, I think this is a great question. There's some work by Metabul Azam and co-authors studying occupational mobility in India in specifically. We see the average shift of the economy out of agriculture. So we know that on average, people are moving from the farm sector to the non-farm sector. This is a highly desirable change. I think it's a really interesting idea to study these transition matrices and think about who has options to get access to industrial jobs or white collar jobs. We haven't been able to do this with our data. One challenge is that in the coding of our administrative rural data, 90% of people living in villages are either agricultural laborers, cultivators, or wage workers. And it's not even clear, like you can't unambiguously say, oh, it's better to be a wage worker than an agricultural worker. I think there's this huge overlap across all of these categories. So this is an area where I think there's really interesting work to be done on this in urban jobs and people kind of in the middle classes and looking at kind of access to white collar occupations. This is an area where some of the more detailed NSS data, which has kind of more detailed information about like what you do and how you spend your time, is maybe a little bit more valuable than the administrative data that we have. But I should say, what we have put into Shrug and what we've been able to access in terms of government data that is out there is like a drop in the bucket. So I think if you're a researcher working in India, you shouldn't be thinking, oh, what's in the Shrug for me to be able to do? You should be looking at what programs your local government is running and using your information and access to these programs. There's so much exciting administrative data that civil servants are often keen to find researchers who are ready to help them learn from the data they have. And what we think Shrug is doing is giving you a backbone that you can connect these new data sources to and do something interesting with it. If you have like a personnel data set, maybe you don't know what you can do with that by itself, but we're trying to make it really easy to connect it to the Shrug universe, kind of raise the value to people of building up these connections with civil servants and people who have access to government data to kind of mobilize the tremendously valuable information that's embedded in them.
All right. Yes, that will be extremely useful going forward. Looking forward to that. One last question I have for you is, for India, we can see this graph. There's not too much action there, right? So this it's quite flat. How does this compare to other countries, especially developing countries? Do other developing countries also suffer from this flat? So I don't know how many other studies have happened of this kind in other countries, but if you could just let us know about that.
Okay, I'll have to let you know about that in a few months because we're in the middle of a World Bank Finance project to conduct similar analysis across all of South Asia. And we're interested not in just average mobility levels, but in these group disparities to see whether kind of India is unique in having these like very large population groups who are systematically stuck in low mobility equilibria, or if that's different across countries. So that's something that we're actively working on, and but I don't know the answer yet.
All right, okay, that would be super interesting to look at. So I think with that we have just exhausted our time. So I'm going to have to finish off the session now. But Paul, thank you so much. Thank you for joining in. It was a very fascinating talk, and I'm sure all of our students and faculty members have taken a lot from here. So thanks again, and I hope to connect again later on.
Yeah, it's a great pleasure to connect, and great pleasure to be here. So thank you again for the invitation.
All right, thank you.
very happy to moderate what the last session of a very fascinating day. Professor Goel and Professor Lahiri, I tuned into some of the sessions from the very beginning, and therefore that's prompted a lot of questions that I will pose to you, because we started off with a diametric prognosis of India's economy, one by Shankaracharya, who said that we'd be lucky if we get a 5% rate of growth. And then we had the Chief Economic Advisor, Krishnaswamy Subramaniam, who kind of said that, we are all set to take off. He was right, predicting a V-shaped recovery, and now there's going to be more V-shapes. So all of these has given me a number of thoughts. So for the sake of the audience, we have a fantastic panel this evening with Ashima Goel, who's been in the Indira Gandhi Institute for Development Research in Mumbai. I don't know, Ashima, if you were there in 1992 early, when I did a conference for the UNDP with Kirit Parekh, and we edited a book on, human development after that.